Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president. Oh! But I think she's not qualified to be president. Let's start there. Number one.
First question! Are you fucking kidding me? It's the first question!
To run for president, Vice President Trump.
Oh!
Fact is Vice President Trump. President of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Oz and Upper Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day.
It's a Megaphonics.
Today is Saturday. That was produced and edited really quickly by Megaphonics, another Megaphonics banger called Vice President Trump featuring Hasanabi and Old Joe. Folks, it is April is what I was about to say. It's August 24th, 2024, 8/24/2024, 11:45 a.m. and I'm a little late and I apologize, but I have a good reason for it. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and part of that is why I'm late. I'll tell you why I'm late as well. Vice President April is Kobe Bryant Day. Yeah. Folks, let me tell you, okay? It's a new day, been a tough couple. But we're back fighting. Big week on college campuses. Incoming streamers. Stay tuned. We'll see. We'll see how that works. Honestly, we'll see. Folks, I'm live. I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's a beautiful day for me, and I hope it's a beautiful day for you as well. Fix the typo in the title when you can. Thanks. No. Would it be possible to talk about the scam DMCA strikes against Hasanabi waiting room? No, I don't need to because I already talked to Twitch directly about it and it should be fixed expediently. Okay. Anyway, in doses. No, I'm not fixing it. I'm not fixing the title. I'm not fixing the typo. Come in here and yell at me about it. You got clickbaited. That diesel tank is nuts. It's nuts because this is actually, I had to wear an undershirt because if I don't have an undershirt, it's just my skin. This is emptiness. This is an empty space. Arun Anal, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Folks. My bellwether lib is still posting some alarming stuff nowadays regarding border security, militarism, patriotism, huge shift after the DNC. Just want to thank you for the work you do. We got a lot of thankless work to do. Yes. Anne? Not bad. Yeah. I slept well. You have a coffee in the fridge for you. I got you a cold brew. Anyway. You look like the leftist son of a Bond villain and it fucking rocks. Thank you. Okay, so, folks, we are, personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast last night. It's still crazy to think that you got one of the best views of the DNC. I know. I'm still riding that fucking high. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay? I'm not gonna lie to you. Is this the guy video that you appeared on Austin's DNC fling? Yeah, this guy, I think, was weird. He was a fucking weirdo. And I think he was like, maybe like a right winger. I couldn't tell, but yeah, I did an interview. I mean, he came up to me and tried to do an interview with me, and I was like, sure, why not? But I don't know if he put. Oh, he did. What did he put me at? But we'll take a look at that as well. Hassan Piker, alt-right activist. Yeah, I think he's like I assume he's like a right-wing guy. He was definitely sus. Apparently he might be with Vox. I doubt it. He was being sus as fuck. Oh yeah, I love this Mountain Dew, the Indian Mountain Dew guy. Anyway, so folks, did you see Shabba Roan's Instagram post about parasocial behavior? No, I didn't, but I can look at it later. Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night. I ended the broadcast last night, and what did I do? Absolutely nothing. Hung out with the fam a little bit. Hung out with Kaya a little bit. I downloaded Wukong on my Steam Deck. And like literally the first, what is this?
One of the biggest problems
What, bro? What are you fucking joking? Get out of here. Okay. 26 month subscriber. Like that's crazy. I downloaded it. I downloaded Wukong for my Steam Deck. Okay. Downloaded Wukong for my Steam Deck. And let me tell you, I played it. I tried to benchmark it. I did the benchmark test. It was dropping frame rates like crazy. And then I started the game and it was impossible to play. Okay. It literally bricked. It bricked immediately. And I was like, all right, fuck this. I'm out. So I wasn't able to play it, but then I downloaded it for my PC. So you guys at least are a little lucky in that regard because you might actually end up watching me play it on stream potentially. So, you know, did you see Adam Johnson's new Nation article on DNC in Gaza? No, but you can stream from the PC to the deck as well. Yeah, I know. Wukong Dez will strike you if you include politics, especially feminism, while streaming the game. Did Moon get struck? Because I think he fucking posted all that shit anyway, right? Anyway, the other thing I found out is that there's like a super woke game that they came out like called Dust Bowl or something, and that game is like a massive L overall, where like one of the fucking characters is literally like one of the powers that you have is to be triggered. I think that was only for promotional streams. Oh, okay. So, I kind of want to play it like as memes. It's like, it sounds interesting. 46 people played it when the game fucking came out. 46. As in like, if it's 100-person dev team, which would be a relatively small dev team, they didn't even play the fucking game on release. Like the devs themselves didn't play. So that would be ridiculous. Anyway, we'll figure that shit out potentially. Also, yeah, there's like a call people racist button. I love that. I think that's fire. Okay, so folks, personal news wise, I got, you know, I went to bed pretty early because I was fucking dying. No, not 46,000, 46, like 046. Okay, like 46. I went to bed early. I woke up early. I was very excited to go work out again. I had weighed myself yesterday after the DNC to see like the DNC bump. Okay. After the DNC to see the DNC bump is in like the baby bump that I have because I'm pregnant. I'm mpreg. I went on my scale and I saw 237 pounds and it fucking made me almost die. Like that means I gained 10 pounds at least over that week. Like literally, that's insane, right? That's like kind of crazy. Yeah. And then I had a normal day of dieting yesterday, and then I actually shed the water weight like that apparently because I weighed myself this morning at the gym after I worked out, after I shed the water weight. And it turns out I didn't actually gain 10 pounds, but I did gain like 5 pounds, which is still pretty crazy. I'm not 5 pounds, but like 3-4 pounds basically. Like I'm 231. So that's good. That's not like as bad. The damage is not as bad as I thought it was. But you know, them fucking dirty water dogs, them glizzies got me. But yeah. Also, I hung out with Mike Isubu from the Crash Dummies podcast. For those of you who don't know, they're out here right now, and I'm a big fan of them. I think they're really funny. I see them all the time on my TikTok. It's Pat and Mike, Crash Dummies podcast with Pat and Mike. They're pretty massive on TikTok. They're pretty big on Instagram too. Not sure if you guys know, this is a very white community, so you probably don't know, but I hung out with Mike. He's brolic as fuck. I mean, he's an athlete. They're both real athletes. And we went and we worked out this morning. I got him a breakfast burrito, and we are going to be hanging out this weekend. They're going to be coming later tonight. Sponsored by Diesel, third day in a row. No, I just bought a bunch of Diesel tanks, dude. Chill. Yeah, they're Milwaukee legends. They're fucking hilarious. And yeah, I mean, here, this is the type of shit they do. They get like calls from like the most ridiculous people.
And now people are taking turns going up to the mic and saying good things about her. Now my cousin goes up there and I hear instrumentals start playing and this start freestyling.
No way.
I'm telling you, bro. We could call him right now.
All right, what's his number?
What up, cuzzo?
I was just telling him the story of how you was freestyling that auntie funeral.
Man, I know you ain't telling nobody this shit.
Just show him the freestyle, bro.
I'm sorry, auntie. No, that ain't like that. It's cancer. I really meant to kill you. God should have made you die, but tonight he took my fucking auntie. Dog, Daddy was mad at me. Hey, don't tell nobody else that man. What do you got going on?
I was at
ABC ran a story about influencers at DNC was hoping to see Hassan mentions. Yo, not every one of these articles are gonna mention me. You know that, right? There's hella influencers, chat. Like, I don't think that they're gonna mention me. Okay, you need to understand, especially because I don't fit the mold of like creators for Kamala influencers. Like, I didn't really vibe like that. Oh shit. But anyway, so they're gonna be on the stream tonight, and then I'm gonna do their podcast. I'm gonna do their podcast tonight, and then tomorrow I'm going to have them on the Fear and podcast, and we're gonna ball too. So excited about that. I'm also working currently on trying to secure that LeBron training thing. The LeBron training thing, so we can ball. They're actually hoopers. Like, they are really fucking good. They're D3 college football athletes. They both play football together at a D3 school, but they're also like hoopers. So he was saying he's like better than Cash Nasty. So we'll see what happens. I'm working on a bunch of cool stuff so that we can have some fun. But yeah, I really like these guys, and I think you guys will like them too. But yeah, as far as like getting back to it, as far as news coverage goes, honestly, I haven't gotten a lot of news coverage with the exception of like this one. Oprah or Hassan Piker? DNC tests the values of celebrities versus influencers. And who could forget Pink News? Hassan Piker knows you want to see his armpits. I do breaking gay news every day. August 22nd by Charlie Duncan. Twitch streamer Hassan Piker has admitted that he knows his fans want to see his armpits. That's it. That's the article. The article literally has Piker's been covering the Democratic National Convention where VP Kamala Harris accepted the presidential nomination for the party on Twitch. The left-wing political commentator has nearly 3 million followers on the live streaming service. Political commentating aside, though Piker has a dedicated queer following, sometimes it probably has a lot to do with the fact that one of his favorite pastimes is getting his arms out on his live streams and by extension, his armpits. And he knows that that is what you're tuning for. I'll be honest, I do breaking gay news every day. He told live stream on 21st of August when I flex my pits on the timeline. I don't have to say breaking gay news. I live it. You know what I mean? And then the rest of it is just like other stuff going on. And then there is a fucking anti-Piker tweet that they linked. Who moaned? Anti-Piker mention on Pink News. That's crazy. Anyway, so that was one hit. And then the other one is Oprah or Hassan Piker. DNC tests the value of celebrities versus influencers. So those are the big media hits I've gotten so far, okay? Not much else. Despite the fact that I have, like, you know, a lot of fans in all these, and friends in all these fucking institutions, these places. They're using your name to distract from the fact that their CEO was recording hating trans people. Who? Dude, I'm not fucking that locked in on this shit, okay? You're crazy. No slander so far. Do you know if Sean Fain interview is still on the table later this year? Yes. Do you think the RFK Jr. supporters or Trump supporters are going to see them teaming up as weak since they've both publicly denounced each other? We'll see, but I don't think the RFK supporters are that large of a constituency, so you know, that's not really a thing. You got to cover the media reaction to JD Vance. Oh, dude, it is so bad. I mean, I covered it already, and it like shows Tim Walz in such a good fucking light too. Like, it's crazy. This is chalk it up in the column of the Republicans are throwing this race over and over again. Okay, chalk it up in that column. Write it up. The Republicans are throwing the race once again. Okay. What was I doing? Okay. RFK was a better VP pick, to be honest. I know he wasn't, dude. You're crazy. He definitely was not a better VP pick. I mean, like, he is the only guy who's worse than JD Vance as a VP pick. Like, JD Vance is a bad VP pick because he is uncharismatic, sure, but also, aside from like his lack of charisma, okay, aside from his lack of charisma, JD Vance also is a base pick, right? Like, he was we're going anti-woke. We're going fucking Groyper mode. RFK's like that too. Yeah, like, RFK is weird as fuck, bro. He's like even weirder than JD Vance. He's the one guy. RFK is literally the one guy that's fucking weirder than JD Vance. Like, do you think the broader American market is going to be responsive to a guy who sounds like this, but also will regularly photograph himself with bugs crawling on his skin? Like, get the fuck out of here. Y'all are crazy. I think you're too online, dude. This would have made more sense. Yeah, bro. Chatter's got that Kyle Kuzma brain, okay? Big Kuz. You're coming at this commentary game. You're coming at this commentary game with the energy that Kuz is bringing to the fucking table, okay? Like, this would have made more sense as a running mate than JD Vance, because I get incredible strange vibes from him, Law. I mean, you don't get strange vibes from fucking RFK Jr., dog? Are you insane? My dad is a JD. Wait, what? My dad's a RFK Jr. fan because Tulsi is not in the running. That's so sick. I wonder what it's like to have a crank dad. I actually want to know, because most people have lib dads, most people have Republican dads. It is whatever, right? Like, it is what it is. But I've never even thought about the concept of like having a crank father, like, because cranks are kind of awesome. You know, I love them, except for when they're annoying on the broadcast. Like, when they get like really fucking invested in a thing, and then they just like want to run that narrative over and over again. Then they get annoying. Kaya, place. Come on, baby girl. You know better. Good girl. Good girly. Crank father or Zionist daughter? Oh, crank father. My dad was a crank. He actually voted Dem or Green most of his life. There's a third article on you exposing running the ads at the top of the hour. You didn't expose anything in that situation because I'm only 30 minutes into the broadcast. You already know the rules. I haven't even blasted off yet. Obviously, I'm not going to run a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. I'm going to run a 1-minute ad break, as a matter of fact. But yeah, what am I doing? I didn't even blast off, and I'm already running the news. I'm already fucking talking about the news, about what's going on. Yeah, we'll do all of that. What is a crank compared to a hog? Cranks can be hogs too. Cranks are people who are just like, they have like indecipherable political points of view, like political perspectives that are just like utterly incomprehensible, insane, you know? Oftentimes they do not fit. Oftentimes they do not fit within like the confines of the American political spectrum at all, which many people don't, but these guys are like weirder than the average person. Anyway, this is such a good take on Kuz. Damn, interesting to hear this from someone with a lifelong perspective and family heritage, he says about Charlie Kirk, right? I mean, about RFK Jr. And this person said, Kuz is the kind of dummy army recruiters dream about. That's such a good fucking take, dude. Like, he is absolutely the type of dude who's like there's a lot of guys like this in the NBA. Like, Kyrie Irving is kind of like that too, but at least Kyrie Irving is like woke in ways that matter, so he wouldn't like get duped by army recruiters. But like, Kyle Kuzma is exactly the type of dude who's like dumber than Kyrie Irving, especially, but also still has that same like, methinks this is interesting. I'm seeing some unique perspectives that you never really thought about. Like, the type of dude who just wants to like, the type of dude who wants to come across as like a smart guy, like a heterodox thinker, you know, that type of dude. And those guys get duped so easy. They get duped so fucking easy. It's like, it's awesome. My schizophrenic crank father was just admitted to the mental hospital a week and a half ago. They're still holding him in annex wing in the city hospital until he can be transferred up north to the big mental hospital. Lol. God damn, chatter. I mean, I hope you're all right. Okay, but that seems a little bit different than just like regular old crankery. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's blast off and then let's get into it. Let's get invested. We're going to be talking about, obviously, it's 72 days out from the election. Campaign mania continues. Media starts demanding policies from Kamala camp. Trump is flailing as RFK endorsement comes amidst weirdo allegations. Longest 72 days ever. Yeah. Later, all might try the woke Norwegian game no one played, where you can be triggered as a superpower. Like, I love that, dude. Conceptually speaking, what game no one played where you can be triggered as a superpower? I personally find that conceptually a phenomenal game. Please just finish one fucking game. What happened with the Elden Ring DLC? Okay, shut the fuck up. Like, I will get back to Elden Ring. Do not worry. I literally have dropped From Software games in the past and then actively got back to it. Okay? Calm down. Don't fucking hit copiums. Don't hit copiums in the chat. Anyway, Black Myth Wukong, I have that on the docket as well. Any Wukong sponsor perhaps? No, man, Wukong didn't fucking sponsor me, even though I'm a fucking CCP agent. Like, those motherfuckers did not sponsor me. Anyway, where are we? Where the heck? Do we have a blast off meme? The new Valve game looks chaotic. I do trust Valve though. Like, even with the new Valve, like, I mean, not even like, I trust Valve. So I think it'll be fine. But yeah, I don't know. It's like Dota, League, and Smite. It's a MOBA where you can be triggered as a superpower. Okay. It's a bit confusing when you first start up, especially if you've never played a MOBA. I have played MOBAs, but it's a action MOBA. Like, it's not a top-down MOBA. It's a oh damn, I didn't get that GQ blast off. I got this one first. So I blasted off with this. When you gonna play a strategy game on stream? It's also a third-person shooter. Yeah, it's a shooter MOBA hybrid. We'll see how it looks. I mean, I don't know. It's a lot like Smite. I've never played Smite. I only know Smite is like the game that Misgive memes about, which is crazy. It's a crazy way to know a game. Like, you know, RIP to that game. It's the game that Misgive jokes about playing all the time, and I think he does play it. If you play Wukong, you can't bring up COVID, feminist propaganda, can't talk about China's gaming industry on stream, Lamau. No, you can do that. I think you can do that as long as you don't have it's probably a sponsorship, right? Like, if you get sponsored to play it, you can't do that. How else would they fucking regulate that, dude? That's crazy. Can you imagine? They're just like sitting around on Twitch every fucking day. Sitting around on Twitch every goddamn day, making sure that every single person that's like playing the game is not saying anything about coronavirus, Wuhan flu. Look at the video titles. Yeah, this is why I want to play it. Because Dustborn, the game nobody asked for or wants. Dustborn is the worst game ever made. DEI infested Dustborn, roasted by gamers. This epic political road trip is an epic activist fail. Dustborn, full game walkthrough. Dustborn revealed trailer, official game trailer. Is this DEI the game? Like, I am a firm and committed believer in make good games. I don't care what your fucking personal politics are. Just make good content, okay? In general. Games, whatever it is. Just make it good. If you don't make it good and you make it bad, I don't care, okay? It's dumb as fuck. Now, from what I understand, this game is ridiculous, okay? It's like, this game is literally fucking ridiculous. It isn't gay shit, it's just shit. No, that's why I want to fucking play it. Do you see this gif of you? One easy hack to bypass DNC security? Yeah. You see how casually I passed through that too? Swoop. Yeah, except those weren't working anyway, so it doesn't matter. I hope you don't get kicked out of your room 2/3 of the way through the stream. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen here, okay? Yeah, Moo stream title for Wukong. I saw this. This is the title of the highest viewed Black Myth Wukong stream, Lamau. COVID-19 isolation, Taiwan is a real country, feminism propaganda. Wait, this is hilarious. Trail of Tears, Jim Crow segregation, human rights, Citizens United, safety, high-speed rail, strong mass line, Republic of Hawaii, 13 colonies, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Edward Snowden, Scientology, Black Slave, school shooting, LV Music Festival? Okay. Chinese netizens have unleashed their counterattack, and they're not wrong. I like that this is what unites us. You know what I mean? Every country's got their own shit. I like that these are the Chinese memes about America. Like, they ain't wrong. The only difference is obviously like there is no restriction on this sort of thing in America. You could just kind of say it. Moon Moon's chat always spams in Chinese. Did you see the waiting screen he put up? What? Biggest Black Myth Wukong Twitch stream now? BRB? Okay, guys, stop fucking spamming. Enough. 10, a masterpiece. That's his mods that do that. It's peak cinema. I'm excited to play it. I heard it's like really sick. He's doing a chat controlled social credit score. Okay, to be fair, I'll just say it like this. I would respect it. I would respect China if I played it. So they should have sponsored me. I would have been great. I would have been great at never disrespecting China. Did you see this Asmongold take? When mom find the poop sock? No, your mods can never be that funny. Yeah, well, I also don't give mods that level of control over my stream that Moon Moon has. How does it feel to be the second most pro-Chinese streamer on the planet next to Comrade Moon Moon? What do you mean? He's trolling China, bro. He's disrespecting China by bringing up Taiwan. Taiwanese netizens were joking about how they want to reunify with mainland China to boost the reunification poll because of the game. Dude, this game is fucking awesome. Or at least like it seems like it's awesome that like it's so sick in China that they literally have like taken a national holiday basically. Okay, China mentioned once Hoscord. Yeah, and after he did pro-China stuff the last few days, could never be that funny. Stop doing slop tier Redditor memes. Very epic. Okay, I'm glad that he came around. Isn't Taiwan also banned the game? Wait, what? No. I think a lot of people don't understand the experience, like, or at least your experience about like Taiwanese people online comes from like Reddit for the most part. Okay. The thing is, like, Taiwanese people, at least in my experience, this is like somewhat anecdotally, are still like, they still got that Han dog in them. You know what I mean? Where they obviously don't like CCP. They don't like the Chinese government, but they still look at like Chinese prosperity as like, you know, a relatively good thing. Like they're not going to fucking shit on Wukong as a game. You know what I mean? Like overall, I'm talking about the people. If they might make decisions to just like not play it in Taiwan or some shit, but or they might be like, there might be some like nationalists that refuse the game on the platforms or whatever. But overall, like the way I see it, they still see Chinese prosperity as like their prosperity as well. It's also their mythology. It's not like it's a different country, like in terms of their own mythology. It's like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you be excited if you're like your multiple 1,000-year-old fucking mythology at this point is like being prominently displayed in the Western world? That is absolutely a like that's your culture, that's your mythology, and now Westerners are playing it and shit. Like that's awesome. Like I get it. I can't wait for the Goku mod. Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is what Dragon Ball was based on too. Yeah, I know. Wukong devs refuse to acknowledge their anti-women history law. Yeah, I don't give a shit. If they make a good game, they make a good game. You know what I mean? Isn't Wukong also woke though? Like all this like anti-feminism shit is like relatively new. You know what I mean? It's like, that's like Western brain rot seeping through, seeping into like other fucking countries. Like Wukong originally is like woke. So I don't know what the fuck we're talking about in terms of like the devs are fucking not woke. It's like, who gives a shit, dude? I thought it was anti-woke, the devs. I mean, I know, but I'm just saying it's like, who gives a fuck? Also, it's doing numbers. What is this? I found great restaurants in Chicago by noticing where cops go. 90% of their job is doing jack shit, and they constantly are eating out in their big dumb cars. You can follow them like they're truffle pigs in the forest of the Piedmont, leading you to gold. No, they, I've seen this. I think with Chicago, because of the DNC, there was like a shit ton more. Because there was a shit ton more cops in Chicago. Like I saw this a lot. I saw this in Chicago a lot. There was cops constantly fucking eating at every restaurant we went to. Fun fact, Wukong in the original book is literally a feminist. He's pro-abortion, pro-women's choice. And one of the few people he legitimately respects as a higher up is a woman, Guang Yin. There are multiple cases in the book where he's shown advocating for women. Even in novels as old as Journey to the West, Dumbasses. Yeah, there's like MPreg. Like in the OG work, there's MPreg, dude. There's MPreg. Fred says, I think the feminism thing is a stretch, but it's very funny that they're absolutely right that Wukong is explicitly pro-abortion. They visit Kingdom of Women, which doesn't need men because they can just drink from the pregnancy river. His homies accidentally do so, become MPreg, then they have to drink from the abortion river to fix that situation. Like, these guys are like, yeah, it's not woke. We love it. Yeah, I went to the river that gives you an abortion. Oh, I saw this one. I saw this TikTok this morning. It's fucking fire. It's so stupid, but it's
Castro's in for the surprise of his life when he tries signing something with my poison pen. Well, what have Palestinians done for the Black Lives Matter movement?
I think the saddest part about this shit is that people do this to themselves. Like they just, like, I don't even think the CIA has to do much in terms of like sowing division and discord amongst like progressive movements nowadays. I think people just do it for free for like a little bit of the crumb of that clout. Watch the F Signifier video. He talks about this. Yeah, I know. I have it. Prem told me about this as well. Also, shout out to the nice lady who walked up to me last night at the DNC and said, my daughter's a big fan of yours. Me, oh ha, thank you. You're Hassan the Hun, right? You're like a more handsome, less hairy version. That's crazy. My friend's dad can get you in contact with Pelosi. He loves you now. Okay, it's fine. We're good. I'm good on that, I think. Another Israel TikTok like that. Oh yeah, I saw this. This is when I saw this morning as well.
Oh shit. We're all gonna die. Oh my god. What the hell?
Yeah, bro, the world could be ending. The world could be ending and America would be like, yo, hold on. Let's do a couple more weapons transfers, dude. We got to do a couple more hey, the world is ending anyway, okay? Another $20 trillion to Israel. We got to do it. We got to get it out the way. We got to get it out the way. This is something we have to do, okay? New Taliban patch dropped on Wednesday. Yeah, I heard. The Taliban are doing the Taliban are the strongest anti-woke warriors out there, okay? When will the MAGA patriots finally recognize that they have allies in Afghanistan? Like, they're literally living the dream that the American Christian fascists want to experience, okay? They're out there being like, hey, man, you know, if you're a woman, you can't laugh in public, okay? That's like, they're putting, you know what? Americans are doing the theory. The American right wingers are doing the theory. The Taliban doing the praxis, okay? Just saying. Like, anyway, protests correctly interrupt Nancy Pelosi on Colbert's live show. Colbert points out that the U.S. is arming Israel, but fails to use the word
learn
genocide.
More about trust and peace and learning about each other rather than to have conflict resolved by war.
Well, as you can see from the continuing protest out here, that answer is unsatisfying to some people because they believe that the United States. Hold on 1 second. Would you like to respond to what they're saying?
Yeah, well, what I was saying is.
Will you listen to her response if she?
With their screaming, I can't hear them. But to those who have
they've
that
said
question,
that the United States should not have any role in supplying Israel arms to kill the people of Gaza. Now, that's what they're saying.
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Agreed. And the hostages should be returned.
And the hostages should be returned. But the other part of it is that has been so major for all of us for many years is that there must be a two-state solution. You cannot have peace unless you have a two-state solution. Israel, a secure Jewish democratic state in the
Yeah, no, it has to be. It has to be a secure Jewish democratic state. You know, it has to. Ay, ay, ay. The way that Colbert handled this was the most professional I've ever seen anyone take on the protesters. Yeah, I mean, they weren't going to shut the fuck up. You know, may we partake in some splendid Chinese brain rot. The Great Firewall is to keep the brain rot in
the region, and the Palestinians having their own secure country there as well. Unless you have a two-state solution, we'll not have a resolution of this. And that is a time of opposition.
Please don't interrupt my guests.
Yeah.
So, Madam Secretary, Madam Speaker.
Another violation of CFO violation for hogs. What? Oh, that was a campaign violation. Chatters were saying that, like, Livingston County Sheriff's Office accused of breaking campaign finance law by hosting Trump visit. Oh, no, that wasn't. This was. The Michigan Bureau of Elections is now investigating allegations of the Livingston County Sheriff's Office violated the state's Campaign Finance Act by hosting former President Donald Trump this week. On Tuesday, Livingston County Sheriff Michael Murphy and his department hosted a Trump press conference, but thousands of residents online took issue, saying they found it largely inappropriate. Now we're learning it may also be against Michigan law. 7 News Detroit reached out to research professor emeritus at the Center for Political Studies at Michael Tragot, to ask if he has ever heard of a sheriff's department doing something like this in the past. Well, it's not very common because of the fact that it is illegal. He's referring to the Michigan Campaign Finance Act, which says public body or person acting for a public body shall not use or authorize the use of funds, personnel, office space, computer hardware or software, property, stationery, postage, vehicles, equipment, supplies, or other public resources to support political candidates. Yeah. Dems are just Republicans now. What has been some of the most frustrating shit is that these liberal audiences will clap for whatever the fuck a Dem will say, regardless of it being a direct contradiction. You can't have a ceasefire and continue to arm them. They'll clap for Palestine independence, but also continue to support us, spending billions on weapons. Yeah. Read more, Lamau. 7 News Detroit reached out to the sheriff. I don't believe I violated the Campaign Finance Act. I welcome the investigation. Tragot says Sheriff Murphy has been found guilty of breaking the campaign finance laws before in 2018. This guy is just a violator, dude. He's like, he did not learn his lesson last time, possibly because he was fined $100. And it's like, if that's the fine you get, like, you know, who cares? You eat that shit. It's nothing, which is essentially just a slap on the wrist, and obviously didn't dissuade him from doing this again. Tragot said he believes these events are being called remarks in press conferences to avoid being labeled political events. Yeah. By the way, I love Mehdi Hassan coming after Richie Torres like crazy, okay? Richie Torres is a FARA violator, okay? Just remember that. Dear DNC, Representative Jeffries, Whip Clark, Kamala Harris, Democrats, how can you sound the alarm on the Trump threat while having Richie Torres in your party? Why haven't you asked him to apologize for being hosted by far-right Trump fans? Do Muslim voters not count to you? New. Bronx Representative Richie Torres was hosted. This was in May. Last night at the home of controversial far-right Trump supporter and PR exec Ron Tarosian, who's also known for an alleged association with Pamela Geller, who's an anti-Muslim activist, herself known for multiple controversies, including pushing Obama birtherism. Richie Torres is such a fucking freak, dude. He is such a freak bitch. Yeah. I saw Richie Torres also advocating for a specific type of Palestinian to speak at the DNC. The uncommitted movement would never demand a DNC speaking spot for Palestinians like Bassem Eid or Musab Hassan Youssef, pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian voices who seek coexistence between Israelis and Palestinians, who resist the oppression of Palestinians by Hamas, who condemn the October 7th terror attacks as a cause of the war, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Yeah, the guy he wants is, I don't hate Muslims. I just think they are, what? Athletic? No, what is this? Or pathetic. And those who agree with them are below them. As long as Muslims believe that Allah hates non-Muslims, the Islamic violence and aggression will continue. I can't, there was a thing in front of it. I don't know why my brain patched that as athletic. I thought that was a question mark. I put a question mark there. Pathetic is what he said. Yeah, he is the son of Hamas, I think, right? This is the son of Hamas. He said he would choose one camel over every Muslim. Yeah, he's a fucking freak. Adam McKay on Dem Party now regarding Palestine versus GOP in the 2000s regarding torture. Yeah, Adam McKay, goated filmmaker, producer, you guys know. I remember in the 2000s when exchanges with the Republican family and friends went from the rich need tax breaks to will you relax about the U.S. torture program? It's fraternity hazing. It was a jump from a hard disagree to abominable. I truly couldn't believe it at the time. Now Dems have made that same jump. It's gone from the DNC has to take dark money to beat Republicans to, will you get over the mass slaughter of women and children, naked corruption, extreme right-wing border policies? From a hard disagree to what the hell have you become? I know both American political parties have always been opportunistic and fairly craven. The shock for me is in seeing hard, this is what separates humans from animals. Red lines like torture, genocide, corruption just melt away. It's astounding how easily it happened 20 years ago and maybe even more so today. State Department may well be trying to abrogate the Fourth Geneva Convention, turning Gaza and the West Bank into free fire zones. Equally as disturbing is how angered party loyalists have become at the suggestion of making demands from candidates or applying pressure. Yes, that's supposedly the entire point of democracy, but in 2024, applying pressure on candidates immediately becomes you want Trump to win. So that's what's really frustrating about this conversation. I think Jamel Bowie had a really interesting video on why the party tends to moderate in the general. And I've had Jamel Bowie on the show before, as you guys know. I will be taking a look at his commentary on the matter. Like, there are certain things that he says that I obviously agree with, but I also think that, like, this is an opportunity for the Democratic Party, considering how unpopular the Republican Party is. And the Democrats are running scared again, which is very frustrating to see because it genuinely changes the dynamic of like the duopoly that we have. It generally changes like the way people perceive certain things. And there are a lot of untested narratives out there. So I will be talking about like the Democratic Party pivot that you see regularly when the general election comes around, and why I think that's like personally a bad idea. Jamel blocked me back in the day for saying that Trump was not going to leave the White House peacefully. He unblocked me after January 6th. Respect. At least he unblocked you when he was like, all right, you're right. That's cope. What do you mean? This is the video. He was replying to me. What is the logic of shifting to the center of conservative, abandoning the risk of abandoning your own base? Why do that and not appeal to your base and the largest group of voters, non-voters? So he runs the classic, like, this is the Democratic Party's like scared calculation. And obviously he agrees with that calculation, and he does have data to back it up.
This is an interesting question.
So I will be talking about this. Actually, you know what? Let's get started on that, and then we'll make fun of Republicans in a second. Okay.
Question. What is the logic of shifting to the center or conservative positioning at the risk of abandoning your own base?
It's an 8-minute TikTok, but it doesn't matter. It's an 8-minute TikTok, but overall, it is a good question, and he actually has some solid data to back it up. It's older data, but it is the reason. You need to understand why the Democrats do this, and this is perhaps one of the best ways of describing why the Democrats do this in general. But I will offer you why I think there are some disagreements that I have here.
Why do that and not appeal for your base and the largest group of voters, non-voters? It's interesting because it's sort of like based on a set of misconceptions, very common misconceptions, but they're misconceptions that act as basically shibboleths in online progressive spaces. So here's what the misconceptions are. The first is the notion that progressives constitute the base of the Democratic Party. That is mistaken. The second misconception,
Jamel's a super lib version of you. Yeah, he is. He is super libbed up.
Is that there is such a phenomena as candidates appealing to voters who are in the center and then losing their base as a resort. The second conception sort of like rests on the first. And the third is this idea that non-voters are A, easy to mobilize, and B, once mobilized, will reliably vote for progressives. And none of these things are true, as much as they're very commonly believed. So I've talked about this chart before. It's from the Pew Research Center. It's based on surveys done in 2020 and 2021, but I think...
So progressive left comprises like lean Dem. Progressive left comprises in this survey 12% of the base, okay? And then the largest is the Democratic mainstays. Most identify as moderate, hold many core Democratic positions about government, race, social safety net, less liberal than the other Democratic-oriented groups on immigration, military, crime. Largest single group in the Democratic coalition, older, relatively low share of college-educated, okay? These are the people, okay? Actually, can someone send me the Pew Center link for this? Because I want to go through it piece by piece. Now, the thing I want to explain here is that it's not necessarily this kind of stuff is not necessarily the best way to understand the dynamic, because you always have focus groups, or not even focus groups are silly as fuck, but you always actually poll individual issues, right? You're supposed to poll individual issues. One way to look at it is progressive economic ballot measures and progressive ballot measures in general. The other way to look at it is like single issue polls. Like Bernie Sanders went to Data for Progress recently and conducted this massive fucking this massive research on like favorability ratings for certain progressive policies, right? And they are broadly popular. That does not mean that like the Democratic mainstays are going to say no to those policies, because they're saying yes to those policies when they are captured in these other polls. Okay, so it's also important to recognize, now you have the 12% that lean Dem, that are the progressive left. They're very liberal across the board, only group in which the majority say they are leaders who like leaders who identify as democratic socialists. Many back Sanders and Warren in Democratic primaries, overwhelmingly voted for Biden in the general. They are the most politically active Democratic oriented group. The 12% of the Democratic Party's base, however, is also this community is that 12%, by the way. Like, this is literally, they're talking about us. Okay? They're talking about us. And then there's also like the sideliners, or rather the non-voters, the people that don't vote at all, but still absolutely engage in a shit ton, a shit ton of political activism. The point is, though, these guys make up a genuinely large chunk of the door knocking force that the Democratic Party has. Okay? That is an incredibly important constituency to the Democratic Party. And the fact that they don't actually recognize it as such is silly. They do recognize it. These are the people who protest. These are the people who pressure the Democratic Party, but they are, once captivated, once captured, once motivated, are the people who literally, and the poll shows that they already almost always end up voting for the Democratic Party regardless, right? But they're the door knockers, okay? That is huge. It's very important to understand, okay? But that doesn't even personally matter. Why doesn't this matter? Because the policies beyond that are fucking broadly popular, even amongst goddamn Republicans. That's why you look at a fucked up state like Florida, where people are voting for like the decriminalization. Bro, you seem delusional regarding RFK. How is RFK endorsing Trump a bad thing, in your opinion? Wait, what? Okay, your name is Coin Investor, so I suspect that you're like a Bitcoin guy and you might be a little bit of a crank. So I'll get back to you in a second, okay? I do want to talk about the RFK stuff because I think it's pretty funny. I love RFK, but, we'll get back to you in a second, okay? We're talking about something entirely different. But yeah, let's get back to the TikTok video now.
I think it's still good data, and it basically is breaking down the Democratic Party's electorate, and it's breaking it down by ideology and behavior. And the first thing I'm going to note is that the progressive left constitutes 12% of Democrats and lean Democrats. Now, they are the most politically active Democrats, but they are a distinct minority of the Democratic coalition.
They're not, because there is also another faction here, okay? Another faction here that is really important, that is surprisingly not under that same banner. When they get together, if the Democratic Party actually leans on its base, when they get together, they actually end up being larger than the Democratic mainstays, or at the very least the same number. The progressive left and the outsider left, very liberal on issues, particularly climate and race, vote Democratic despite dissatisfaction with both parties. Most say other nations better than the U.S. By far the youngest typology group, among the least politically active. Okay? And by least politically active, I think they mean like not non-voters, likelihood of not being voters. Okay? That together is 28%, which is the plurality alongside the Democratic mainstays. So that's really important to also acknowledge. So I don't think he's right about that when Jamel says, oh, they're just 12% of the Democratic Party. They're not necessarily like a significant block, a significant force within the Democratic Party, because that's my audience. My audience is the outsider left and the progressive left. I mean, obviously there's like Democratic mainstays and everyone else in here as well, but like overall, this community is the 28% base in the Democratic Party, which is massive. That is actually alongside the fucking Democratic mainstays, the other 28%. So if you hyper focus on the Democratic fucking mainstays, you should be talking about the 28% outsider left and the progressive left in general.
The largest group within the Democratic coalition, the largest two groups, are establishment liberals and Democratic mainstays. Democratic mainstays of the two are the largest single group. They most identify as moderate. They are less liberal. This is key. They are less liberal than other.
Yeah, this part is also correct, though. Democratic mainstays mostly identify as moderate, hold many core Democratic positions about government, race, social safety nets, less liberal than other Democratic-oriented groups on immigration, military crime, largest single group in the Democratic coalition, older, relatively low share college educated, one of the most racially and ethnically diverse topology groups. The establishment liberals, the Ukraine flag and the bio guys, are solidly liberal, strong supporters of the Democratic Party and its leaders, upbeat about politics and nation, and favor compromise. They're highly politically engaged, one of the most educated topology groups, racially and ethnically diverse, similar age profile to the population as a whole. Okay? But none of this actually factors in individual, like the individual favorability. None of this factors in the individual favorability of key policies that literally everyone thinks is good. Okay? That's important to recognize. You have to remember this. It's very important to recognize. Let's continue.
Democratic-oriented groups on immigration, military, and crime. They are older. They generally are less likely to have attended college, etc., etc. When you combine establishment liberals and Democratic mainstays, you have half.
What is this? I don't understand how you could be against the war in Gaza and feel bad for the Palestinian people and support the Democrats at the same time, which is currently a Zionist lobby. Hassan, you're a smart guy. Genuinely hear your thoughts about that. Wait, what? Dude, what do you mean? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Are you pro RFK or are you anti RFK? Are you pro Kamala Harris? Are you or pro Trump? Like, you're giving me confusing signals. Just wait for like fucking 5 minutes. Let me finish this goddamn video.
Of the Democratic coalition. So a Democratic candidate who's trying to appeal to their base, given what we know about the actual composition of the Democratic electorate, is probably actually going to take a more conservative than progressive-like line on immigration and crime. They're going to...
Wrong. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this at all. Okay. And here's why. I'm going to show you one study. Okay. One study. That's it. This is very important. Very, very, very important. Okay. I covered this yesterday. Medlock posted this yesterday on Twitter. It is something that I have been screaming from the mountaintops about for quite some time. Okay. The question he posed was, it's crazy how 2020 public was more pro-immigration than ever before. Okay. And in 2024, the public is more anti-immigrant than any time in the last 2 decades. This is for one reason and one reason only. That is, throughout the Trump administration, there was consistent counter messaging from the Dems against this insane anti-immigrant lies. When Biden came into office, they never counter messaged against the same reactionary lies the Republicans kept repeating. This is the direct result of that. Okay? People will lie to you because they have been deluded. They will say over and over again, no, it's because it became a massive problem. It became a massive problem under the Biden administration because immigrants were like running rampant around the country. They are not. Nothing has fundamentally changed about the way that immigrants have like actually, the immigrants have actually survived in this country. Nothing is different. Okay? Nothing. None of those metrics that the Republicans keep hammering on are the responsibility of the fucking migrants that came into this country. They're not. Okay? It's not. It's just pure abject fucking lies. All of the replies to this post was literally like, well, it's maybe because it's fucking, migrants are doing the thing. Okay, but aren't you kind of doing the Will Stancil thing except for immigration, not economy? Like, there's no real issue. People are just propagandizing into thinking there is. Vibegration, if you will. No, as a centrist in the vibes idea, media drives views versus material realities drive views. I believe that sometimes it's more of a more of one and sometimes more of the other. In this case, the latter seems to be the likely big contributor. That's exactly what this is. It is absolutely vibe-based, okay? And the only reason why it's vibe-based and has nothing to do with material reality is that when it comes to these sorts of issues like crime, and when it comes to these sorts of issues like immigration, personal anecdotes are really, really powerful in creating a fucking narrative, okay? It's just what it is. And there is absolutely no one on the Democratic Party front that is actually advocating against this sort of thing. That's the difference, because the media overall is trying to cut narratives that say like, well, the inflation has gone down. Like, what the fuck do you poors want to talk about? Like, why are you still acting like you're suffering with your grocery bills? But you can't really change that reality when you're having a hard time paying for it, okay? Like, that's something that they're experiencing. Do you think that people are, when you look at the material reality, do you think people are getting fucking raped every day by migrants? Do you think people are getting robbed every day by migrants? No, it hasn't happened. That's not a real thing. I think you're missing an aspect of large-scale human trafficking of migrants on the border in northern blue cities. When this happened, a lot of northern liberals turned against migration. You think I'm missing that? I've been screaming from the rooftops about how insane it is that the Republican governors were able to do this, like, and how insane it is that the Democratic federal government didn't actually immediately pump additional funds to fix the processing in states like Illinois and New York. This is something that I have been yelling about for quite some time. Yeah, that's what's changed between 2020 and now. It's insane. It's not insane, because even with all, you're describing the exact same principle that I have in terms of crime and the way people perceive crime versus actual crime rates. People see migrants in large numbers standing in fucking lines and immediately go, migrant crime, something is off. Crime has not gone up in those places in spite of the fucking massive numbers of immigrants that were shipped to these places. So what does that mean? What does that tell you? That tells you that people with crime, they saw homeless people and they saw crime everywhere. I'm seeing homeless people everywhere. That means crime is everywhere. They see migrants and they think, oh my God, we're being invaded. It has nothing to do with the material reality and everything to do with how people perceive reality. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's literally it. People have a reactionary predisposition, especially in a country like the United States of America, especially when one party is not actively counter-messaging against the fucking other party, routinely doing white supremacist agitated propaganda. That's it. Okay? Blue city mayors like Adams played into this too. Yeah, he's a fucking freak ass loser who is right-wing as shit. What do you mean? Can you really convince people with data instead of vibes? Guys, data is reality. Vibes are not reality. If you're asking me like, well, you know, we have a much more holistic problem in terms of like people refusing to reckon with data and hyper focus on the vibes instead, then that is a much more consequential, much larger issue, okay, than one we can tackle right now. This is children left behind, or rather not left behind, that should have been left behind, okay? This is damn near multiple decades of like underfunding our public education system. You know what I mean? Like, I can't fucking tackle that part of the equation. Like, now we're talking about now we're having a meta conversation about like how fucking stupid Americans are. Okay. That's like what we're talking about now, which is like much larger problem. You know what I mean? Like, I can't tackle that when I'm trying to have a conversation about the fucking truth. Okay. This is where progressives are now in the minority on is the crime issue. We can't fight against perception. Yes, we can. I have for years. And ultimately, people have to reason with the fucking reality, with the data. How do they reason with it? When NPR starts writing about why are people so panicked about crime when it seems like crime is actually down across the board? When Vox starts writing articles like that, when the New York Times starts writing articles like that, then people come back to realize maybe this wasn't the truth. Maybe we've been duped. Maybe there is no top of the hour ad break, except there is one. Okay? You might perceive it as though it doesn't exist because obviously you're subscribed for $6 or for free. So you're like, oh, there is no top of the hour ad break. There is one. There is one. You know, you might not see it though. If you want to be a part of the people that don't see the top of the hour ad break, then like I said, all you need to do is subscribe. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. All you have to do is write a fucking article and try to pitch it to local fucking news a different way to avoid these sentiments. Yeah, they're not going to listen to you. Come on. Anyway, MP Sharky, thank you for the 5 gifted, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You're 100% right about this. If you couldn't message then, the retail theft panic would still be going. I mean, it wasn't just me though. Ultimately, people there. It goes back to the same dynamic that I talked about with respect to mainstream media and like their other interests. Their interest, the interest in the mainstream media is like to obviously maintain a level of credibility. When push comes to shove, they have to reckon with the reality, okay? And they have to start writing about the truth. We are now at that stage with mainstream media. They did the crime panic narratives. They leaned into that pretty heavy for quite some time. And now they've gotten around, they've come back around to like write about the actual truth, okay? We're there now. So they're playing catch up. And they're also doing that for immigrant crime too, because they probably recognize that this is something that Trump has been propagandizing on that is an abject falsehood. Genuinely, dude, you should see if you can leverage your status by reaching out to newspaper like LA Times. I bet they take you up on it. No, dude. And also, no. That's it. I'm just going to say no to that. I think you guys are crazy. I have like what I'm talking about here that needs to change is not something that can be changed with like one article. Okay. Writing one article in the LA Times or New York Times or whatever is nowhere near close to the amount of impact that I have on my fucking stream every day. What we're talking about is like other journalists, like a shit ton of journalists and Sinclair Broadcasting not constantly pumping propaganda. This is a much larger fucking much larger project than just like one guy writing a good article. There's people that write good articles every now and then on in all of these outlets. That doesn't change the narrative that much. Ran into a hater today and insisted you claim to be a boots on the ground journalist and said that he watched you for years. I don't get how people can be this delusional and proud of it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand how people like break their brains so hard like that. I've literally never claimed to be a boots on the ground journalist. I don't know how I don't understand how someone can just like fucking watch me for years and then get duped by like a YouTube video so fucking hard like that. It's kind of like the police brutality propaganda, same difference. Personal anecdotes are very popular. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this border crisis narrative is incredibly annoying from the media, by the way. They are absolutely, yeah, this is March 15, 2021, feeding into this. And they're going to cause the Democrats to behave in a totally, even in a more reactionary way than they were already going to behave. It is so incredibly manufactured. There's always been a crisis at the border. When there are humanitarian problems occurring at the border as a consequence of the conditions there, 120 degrees they have to traverse in the desert, all that sort of stuff. And then also the American government adding on to the cruelty with the way that they choose to deal with people that are crossing the border, that are seeking asylum. There is an extra crisis on the border. There's always a crisis on the border. It's never stopped. The problem is the way media covers it. You can either cover it like you do under the Trump administration, which is somewhat honestly, from a moral grandstand point of view, like an actual honest point of view, by saying this is really messed up, this is really horrible, the way that we are treating these people is absolutely ridiculous. Or you can treat it in a way where you look at the border and you say, there's a gigantic crisis happening in the border currently, and it's really bad because so many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. What are we going to do? Depending on who is in charge, we either deal with it from... Man, that's crazy. That's crazy how fucking future... I have the foresight. I have the fucking vision. It's crazy. Everything I said back then happened. Okay? Everything I said back then happened. There was another really funny thing that I saw on Reddit. I'm going to see if I can find it. On my Reddit, someone posted something that I saw that was insane. Let me see if I can find it real quick. On the Hassan_Piker Reddit. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? It blew my mind. Where? Fuck. I'm trying to find it. Was Chipmunk Voice. That's not the one. It was about me predicting Kamala winning. Or it was about me predicting Kamala Harris becoming the president. But I'm trying to, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Help Neolib Mamos Lib. My subreddit has been popping off apparently. I haven't even noticed it. I rarely even go on there, but I did see one and now I can't find it. No, not the one where I'm talking about Biden dying. There was another one. There was another Lisan Al Gaib moment, but I can't find it now. Let me see. No, not the conservatives are weird one. No, everybody likes the guy who was like fucking foaming out of the mouth, screaming about children's genitals at the Lego store. Everybody thinks that that should definitely be the fucking national campaign strategy. Oh my God. Bro, they go off of this, Hillary Clinton could fucking become president. I don't want. Oh yeah, it is this one. Yeah, it is this one. I was talking about how fucking conservatives are weirdos. Foaming out of the mouth, screaming about children's genitals at the Lego store. Everybody thinks that that should definitely be the fucking national campaign strategy. Oh my God. Bro, they go off of this, Hillary Clinton could fucking become president. I don't want to write that into the fucking, I don't want to put that in writing. I don't want the DNC to hear me say this, okay? You're gonna make Kamala Harris president. That's what you're gonna do. Can't believe I said that out loud. Oh my God. Oh no, now it's gonna fucking happen. Dude. That's crazy. Dude, come on, dude. This is why all of my fucking haters, okay, are either outed as pedophiles or pedo adjacent or constantly find themselves wrong, okay? They constantly find themselves so completely and utterly wrong because I'm doing analysis. They are just repeating what they read on the New York Times, if they do read, or Wikipedia pages, or fucking, they don't have their own fucking points of view. They don't have the same experience that I have. Okay? Like, this is from this past year, April 19th, 2023, talking about how weirdo conservatives running on their own fucking fumes and thinking that this is going to be a smart way to campaign around that is going to cause them to fucking lose to a person like Kamala Harris. Your ego is very small as well. Bro, come on. I get shitted on. I get dookied on a fucking regular basis. Let me have this, dude. Like, let me fucking have this. There is so much Hassan is bad shit out there in the commentary space, especially from like Divorcelli, Pettarelli, okay? And all their fucking astroturfed movement from their orbiters and shit, okay? Yeah, sometimes I'm gonna fucking stand on business. Sometimes I'm going to actually show you, like, look, it's so strange how things I have said are happening, especially in a moment like this when they are literally happening, okay? Like, I don't think this is ego. This is me just, like, once again, proving to you that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm going to run it again. Republicans running on this fucking weirdo-ass narrative is going to cause Kamala Harris to win, is what I'm saying. It would cause Hillary Clinton to win. Here, let's run it again.
Your own children.
Sir, you're
spend your money in a place that doesn't do that to kids.
Sir, you're about to get trespassed.
Thank you.
Oh, dude, I wanted them to fucking beat his ass. That would have been awesome. Yeah, no, everybody likes the guy who was like fucking foaming out of the mouth, screaming about children's genitals at the Lego store. Everybody thinks that that should definitely be the fucking national campaign strategy. Oh my God. Bro, they go off of this, Hillary Clinton could fucking become president. I don't want to write that into the fucking, I don't want to put that in writing. I don't want the DNC to hear me say this, okay? You're gonna make Kamala Harris president. That's what you're gonna do. Can't believe I said that out loud. Oh my God. Oh no, now it's gonna fucking happen. I made a dick out of the Legos at the Lego store, and then they kicked me out. Now I wanted to make this. Yeah. Turns out the DNC was watching. Anyway, I should fucking clip this and put this on TikTok. Austin Ox, put that shit on TikTok, man.
I know God.
Put the date right up there too. I need to do like a Hassan fucking predictions and what has happened by going back to like some of my older shit. Like even this one on immigration, this one on fucking Republicans running on like weirdo narratives. Remember all the pedos who were chirping after you said focusing on trans people constantly is weird to that son of the football player claiming you had to destroy them with facts and logic? Yeah. I mean, that again is now like a prominent fixture in the Democratic messaging, which is to constantly fucking be like, why do you care about this? That's crazy. You're behaving in a weird way. I was right about fucking retail theft as well. It was complete fucking bullshit. A Hasanabi versus Hasanabi TikTok where current you is vindicating old you. Yeah. You need your editors like a little bit to do a comp of you being right. Yeah. On crime panic narratives, I've done so many fucking videos on that shit. Completely correct. On greedflation, I've done videos on that. Completely fucking vindicated. On immigrant narratives and how people will become more right-wing if there is no Democratic Party counter messaging on this shit. If the media keeps pumping this like immigrants are destroying society shit. Completely right on that too. Anyway, how do we get here? The reason why I was talking about this is because I was originally watching the Jamel Bowie 8-minute TikTok. Okay? Whomever says it's ego doesn't like that you're spoiling the situational dramedy we're living in. Yeah, I know my mic is quiet compared to the PC volume. I know. Okay? Don't forget about the Bitcoin, bro. I mean, that was another one. That was another one that I mean, that was the easiest lock when I said NFTs are the biggest fucking phony bullshit of all time and that you will be duped and you will lose money. Many people yelled at me about that. They were very upset about that. Here, I'll increase my audio a little bit more, okay? For you. Hopefully this will be a little bit better for you. All right, this should be, I increase my audio a little bit more. Hopefully that'll work. I mean, you're not even a prophet or anything. Simply applying historical materials in the present conditions leads to great leftist analysis. Message to libs. Exactly. All right. But the reason why I was talking about that is because a lot of this stuff, in terms of like how fucking reactionary Democrats have become on immigration, is a direct consequence of not actually constantly fucking telling the truth to your base. Okay? If you don't do that, if you don't consistently tell the truth to your base, then obviously the only narrative that is like the only narrative that's top of mind, okay, is going to be right-wing narratives, and they're going to be duped by it. Another perspective about you at the DNC that you might find interesting.
Out of the convention.
Yeah. Oh, I saw this one earlier today. Hold on. Well, wait, so it's not. I like that TikTok. I saw that this morning. Hold on. Let's just finish this, and we'll do that.
Talk a lot about compromise. They're probably gonna. They'll probably hit kind of standard issue Democratic views on the social insurance state, on education, on healthcare. They're gonna actually sound a lot like Joe Biden, for example. They're gonna sound a lot like Barack Obama in the 2012 campaign. The other thing is that base vote.
The reason why he says Barack Obama in the 2012 campaign is because he doesn't want to say Barack Obama in the 2008 campaign, which was one of the most popular, one of the most historically popular candidacies and runs of all time for the Democratic Party. And it directly counters his narrative right here. And that's why he's not talking about that, because Barack Obama in 2008 ran a progressive campaign and literally, like, Barack Obama historically won the fucking Cuban vote in Florida. Okay. This has never been a thing that a Democrat has been able to achieve. Why? One must ask the question, why? This is one of the most reactionary voter bases. Okay. The Cubans in the chat will fucking tell you. Okay. They know their parents. They know their uncles. They know their aunties. Okay. They know how their family members operate. Okay. They are omega conservative. It is an incredibly conservative voter bloc. How the fuck did Barack Obama win the Cuban vote in Florida? How? Because he won younger Cubans with his message of progress. Okay? How did he win Indiana? He activated a base of support that truly believed he would be the hope and change candidate with progressive campaigning.
Voters, almost by definition, are voters who always turn out for an election. They are stalwart voters. They're almost always going to cast a ballot. And so in terms...
Why the fuck is Gusano blocked in this chat? Because people always chirp at me about it.
In terms of those voters like least likely to sit out an election, you're talking about the base, almost by definition. There is a danger, right? There is a cohort of Democratic voters who are not all that reliable, but do hold progressive views, and they're they're significant enough that they could influence the results of an election depending on the election. But they're not really part of the base. They're kind of like base adjacent. Not only are they base adjacent, but in a presidential election where, again, this is what we're talking about, the pivotal voters do occupy something close to the moderate or even right of center of the median voter.
This is, in my opinion, this is post hoc rationalizations specifically that justifies the Democratic Party's moderate swing that they engage in every fucking general election. Okay? It is untested because since 2008, we have rarely ever had a Democrat come out and swing for the fucking fences with progressive messaging on the general. Because the Democrats always end up going to the moderate base, okay? They always moderate their positions when the general election comes around, with the exception of 2008. I would also say that Joe Biden, when he mentioned Joe Biden, he was like, oh, this is what it looks like, whatever. On certain issues, Joe Biden actually also went to the right on, like, funding the police, for example, but he did not go to the right on key issues like immigration. So how do you explain that? Joe Biden was literally more woke and more progressive than Kamala Harris in 2020 on the issue of immigration. Joe Biden ran on pathway to citizenship. Joe Biden ran on directly reversing all of the Trump administration's anti-immigrant agenda. Joe Biden literally ran on more progressive messaging than Kamala Harris is running on right now with respect to immigration. Now, obviously, the reason why Kamala Harris is running on a right-wing slant on immigration is because of Joe Biden now. For the record, just make no mistake, Joe Biden himself changed his attitude by 2024 because they retriangulated, okay? But the idea, but why evidence clearly shows pushing towards progressive policies gains them more votes. Look how much momentum the Walz pick gave Kamala, because donors are the real constituency in both parties. Donors don't like progressive policies, because progressive policies, if the Democrats actually ran on progressive policies and then fucking turned and pushed for progressive policies and passed progressive legislation, would end up harming, in the short term, harming the profit margins of a lot of these sectors. And these leaders in these sectors are the ones who are donating to the Democratic Party. They don't want that. They want deregulation and tax breaks. That's it. That's it. That is the major reason.
That cohort is probably going to be larger than these base adjacent Democratic voters, in part because, remember, voters are not evenly geographically distributed. And so you can maybe, I guess you can rally them, but if all of them are in California, and New York, and Illinois, then it doesn't really get you anything. It doesn't really buy you anything in terms of the election. And
yeah, he's also suspecting that the large majority of these like progressives are only in California, are only in places like New York. And that's also not true. Okay? That's also not true. The idea that, like, if that was the case, Bernie would not have won Oklahoma in the Democratic primaries in 2016. Okay? That's not correct. There are a shit ton of people, especially in a fucking primary, when you have someone like Bernie be able to activate any fucking people that are outside of the periphery of the normal Democratic Party establishment liberals to go and participate in the primary, that's a big fucking deal, okay? That's a major deal, because primary voters are the most primed voters for the Democratic Party. They're the MSNBC watchers. They are the institutional voters of the base of the Democratic Party. They're not the fucking woke lords. They're not the younger voters. They only come out in the general election. That's why I always say, whatever is happening in the primary, you have to 10x for the general, right? If you have 100,000 uncommitted voters in a state, that means there's going to be 10x the number of uncommitted voters that literally don't end up voting, right?
Assuming you can, like, depress the base, if you lose support of the Democratic base and those voters are concentrated in heavily Democratic states, but you gain in turn moderate and conservative voters, then yes, your popular vote total goes down, but you're more likely to win the national election, the Electoral College. And so it's a mistake, I think, to think that the relationship is as straightforward as you're portraying it. So now we have this issue of non-voters, and it's very common.
So this part is like definitely the part that I somewhat agree with, the non-voter part. But like overall, he's saying that like we're making an like the Democrats are making an electoral college calculation in order to activate more moderate people, right? Like more moderate voters. I'm not convinced that that is the reality. I'm not convinced that that is the reality at all, especially when you have unimaginably progressive ballot measures that are not directly attached to a Democrat winning by larger margins than the Republican is winning in those very same states, whether it be Florida, whether it be Kansas, whether it be Kentucky, all of these other fucking places where people are begging for progressive policies. Not only that, but also, this is very important. Here are the most popular policies in swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Minnesota, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. Okay? Amongst all likely voters, strongly support is at 61%. So there's 84% support, 10% opposition. That's at plus 74. Okay? Cut the cost of prescription drugs in half by making sure that Americans pay no more than what they pay in Europe or Canada. Plus 73% net favorability. Like all the way down to the fucking PRO Act, which is the lowest, it still has a plus 31% net favorability. Okay? I remember you saying that the best bill is a nameless, faceless bill, i.e. not attached to Democrats or Republicans' names. Exactly. I do think that you're not considering the Trump factor, though. There are a large number of Republicans wanting to bail that could really bolster the Dem base, but would make the party more conservative. That's what they're playing for. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. That's fine with Joe Biden. This is Kamala Harris now, okay? It's Harristown, baby. Harris Waltz. That's the ticket. It's no longer a Biden-Harris ticket, okay? It's the Harris Waltz ticket. That calculation is bunk, okay? That calculation, by the way, was going to cost the fucking election for Joe Biden anyway. That's the problem. No, this is the entire population of likely voters, okay? Likely voter population, not just Democratic voters, not just Republican voters. It is the likely voter population, people that you are supposed to win over. So that is the problem. Generally, when a party dominates a state, they actually tend to be more moderate. California is probably a lot more Democratic mainstays. Oh, I think the issues they are moving on are the wrong ones. Dude, if that was the case, for the record, I just want to mention something, okay? If tacking right was a successful strategy, the Democrats would not be getting fucking cumstered by like 30-point margins right now on immigration to Donald Trump versus in 2020 when they were a lot closer or even sometimes defeating Donald Trump on the issue of immigration. Please. Obviously, there's other factors at play there. Donald Trump was the incumbent and obviously was doing horrific shit. But most significantly, there was counter messaging against immigration for 4 fucking years. So much so that you had literally seated representatives saying like abolish ICE and shit. Okay. Immigration wasn't even an issue until 2016. And as you said, they stopped counter messaging. I know. And that's fucking stupid. How do we not understand that? That's my point. On the issue of foreign policy, Hillary Clinton was seen as a war hawk, understandably, by the broadest majority of Americans, okay? Donald Trump, literally, this is for some weird reason, like, this has just been memory hold, but Donald Trump literally ran as a dove, okay? Donald Trump ran to the left of Hillary Clinton when it came to war. A lot of people forget this reality. So Kamala Harris repeating that mistake in repeating the Hillary Clinton 2016 mistake in 2020 is fucking awful. That is the worst thing I heard. Okay, we need the most lethal military force. Like, that is the dumbest fucking thing you can do. The dumbest thing you can do. And people are basically, one, going back to their worst instincts in terms of how the Democratic Party communicates their message, and also trying to do post hoc rationalizations after the campaign puts out this kind of right-wing sentiment. I hear it even in my own community. Okay? I hear it in my fucking own community. People are yelling at me. I see the TikTok comments. People are so mad. They think I switched up. They think like, all Hassan cares about is fucking Gaza. All Hassan cares about is Gaza. I'm not even talking about Gaza. Gaza is one aspect of this. Okay? That's the other reason why I show you all of the other instances where I've been completely fucking right. Because the reason why I need you to understand why I'm showing you like the older videos of me correctly calling out what will happen in the fucking 2024 election is because I'm correctly telling you this right now, and people will not listen to me, just like they didn't listen to me in all of those other instances. That video from 2021 talking about immigration. This is going to be a major problem if the Democrats don't counter message. And it has become a major problem because the Democrats did not counter message. The media did not actually fucking cover it adequately. It's because I'm right. I was right back then, too early. People yelled at me back then. I'm right now, too early. People are yelling at me now. Let's get back to this, though.
More likely to win the national election, the Electoral College. And so it's a mistake, I think, to think that the relationship is as straightforward as you're portraying it. So now we have this issue of non-voters, and it's very common to believe that non-voters are this like secret and hidden progressive behemoth that if you can just mobilize, you can kind of just win elections with no problem. But again, that's not true. Non-voters are disproportionately young and disproportionately non-white, but that doesn't mean they're disproportionately liberal. Yeah, the voters who skipped 2016 and 2018 but showed up for 2020 split almost evenly between Biden and Trump. There was no meaningful difference in their in the distribution of votes among that cohort. And there's actually good reason to believe that at least with Trump on the ballot, non-voters are more inclined to support him over.
Wrong. This part is also wrong. Activating non-voters is very difficult. He's right about that. Okay? He is right as fuck about that. Okay? Especially in the primary, Bernie Sanders failed because he was Bernie Sanders' strategy in 2020, in 2019 in the primaries was to basically bring out non-voters into the primaries. Impossible. Okay? Most people, when I was door knocking, literally didn't even know that there was a fucking primary. They were like, I like Bernie. But they didn't even know that there was a primary happening. Okay? But the general is different. It's easier to actually activate non-voters in the general. Having said that, okay, the reason why non-voters swing in Trump's, or the idea that they're going to swing in Trump's favor because they're not like mythical, they're not like these, they're not these like progressive people is wrong, okay? It's not about them being progressive. It's about what policies the Democrats are putting at the forefront of their campaign. If the Democrats don't ever offer progressive policies that would greatly improve their lives, then we can't even test whether or not it's a successful strategy, with the exception of 2008 with Barack Obama. That's why there were so many double Obama to Trump voters that went from Barack Obama to Donald Trump, because Donald Trump in 2016 presented himself as a moderate force on a lot of these issues. Okay, he presented himself as a counter to Donald Trump. White supremacy played a big role in this, of course, as well. But like, there were so many fucking double Obama to Donald Trump voters. Well, how the fuck did that happen? Everyone kept saying, well, how the fuck did that happen? It's because they literally were activated as non-voters originally that had never voted, but Barack Obama's message was appealing to them. They voted for Barack Obama. They were like, all right, I'll give it another shot again. And their material conditions did not change in a positive manner. So they were dissuaded from ever voting for the Democrats ever again. So they went and they voted for the guy who was the anti-establishment pick, Donald fucking Trump. Okay, shut up. Nobody cares about you, says Moisty Toenail 69.
Center for the Democratic.
That's crazy. The poll is mostly the Dems' economic platform, is it not? No, that's the problem. The Democratic Party's policies are never actually fully progressive. They don't run with progressive messaging on the forefront of their campaigning, with the exception of 2008 with Barack Obama.
The Democratic candidate. The other thing to remember is that non-voting, like voting, sticks. If you are not accustomed to voting, if you do not regularly vote, it is extremely difficult to turn you into a voter, and vice versa. If you routinely vote, it's actually very difficult to make that kind of person.
This part is absolutely correct. If you don't vote, it's very hard to get you to come out and vote, okay? And if you do vote, it's hard for you to not vote.
A non-voter, it's when you're thinking about campaign resources, you have a limited amount of resources and a limited amount of time. It makes more sense to go after undecided voters than it does to try to convert non-voters into voters, because not only are you putting a ton of resources into the effort, but there's no guarantee that once you've converted a non-voter to a voter that they're going to vote for you. So yeah, I mean, if you're kind of thinking rationally, I think if you're looking at what the actual electoral picture is, then if you are a campaign, it makes the most sense. If you're a campaign, again, in a U.S. presidential election, it makes the most sense to go after undecided voters, moderate leaners, in the swing states, and to kind of appeal to them at all costs. And I'll note that the rhetorical emphasis doesn't always translate into actual policy.
I think that's one of the funniest parts about this is that, okay, of course, Jamal Bowie rarely ever talks about Gaza in general, but like that argument is 100% primed for Kamala Harris separating herself from Joe Biden on Israel. Okay? Because what he's saying, if true, okay, and there's some truth to it, literally means that Kamala Harris should immediately separate herself from Gaza policy on Biden and actually force Biden to immediately implement a ceasefire and the only way to do that, obviously, is by denying weapons transfers to Israel so that they fucking are forced to play ball with the United States of America, because there are no voters that are out there saying, I'm going to vote for the Democratic Party if Israel continues its genocide, but I won't do it if Israel's genocide is stopped. But there are a shit ton of voters that are saying they're more likely to vote for the Democratic Party in key swing states if a ceasefire is achieved. That's it.
Donald Trump in the 2016 election downplayed the Republican Party's opposition to social insurance, did not abandon it, but downplayed it. And likewise, I think what Democrats are likely to do this fall is to play up the party's support for border security, which has been a consistent thing going back to Obama, and downplay its support for comprehensive immigration reform. When it comes to actually crafting legislation and making policy decisions, there's a good chance that it will try to satisfy all the various interest groups and players within the coalition. So in the case of Republicans, Trump may have downplayed opposition to social insurance, but totally tried to cut the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid. And his budgets included cuts for Medicare and so.
He's right about this part. He's right about the Trump part. He's wrong about the Democrat part, because the Democratic bill is in front of us right now. And Kamala Harris keeps saying that's the bill that they wrote, even though it is the Republicans that wrote the bill, and there is no compromise. There is literally no fucking compromise there for the Democratic Party. Okay, his immigration take is kind of fucked. We will disagree on this one. What do you mean? Kamala's speech on Gaza was almost worse than Biden's remarks on Monday night. The self-determination line was good, but some of Biden's comments on the urgency of implementing a ceasefire Monday night were actually better, and he wasn't as adamant on defend itself. Yeah. No, Kamala's foreign policy was literally dog shit. Like, I'm talking Bush-era Republican neocon shit, okay? Like, unimaginably bad. And so many people have been coping and claiming that it's because she wants to... so many people have been coping and saying, oh, it's because like she's a woman and she needs to look muscular on foreign policy, because as a woman, they're going to see her as weak. Dog, Hillary Clinton literally fucking outflanked the Republicans on reactionary foreign policy, and Trump was seen as the moderate. How the fuck are we literally trying to do that? Now, obviously, Hillary Clinton was, unimaginably unpopular and was a very bad candidate for many different reasons, right? Kamala Harris doesn't have those same weaknesses, like 30 years of like Oppo research and an entire cottage industry planted on, surrounding Hillary Clinton being fucking, an awful monster with all these conspiracies and shit. But even then, immigration enforcement is popular among all voters, including Latinos. Reform is less popular because voters don't see it as an issue that impacts them. Yeah. That I already covered that base. H. Bizzle, you're wrong. The only reason why immigration enforcement is seen as popular is because the Democrats never fucking counter-messaged. The reason why the Democrats were popular on immigration in 2020, more popular on immigration in 2020 versus 2024, is quite literally because the Democrats had 4 years of counter-messaging against Trump's incredibly reactionary right-wing immigration policies. Okay? If you don't counter message, then people don't fucking think about it from a different perspective. Why would they? Democrats completely accepted the right-wing framing on this issue. They did not counter message for 4 years, completely accepted the right-wing framing on this issue, even though it is built on complete fabulous fabrications, lies, hysterical, right-wing, white nativist lies. Okay? If I had to sum up my fears about the present conjuncture succinctly, I could simply say that I think this post is correct. Liberal hawk bros, we have never been more back. In fact, we never even left. It's true. No American votes on this basis. No American that is voting for the Democratic Party votes on this basis. Okay? I'm not wrong. Polling shows it. I'm not wrong. Polling shows that Latino voters don't give a fuck about immigration reform when tested. This is mainly because they don't see themselves as immigrants. Most Latino families in the U.S. are generations of family in the U.S. Oh my God, dude. When you look at places like Arizona, when you look at places like New Mexico, when you look at places like Nevada, there is a shit ton of first generation Latino voters who have undocumented fucking parents, dude. What are you talking about? They're born on U.S. soil. They're citizens. Those Latino voters, first generation Latino voters that are born into families with undocumented migrant parents, absolutely care about immigration in this situation. Stop using polling from activist groups. Use polling from independent sources. Tested their Latino crosstabs shows things like inflation, cost of living, retirement security, and healthcare are all more important. Okay. The other, you are a Riri. Can we box? If you win, I'll give you $2,500. If I win, I get nothing. I want to embarrass your dumbass. Why the fuck would I ever say yes to that? The fuck am I going to do with $2,500 that you're not going to even give me? And not only is that a fact, but what you are forgetting in this analysis, in this calculation, is something that I keep reiterating and keep repeating, which is untested narratives in the marketplace run rampant, okay? They allow the Republicans to completely captivate the entire field, okay? I don't know why you're refusing to hear me out on this. Democrats for 4 years did not fucking counter message against the Republican reactionary sentiment on immigration. Okay? Lib Bizzle is the most powerful chatter, considering that he also literally gets pay stubs from the DNC. So I can't even yell at him about, show me the fucking pay stubs, but he's back. Lib Bizzle, why did the Democratic Party come across as more popular on the issue of immigration in 2020 than they did in 2024, than they do now in 2024? Answer me this question. Why? Why did the Democratic Party lose out in areas where they actually ran with crime is running rampant narratives, like in New York, than they did everywhere else? We should emphasize reform to the immigration process, but enforcement is the issue we need to win to do it. Not only are you silly about this take, you're objectively wrong on this take because you're not answering my question. Why was the Democratic Party more popular on immigration in 2020 when they objectively ran on a progressive campaign, a significantly more progressive campaign in 2020 on immigration than 2024 in comparison to Donald Trump? Same guy running against the same fucking guy. That's number one. Answer me that. The second question that I have for you is, when crime panic narratives were running rampant, why did the Democrats actually perform worse in the 2022 midterm elections in areas where they capitulated to the crime panic narratives? Okay? Illegal crossings were dramatically lower in 2020 and it wasn't as salient as an issue. You're so wrong. Immigration was a massive issue in 2020. It was a massive, massive issue in 2020. It just was a massive issue that favored the Democratic Party more because we analyzed it from the perspective of how cruel the Republicans were being. That's the difference. It was an issue that the broad majority of the public actually looked at and went, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy that the Republicans keep running the caravan narratives and then simultaneously advocating to separate children. Okay? Because crime wasn't up and people locally tuned out messaging because of that. Immigrant crime is not up either. Immigration, undocumented migrants coming into the country is not a fucking problem. That's why the Republicans have to lie and say they're stealing your jobs and they're fucking raping your daughters. That's why they have to tack it to something that is a problem. But because there is no problem, they just make up the narrative. How do you not see this? That's my argument. And kids in cages was absolutely a salient narrative in the 2020 election, which is why the Democratic Party was significantly more popular on the issue of immigration in 2020 than 2024. Okay? The media has raised the issue and put us in a box, and now we can't just be about process reform because crossing the issue has more salience. Now, the other part of this is you're talking about enforcement is the issue. We need to win on it. We should emphasize reform on the immigration process. Democrats are not doing that. The Democratic bill is not doing that. That's another aspect of this that I'm very frustrated by. You know this as well as I do because you're a fucking DNC operative that the Democrats used to do push-pull on immigration. Okay? Compromise, always. What they would do is they would do border enforcement, but then they would also get the Dreamers. Okay? That's how Obama played it. All right? That's why he was the deporter in chief, but also simultaneously he won certain things for immigration, and that it became an objectively insanely popular thing. So popular that even Trump couldn't fuck up the Dreamer situation because it had 90% approval rating. Amnesty for Dreamers has 90% approval rating. 90, okay? 90%. Why? Because Obama fought for it. It happened. Well, not Obama. Dreamers fought for it. Obama pushed it. It happened. And guess what? It is impossible to fucking now go back on a policy like that. 90%. I'm not saying immigrant crime is up. It is an issue because the corporate media is beholden to the right-wing spin machine, and they raise the salience. There's nothing we can do about that now. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. There are so many things you can do about that. Okay? There are things that the Democratic Party should have done for fucking 4 years that they did not, but they should have. Wait, hold on. What the fuck is going on? I think, hold on, it's not happening. All right. I thought that my delivery was here. Even if everything he said was correct, it's still immoral and we should not capitulate. Yeah, obviously I'm not even talking about the morality argument though. This is an argument that's supposed to favor the Democratic Party. That's the argument that people are making. That's the argument that H. Bizzle is making. And I'm literally fucking telling, they did not do push polls on it when tested in groups, in polling and even progressive polls. The general public as a whole wants enforcement and a better process. Then they say enforcement is an issue bigger than fixing the process, even though they agree the process is fucked and actually like and want immigrants. Brother, this is something that I've talked about so much, okay? Americans are objectively insane on many issues, but especially immigration, because Americans are actually, in comparison to our European counterparts, much more understanding of migrants because this is a nation that has been kept up by immigration, okay? This is a nation that has actually been able to not have issues with birth rates, specifically because of the migrant population, okay? We are an engine that runs on migrants, okay? That's it. So while on the one hand, when you let crime panic narratives run rampant, immigrant crime panic narratives run rampant, people end up having a 60% approval on mass deportation. That's crazy, okay? That's insane. That is Hitlerian as fuck. The Democrats should not be capitulating to that because they're not going to win by tacking right. That's it. They never win when they tack right on this stuff. They don't win on these issues when they tack right, okay? Here's another fucking Medlock post that I want to show because they tested that narrative as well. They tested the narrative that you're talking about in terms of marketing, and it shows that it doesn't fucking work. Where is it? He posted about it. He posted another fucking, he posted about it when he talked about the where the fuck is it? He looked at marketing crosstabs and saw that like when Democrats put immigration to the forefront, of their conversation on their political messaging, they still were failing. Okay? Nobody believes them because the issue is built around hysteria. It's not a real problem. You're trying to captivate people who have been duped by the media into thinking that it's a real fucking issue. We don't need it to work. We needed to undercut the GOP messaging frame. If they don't have, okay, well, now you're again proving the point that I'm making. You don't undercut the GOP messaging. You don't undercut the GOP messaging, especially at a time when border, I think he deleted that tweet because the data was AI driven. Okay. Regardless, when border apprehensions are actually at an all-time low now because of the fucking stringent immigrant protocols that Biden put in place already. Okay, it is not a fucking real issue to begin with, but it's especially not a fucking issue to begin with. You don't have to undercut them by adopting their messaging. You actually defend your fucking policy, defend your side of the argument. Okay? You actually counter message. You don't undercut their message. It is a failure if you try to undercut their message. We don't need to work. We need to undercut the GOP messaging frame. If they don't have immigration, they already don't have immigration. And they would never have immigration if they would never have immigration as a thing that they can push for if Democrats basically kept repeating, look at how bad it's going to be to do immigrant detention centers. Remember how bad that shit was when you had fucking children in cages? Trump wants to bring that shit back. That was a successful narrative in 2020. It will be a successful narrative in 2024. Just literally point to how Trump says all the time that hundreds of thousands of Americans are being murdered by migrants. 23 is the number. 23 homicides in 2024. When I told this to Ro Khanna, he was like, what? That's crazy. Motherfucker, you're a literal sitting representative. How the fuck do you not know this? How has not a single Democrat looked at the numbers? It fucking blows my mind. 90% of all drugs coming over the border are apprehended at regular border crossings, and 90% of the people that are apprehended for trafficking drugs are literally American citizens, okay? So on that front, it's fucking complete nonsense that the Republicans try to tie the fentanyl crisis to immigration. Republicans also try to tie murders to immigration. 23 homicides from undocumented migrants. You described the simplest counter messaging. He reacted like you invented nuclear fusion. It's fucking ridiculous. And the reason why the majority of Democrats are like so fucking reactionary on immigration is because the Democrats don't ever fucking point this out. Point it out. Can you remind chat where we can find this information again? Yes. CBP.gov and DHS.gov, okay? Two incredibly woke departments with a .gov behind them. Customs and Border Patrol.gov, Department of Homeland Security.gov. All of this information is readily available. Fuck. The numbers don't matter. Perception matters. I am going to literally die. Perception can change, okay? Perception can change. I've shown you how perception was different in 2020. Why are we arguing right now? I'm literally losing my fucking mind, dude. I'm telling you, perception was different in 2020. In 2024, people are right-wing as fuck. Why are they right-wing as fuck? Because the Democrats have completely dropped it. They've dropped the ball entirely. Unprofessional grifting hacks around this issue on the Dem left side. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. My mom arguing about criminal migrants, so I did a single good found a CDP stat and showed her. Didn't know the stat existed beforehand. It took one Google. Anyway, like, what are we doing? When the right actually fucking hallucinate ourselves into the Fourth Reich, what are we supposed to do? No one is supposed to counter message against it because, like, I'm sorry, it's too powerful of a message. We are not left with this stupid situation because the entire immigrant framing is literally built on a house of cards, okay? It's built on a house of cards. The irony is Democrats literally adopting the right-wing framing on the issue and claiming that immigration is a matter of national security is the worst thing that the Democrats could do. It's the worst thing because you've only legitimized their framing on it. It is the dumbest thing. A major fucking L for the Democrats. And is costly. It's a costly electoral calculation, and it's an abject fucking failure. This is the Democrats running scared once again. I fucking hate it. I will never stand for it. It's the Democrats running scared and wanting to hug and kiss the Republican Party because they want to fuck the Republicans. They want to be loved by the Republicans because they love the Republicans. They are Republicans in some instances. It's bad politics. It's bad policy. It's so perfectly old school Democratic Party. Holy fucking shit.
Like National Convention.
More. Where the fuck is the Jamel Bowie video? Let's finish this off.
And if an immigration bill is part of the legislative package under a Harris administration, I guarantee that immigration bill is going to be much less punitive than what the campaign's rhetoric might imply. So
yeah, this part is also not only hopium, but just like objectively false because he says like, oh, Democrats are going to push for a much more Democrats are going to push for like a much more tolerant pathway to like a much more tolerant, like reform focused immigration bill. They haven't. They didn't. Kamala is running on the most right wing anti-immigrant border bill with zero compromises for the Democrats in it. She was running currently on pushing that bill. She's running on the hypocrisy narrative. It's crazy.
That's just, as always, people make whatever political decision to.
And luckily for the Democrats, the Republicans are too stupid to literally turn around and be like, these guys called us Nazis for wanting to build the border wall. Now they act like they want to build the border wall. What the fuck is that about? They're calling you a Nazi because you chanted build that border wall. Now they have a fucking package that they lied about that has fucking border. They have literally the building the wall in it. We know they're not going to do it. They just want to win you over because they recognize that immigration is a problem. That's what the Republicans should be saying. Are you fucking quoting polling from fucking 2021? Seriously? No, Jamel Bowie was. You came late. Okay? That was an entirely separate conversation. Before we started talking about, no, dude, this is not the own that you think it is. That's a separate conversation. God damn it. Oh my God. Lib Bizzle, get with the fucking program. I'm not using polling from 3 years ago. That's a separate conversation that we were talking about before we got on a tangent on immigration. Please. Jesus fucking Christ. This is a totally separate conversation that has like one aspect of it is on immigration, but we were talking about something entirely different there. Holy fuck. He's not listening to anything I'm saying. He thinks that this is like, my dude, go to this link. Oh my God. Oh my Liberal Bizzle, you do not know. You came in late. You have no idea what we were talking about earlier. It is unrelated. You are scared to open it. No, I'm not. I've looked at this, dummy. What are you talking about? I've looked at this. I've looked at this so many times. This is a separate conversation. The immigrant. Oh my God. Liberal Bizzle, you need to stop. I know this. Okay. That poll data was the one that Jamel Bowie was talking about when he was covering what percentage of the base of support in the Democratic Party is progressive. Okay. That is an entirely separate conversation. Oh my God. Like a child walking in the middle of a movie, you're out of your element. I know. They would just say 23 undocumented murders is 23 too many and is proof that they should enforce border security even more. They use this argument in the UK regarding migrants committing crimes too. How do you argue as someone making that point? That is an insane way to try and fucking make a point like that, okay? You're talking about lighting a match when there's a fucking house on fire. Do you put out the house fire or do you focus on the guy lighting the match? It's like tens of thousands of homicides happen in the United States of America every fucking year. If you're literally talking about the 0.1%, you are delusional, okay? Didn't Ro Khanna say the same thing about 23 too many? Yes, and I literally repeated the same point that I made to him, okay? Yeah. 23 instances of homicide by undocumented migrants, so we have to deport 12 to 15 million people from U.S. soil? What kind of Hitlerian nonsense is this? Anyway, we're moving on from that. We're going to talk about this video as well. Because this person actually was talking about like the guy who chirped at me outside when I was leaving the DNC. But there's another point that she makes that I think is really good in this.
National Convention, Hassan Piker was heckled by a pro-Palestinian protester who called him a sellout.
Hey, love the hat. You know I was at the protest yesterday, right? I was at the protest 1 day ago, brother. Wait, I'm sorry, what did you say? Get out of here? You think I'm your fucking enemy? You think I am against Palestinian emancipation? Honestly, get the fuck out of here. Fucking child. What do you mean, honestly, no? Why are you chirping at me then?
Don't call me a fucking child.
Because you're being a fucking child. Be an adult. Think clearly. Dumbass. Oh, he does. And I agree with him. So why the fuck's he yelling at me? Hey, what's up? Sure.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
1 or 2 days later, I don't remember and I don't care to research, Hassan was kicked out of his DNC suite midstream for being too pro-Palestine and too critical of the Democratic Party. I feel like seeing that chain of events was a perfect example of how hard it is to be a leftist. And sometimes it's because of other leftists. Like, you expect to get shit on by the establishment, but when it's coming from your own side, that's when it's really frustrating. I get why people give up on this political identity. It's hard to keep up with because you are constantly running into sanctimonious assholes who loudly declare they're a better leftist than you. Like,
I think that the only part of this that I like full blown agree with is like, yeah, we need to be more kind to other people that are, you know, ideologically on our side. And it's not even just me. I'm not even talking about myself. It's the same principle of like people yelling at fucking AOC. And I saw a tweet about this, and I know people are going to be like, Hassan, you're a fucking asshole. Classic Hassan defending AOC. He loves AOC, blah, 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 blah. But hold on. The argument is hold on. I got to unlock my door real quick and then look at my likes. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here. Genuinely becoming a, they never do this for Trump person, but like, why not do this to Richie Torres or Latimer or Goldman or Kelly or any of the hundreds of them politicians with worse taste than AOC? Okay. It's true. Like AOC is one of the like handful of politicians in general that has called Israel's actions genocidal. Okay. Like yelling at AOC is ridiculous because the reality is, if the rest of the Democratic Party actually towed the same line as AOC did, we would be having a dramatically different conversation. Okay? Like, that's what I mean. Like, being critical of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is the most valid thing. Okay? She's a politician. She's not your friend. You are going to have disagreements. I certainly have my share of disagreements as well. Okay? Like, I mean, they did that to Pelosi and she just called them Chinese. Yeah, that was awesome. And also notice the people that did that to Pelosi were Code Pink, some of the fucking bravest anti-war warriors of all time. Okay? They're more locked in, I think, than these younger protesters in general. My goat, Medea Benjamin. I'm sad that I did not see her at the DNC. How is that framing any different than the KF saying, why aren't pro-Palestinian protesters at Trump rallies instead of Kamala's? Great question, because Kamala Harris is a part of an administration that's currently doing a genocide. AOC also happens to be a part of not the administration, but the party, the Democratic Party, except AOC's opinions on that are dramatically different. I would probably be fucking door knocking right now if Kamala Harris called what Israel's doing a genocide. I would literally not be on stream right now. I'd be in a fucking bus touring the goddamn nation, door knocking at swing states if Kamala Harris came out and said what Israel's doing is a fucking genocide. Dumb fuck. What do you mean? That's my point. That's what I'm saying. If AOC and the way that she communicates, which at times can be wishy-washy on the issue of Gaza, but if AOC and the way that she communicates was translated to the broader Democratic Party at the top of the ticket, I would literally be door knocking for Kamala Harris right now. I'd be putting on my fucking Harris Walls hat and going to every door in Pennsylvania, okay? And begging them to fucking go out and vote for the Harris Walls ticket, okay? Hey, could I get you to lower the volume a bit? My neighbor at the end of the block is sleeping and can hear you. Maybe he'll hear the top of the hour ad break then, unless you subscribe, in which case he'll continue hearing me yell, okay? What does yelling at Ultra Zionist Richie Torres do? AOC and progressive members will actually respond to pressure and be more voiceful compared to Dems. But the problem there is, it's like fucking Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and AOC. There's like a handful of Democrats that haven't been fucking pushed out by AIPAC that are more critical in the way that you want every Democrat to be. Okay? That's the point. What do you mean Richie Torres is not responsive? He's a fucking Democrat. What are we talking about? I want the rest of the Democratic Party to move on AOC's towards AOC's position. King, it made me laugh out loud when you said someone complained at the hotel. Yeah, I know. Safavid Mehdi, thank you for the 10 gifted. Steve the Scrub Lord, thank you for the 10 gifted. Allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. I think in the DNC, you got a sliver of the constant back and forth of what she goes, working with the Democratic Party, a little bit of it. Why do the Chabo Boys criticize her then? Because the Chapa Boys are probably right, okay? Their fears or their anger and their resentment comes from people who portray themselves as progressive that might not be all that progressive when push comes to shove, when they're actually within proximity to power. And what you need to understand is I myself have those considerations and fears as well. But I operate still within the confines of the Democratic Party and not outside of it, because I see that there is still, like, no matter what, even if all of my advocacy leads to absolutely nothing, right? Even if all my advocacy absolutely leads to nothing, or it only marginally moves the needle in a positive direction, I'm still going to do it. Okay? I have a different analysis. I love the Chapo boys. Everyone works in a different way. My approach obviously is still going to be within the confines of one of the two major parties at the end of the day. Okay? That's it. You understand? It's always a multi-prong attack. It's always going to work like that. Anyway, Representative Moskowitz claimed even folks supported by AIPAC are for a ceasefire when we talked to him today at the DNC. But is what they support really a ceasefire? The current deal the U.S. is supporting is not actually a permanent ceasefire, does not withdraw the Israeli military from Gaza, and does not allow Palestinians to return to their homes in the northern parts of the Gaza Strip. Moskowitz is taking $185,000 from AIPAC and pro-Israel lobby groups.
Easy to win.
Hello, how are you doing?
Didn't you just win your primary?
I won, but I ran against nobody.
Oh, well, that makes it easy to win.
So thank you.
Yeah. So we hear that the Democrats are working tirelessly for a ceasefire.
Well, I've been through a ceasefire for months now in exchange for the hostages. That's not been any change for months. I think the Democratic Party and even folks supported by AIPAC are for a ceasefire in exchange for hostages.
Yeah, but they're not for a permanent ceasefire. They're for a bridge.
No,
I'm talking about a bridge.
No, hold on. I'm for a permanent ceasefire in exchange for the hostages.
So what are you doing to pressure Israel to accept that?
Well, look, I think the administration and Democrats are pressuring Israel. Okay, there's tremendous pressure on Israel. What I can't do is pressure Sinwar, who's sitting in a bunker, okay, to take.
He's so Reddit, dude. He is the most Reddit, okay? No one has been this Reddit. Unbelievably Reddit guy.
The deal.
So Hamas agreed to the deal that was proposed. Absolutely true. At the end of the day.
Like, he's so Reddit. He's so Reddit that it's not even his like liberal brand of Zionism that frustrates me as much. It's the Redditing that does it for me. I can't get over it, dude. I can't get over the fact that there is literally a governor that is like, he's done some interesting things on the immigrant front too, which is crazy. But I mean, he is such a fucking neoliberal. Like, I can't even get over that front. Like, I can't even give him his fucking flowers because he is a moderator at r/neoliberal.
Hey, but I also just want to say that the best way to get a ceasefire is...
It's Moskowitz. I'm confusing him with Jared Polis. Oh my God, it's Jared Moskowitz. I'm sorry. I'm doing an anti-Semitism.
Stop sending the weapons that are killing people every day.
Yeah, Moskowitz is so much worse. Never mind. Yeah. I did an anti-white racism.
The Qataris, the Egyptians, and the Jordanians have said Israel has accepted the framework of this ceasefire that we're talking about, and we're waiting on Sinwar. That was the news yesterday.
They have said that it's a different ceasefire than the one that was offered, and the one that was offered is the one that Hamas agreed to.
Every deal changes as this goes on, right? And so, like, this is the deal on the table now.
This is a bridge ceasefire.
All right. Anyway, this is besides the point. Oh, Medea Benjamin. No one will ever make me hate you, Medea. I fucking love old school anti-war protesters, some of which are cranks. It doesn't fucking matter to me.
Yep.
I love them. Okay? They're the best. All right, let's move on to RFK Jr. Okay, let's move on to RFK Jr. And I need to pee before I pee my pants.
Hour here with a closer look at the race for the presidency. So joining us now, our ABC White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks, and NPR White House correspondent and ABC News contributor, Uzma Khalid. Welcome to you both. Good morning. Mary Alice, let's start with you because RFK Jr.'s endorsement just happened of Donald Trump. This will be interesting to watch because, you know, we got to figure out which candidate will benefit from that endorsement and where those voters will go, right?
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of split messaging overnight from Democrats. The party saying basically good riddance. He always had the backing of Trump donors. They said that this was inevitable because that's where sort of his support had been. But you saw the Harris team really make a direct appeal to his voters, saying for those who want to turn the page on Trump, there's a place in her campaign for them. You know, it's been interesting to watch both parties kind of argue about who he would hurt more. I do think that the last month after Biden dropped out of the race and Harris took over the ticket, Democrats were then pretty convinced that he was actually going to hurt Trump more. But originally, they fought really hard to keep him off the ballot in key battleground states. You know, the 538 modeling shows that he has actually been pulling almost exactly evenly from Trump and Harris voters. Like you said, sort of big question still about where exactly his voters go. I think there's a lot of time still to tell. Do they bother voting at all? It'll be really interesting to see, though, guys, whether he actually goes out and campaigns with Trump as well.
Yeah, that'll be something to watch closely. All right, Asma, to you now, because we saw Kamala Harris using part of her speech at the Democratic National Convention to reintroduce herself to the American public. Did she accomplish that?
Yeah, I mean, she had two main goals coming into the convention, I would say. One was to reintroduce herself, and the second was to prove that she could be commander-in-chief. You know, one thing she did, and I've heard a lot of Kamala Harris speeches these last 5 years, she doesn't talk a whole lot about her personal story. But what she did this week in Chicago was weave her personal story as the daughter of immigrants into the broader American story. I would say it was something that we heard from her that was really distinct. You know, the other thing, though, about reintroducing herself was to prove subtly that a woman could do this job. She doesn't talk a whole lot about gender identity, but I think with her focus on foreign policy and being a commander-in-chief, that was the message she was trying to sell. Look, the Democrats in the room certainly convinced. The big question now is if the broader public is. And I would say the polling is tight. Democrats know the polling is tight. So the next big test will be that debate on September 10th.
Yeah, and Asma, you say the Democrats are convinced. We have the benefit of having Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, here on the desk, because you were there at the DNC all week. And when you look at Kamala Harris's speech, it really seems like it was directed at moderates, at independents, even Republicans.
Yeah, it certainly was. She really was making that appeal to those key independent voters who, of course, are going to be the ones to determine this race. Look, I think for
Yeah, they're definitely that's it. That's right. It's the independent voters that are going to determine this race, and they fucking hate independent voters. You're making me laugh when you said you did an anti-Semitism. I'm trying to weld, and you're fucking up my beads.
For both parties, the bases are pretty cooked. We certainly saw a big display of Democratic unity there. So she was, in that speech, casting herself really as a change agent and making a direct appeal. I think you also heard from Republicans every single night of the convention, which, of course, is intentional, trying to reach out to those Republicans who aren't satisfied with Donald Trump. Yes, and, you had superstars like Oprah Winfrey coming out there and reminding folks she, too, is an independent. And as Mary Alice was saying, they're now reaching out to RFK Jr.'s voters, so they are certainly hoping that they can ride this momentum and get more independents, get those key voters, get some Republicans to come onto the Harris team.
And speaking of Republicans, let's go back to Mary Alice here, because we saw Republicans attacking the Democrats' message of joy and hope, saying that it doesn't.
Was the reason Bortak was able to claim a constitution-free zone 100 miles within the U.S. borders because of fake numbers of fake statistics that Democrats didn't push back on? No, that was like way before. That is that I would say is a post 9/11 situation. Post 9/11. Hassan doesn't care about trade workers confirmed. Yeah.
Pay the bills at the end of the day. So what more can you tell us about the GOP plans to counter that message from Democrats?
Yeah, exactly that. And look, voters have told us all along that the economy is the most important issue in this race. And I think we're going to hear Republicans continue to say that for all this talk of goodwill about protecting freedoms, that doesn't pay the bills. But look, that's a double-edged sword, because as much as Republicans might criticize Democrats for being light on policy, they too have been pretty light on economic policy. And the reality is a lot of Republican speeches are also focused on cultural issues. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on both of these campaigns to explain more in detail about what exactly they will do if they win the White House again. And it was interesting, too, to watch Harris, be pretty light on the economy. She did not come out and sound like a big progressive there on that stage. When she talked about the economy, she actually really talked about things in terms of Trump, saying things like she would make sure to protect the Affordable Care Act. Guys.
Mary Alice Parks and Asma Khalid, thank you so much for joining us. And Mary Bruce right here on The Dust. Thank you all for that.
Americans can't trust what's on the ingredient label, RFK Jr. So Robert Fuckboy Kennedy Jr. What a story. What a complex guy. What a hero. the best the Kennedys have to offer. This man ran the funniest campaign I have ever seen. Okay? My man, even better, the F stands for Francis. CIA left this Kennedy alive as a fuck you to the whole family dynasty. Yes. I mean, what a fucking hero. What a goat. What is this? I'm seeing tweets like this all the time. Oh my God, how did I ratio Hassan this hard? I can't believe I'm saying this, but this speech is way too Trump focused. She's running against Trump, 42,000 likes. Because Hassan is literally so dumb and annoying. How much you want to bet all these people were like also talking about how we can't swap out Biden with Harris. Terrible fucking instincts. She's running against Trump. Yeah, dude, so was Hillary Clinton. Talk about your policies. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Oh, man, who linked Hasanabi this? I never agree with Hassan, but the Democrats spent the entire time dissing Trump while Trump spent his whole time giving his plan to keep America going up. The speech was mostly about her. Am I remembering it wrong? Because he's a dumbass and people tired of it and like you speaking the truth. Feel like this guy often says service level political knowledge, but deliver with the utmost confidence that it makes it seem like he's actually saying more than he is. This is the reason why I personally show you all of the times when I'm literally fucking correct. I think this was a dumb joke attempt and all the Nazis all thought they were making fun of you. This is how you know she crushed it. Sorry, I'm not an unwavering liberal who gets rock hard hearing about having the most lethal military in the world and wanting to continue supporting a genocidal apartheid state that is America's puppet in the region. We're about to have an incredibly whack foreign policy if she stays this course, like way worse than it is now. I know. Like, this is how you know she crushed it. Dude, hey Hutch. Maybe you should see yourself out of this conversation when the fucking people with actual knowledge on politics are having the convo, you know? Just saying. Remember when you were talking about how Biden should stay in the race? Go pay Michael his money, okay? Michael from Pennsylvania, Central_Committee. Don't you have $500 you owe the man for a bet? Hassan, you are never wrong. Look at this shit. Yes! Yes, I told you. Did I not tell you? Did I not fucking tell you? We never left. The coconut emoji with the coconut. We never left. Biden bros, we never left. Now has the coconut emoji on the fucking description. Perfect. Chef's kiss. Chef's fucking kiss. Maybe you should listen to people who know a little bit more than you do. I'm just saying, 10 plus years on Twitter. Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm going to fucking quote tweet Hutch. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. Stop falling for drama bait. Okay, let me fucking live a little bit, dude. Let me live La Vida Loca a little bit. Blast it. I'm a petty bitch, okay? Bro, you could be right about everything and it wouldn't matter. If you said the earth is round, they would all be flat earthers by tomorrow. It's so funny that, like, there was a brief moment where everybody was like, oh, hold up, maybe this guy was right. And then they immediately, the first sign of me like criticizing Harris, they immediately went back to the same attitude. One principle only. Anti-Hassan Abi Piker. That's it. If you do that, if you constantly run contrarian narratives, you're going to find yourself being a fucking dumbass on the timeline, you know? I wonder if I would have disliked you when I was an 18-year-old liberal. Probably. It's funny because he can't even translate his Twitter audience to watch him on Twitch. I mean, yeah. Leftists gatekeep the term left. They consider Democrats center-right and claim exclusive rights to said term. Oh, my God. Please. Okay, we're done. We're done on that front. We ain't doing that. Prank idea. You should pick a random topic to make a firm, serious take and then see who goes against it just because it's you. I mean, I already do that every time. I do that every fucking time. Every time I do anything, every time I have a firm, committed position on anything, no matter how fucking smart it is, people immediately find themselves against it. They immediately start fucking loudly proclaiming that I'm wrong. Hold on. I'm not done. I'm going to do the Robbie Rihanna freak too. I probably won't do the other one though. I probably won't do the other one. It's fine. That's like an irrelevant random account, but the point is this, okay? The point is this. You might be fucking getting excited about how many likes you got in this situation, But ultimately, you found yourself on the wrong side of history, and you found yourself being completely wrong. So all I ask of you, Robbie, Rihanna Freak 20, is to remember that moment in your mind. Why were you so wrong, and why was I so right? Perhaps I'm not wrong when I say, I can't believe I'm saying this, but this speech is way too Trump-focused. It's probably not a good idea to hyper-focus on Trump to this degree, just like Hillary Clinton did. Okay? That's the issue. You kept Twitter on your phone, didn't you? Lol, delete it? No, I didn't. I deleted it. Bro couldn't decipher why you said, I can't believe I'm saying this. Yeah. Did you just show my tweet, lol? Did Hassan just show my tweet? I think I did somewhere around here. I don't know which one your tweet was, but Biden will be the nominee. The fucking mainstream media outlet Weld had the gall to say the speech was barely about Trump. We're so cucked. I think Trump folks makes a little more sense in light of his presidency, but yeah, still not a good idea. No, you have to talk about Trump. Obviously, you're running against Trump. I don't think it's like, I don't think that is the issue, but too much focus on Trump is an issue. Okay. It needs to be a good balance. There needs to be a good balance. When you talk about Trump, you shouldn't just talk about Trump. You should also talk about the policies. Okay. You should talk about why. You should talk about why it's bad. I rely on Hutch for your political takes. You absolutely deserve to get cooked. If you rely on Hutch for your political takes, you absolutely deserve to get cooked. To be honest, mandatory precipitated ego death. That's why the focus groups that gave her high marks even literally fucking said, we wanted to hear more policy. Okay. People want to hear from her. People want to hear what she has to fucking give them. That's understandable. That's a normal thing. Okay.
RFK Jr. is throwing his support behind Donald Trump, in part because he and the former president agree on a number of key issues, and that includes the American diet and what's in our food.
I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more.
We talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
Before his announcement,
yeah, that's the guy who's healthy, who wants to make America healthy. Two healthy guys on that stage. Okay.
spoke with Kennedy about this very topic and a potential position in the Trump White House. Take a look. I thought it'd be great to just kind of look at some of these items because parents are encountering these food items in grocery stores everywhere. Maybe we could just start right here with seed oils. We're hearing a lot about seed oils. Why should people be worried about these kind of products?
Seed oils are one of the...
Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. This is exactly the kind of dumbass shit that is so good for, like, the middle America morning show watchers, bro. I swear to fucking God. Oh, my Lord. I hate this shit so much. It's just like, it frustrates me to no fucking end. Okay? It sucks because the American diet is dog shit. Okay? American food safety standards are fucking dog shit. And I despise with all of my heart people that look at that, correctly point that out, and then fucking turn around and tell you, like, and that's why you need to have an oyster a day, and that will actually make your penis more virile. Like, shut the fuck up! What the fuck are you saying? What is wrong with you? That's why you need colloidal silver and raw milk. It's like, I want to fucking die, dude.
The most unhealthy ingredients that we have in foods and seed oils, the reason they're in the foods is because they're heavily subsidized. They're very, very cheap, but they are associated with all kinds of very, very serious illnesses, including body-wide inflammation.
Right.
Which affects all of our health. It's one of the worst things you can eat, and it's almost impossible to avoid. If you eat any processed food, you're going to be eating seed oil.
Right, and it's interesting, the government subsidizes it. Why would the government want to subsidize something that's going to make people sick And then in the end, we all end up paying for that in terms of healthcare costs, which are skyrocketing.
Yeah, because that is a direct result of corruption. About 75% of FDA's budget comes from regulated industry, and that means food processors and pharmaceutical industry. All of them profit from a sick population.
You know, a big item that, and by the way, it's getting very expensive, are cereals. Why is the food coloring in particular bad?
Food coloring, you see here yellow food coloring, that is a petroleum product. Mm-hmm. It's associated with really, with depression. It's associated with autoimmune injuries and ADHD.
Yeah.
These, and red dye also is very bad. In Europe, the same companies are producing the same products, but they're using natural coloring. But here they can get away with it. We have about almost 1,000 chemicals that are in our food that are either outright banned in Europe or actively discouraged. So you wouldn't be able to buy this kind of stuff in Europe. You ask about why it's so cheap, why it's so ubiquitous. It's because we subsidize the worst foods. We subsidize it with about 70% of our food stamp program is to process foods, which are all poison.
Right. One of the things that's interesting.
Like, if you're poor, you have to starve. Like, again, like so close to the truth, yet so unimaginably far. Like, how do you get to the doorstep and just take a fucking sprint in the exact opposite direction? Like, it makes no fucking sense. And it's tied to like the dumbest shit because he is also anti-medicine. Okay? Don't Republicans think Europe is gay? What the fuck are you saying? Like, the big difference within European standards is the standards. It's more regulation. You're calling for more regulation as you just endorsed the anti-regulation candidate, and you're on Fox News on a program that in other instances is talking about deregulation. Like, that's the difference, right? That's the difference. In Europe, they have no one who's autistic. It's such a fucking dumb argument that you're making, okay? There's no autism in Europe, famously, because they're eating cigarettes for breakfast, which is why I sound like this.
Interesting is you'll see on labels natural flavors, which is this catch-all phrase that I guess was lobbied for. But
yeah, he says no autism. Has he ever met anybody from Finland? That's a great take. No autism in Europe. Excuse me, have you seen the fucking OSINT pro-NATO community on Twitter?
The ingredients in natural flavors are not really natural.
No. In our country, natural flavors are chemical products. So you can't trust what's on the ingredient label. And the reason for that, again, is government corruption. It's that the agency, the USDA, the FDA, have been captured by the industry.
I'm not against vaccines or modern medicine, but doesn't some food just objectively have harmful chemicals in it? Why can't it be normal and just talk about it instead of trying to do this shit? Yes. It is objectively true. And also, the food industry has captured the FDA. That is also true. Just like the pharmaceutical industry also plays a significant role in this process. The problem is, if you want European-style regulation, it's more of the FDA, okay? Not less of the FDA.
Industries they're supposed to regulate. And they all have an interest in subsidies and then in mass poisoning the American public.
Yeah, I want to talk about pesticides, and then let's talk about the policy. So let's talk about the pesticides and the things that worry you about. I mean, this looks like fresh food, right? What should I be worried about here?
Yeah, I mean, the irony is, like, for example, my wife loves kale, and she had the impression that kale is actually good for you. If it's organic, it's very good for you. But most kale and strawberries, for example, grapes, are contaminated with pesticides. And
yeah, pro move from RFK staying on the ballot in blue states, by the way. That is like, I mean, he's like very clearly trying to tilt it in favor of Trump. Not that it fucking matters. I don't know if it's like correct or not. I don't even know if that's like, that's something that I've heard as well. I don't even know how that fucking works, to be fair. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter. So
whether you would accept a position on the ticket if Trump asked you, and I think your response was, that would be devastating to my marriage.
I think Bobby knows
He is going to be on the ballot in North Carolina and Nevada. At least those states already started printing.
me very well.
Okay.
I think that's
the answer.
and that's also why he's not saying anything right now.
If Trump asked you, and I think your response was, that would be devastating to my marriage.
I think Bobby knows me very well.
Okay.
I think that's the
answer.
and that's also why he's not saying anything right now.
I think that's your answer.
You had been asked.
I think liberals and progressives tend to overcorrect when countering some of these crank narratives that contains grains of truth. Like, you shouldn't just put your blind faith in these greedy, corrupt institutions just to own right-wingers. It's important to actually look into these things thoroughly and not just cite scientific studies sponsored by the industries that peddle them. What? Uh-oh. I mean, sure, but the point is that there are definitely harmful chemicals in a lot of the food, and it's especially bad in America, and I think it's foolish to be obtuse or reductive about that. You will never catch me fucking speaking on this issue as though it is a bad thing, okay? I already recognized and literally said RFK is not wrong when he says that Americans eat poison, okay? That is correct. He's not wrong about that. And also, he's right when he talks about how Europe doesn't eat the same poison that Americans do. He's right on that front as well.
Can't fight fire with water.
The problem is where he takes that correct argument.
Particularly the Environmental Working Group has found what they call the dirty dozen, some of the worst pesticides on these products. So,
You're getting called out on the Miz event? Wait, what? What is Hassan got called out? For what? Someone just called you out? For what reason? Someone called you out to come to Texas? They said you banned from Texas? Okay. All right, someone send me the clip. Sure, bud. He called you a bitch? Okay. Let's watch.
Hello, guys. Killer Cam over here. All I gotta say, Hassan, you banned from Texas, boy. If I see you, it's on sight. Yeah, boy. Your little channel is garbage. Nobody want to listen to that, boy. You know what I'm saying? With people from Texas, I bet you get no balls to come step in Texas, boy. Get out of here.
Who is this guy? Is he one of the dudes fighting? That's so funny. Why are you so pressed?
There you go. A message to, I think that was a message to who I believe to be my best friend, Hassan Piker. So, it was.
What?
It was.
What did he do to make that nigga so
Who's the guy? Who's the guy? Oh, man. Dude gets punched in the mouth for a living and thinks you're stupid? Yeah, I know. No, I know that's Will, but who's the guy who's talking shit? Some random fighter? He was an amateur fighter from earlier? Let me see him. Another one from Texas. Yeah, okay, dude. It's Canute. Get out of here. Killer Cam. Does he not understand that you've been on stream multiple times on stream? Yeah, and I've also gone to the gym that he's talking shit from. It was the red gloves guy talking. Wait.
I want to listen to that, boy. You know what I'm saying? With people from Texas, I bet you get no balls to come step in Texas, boy.
I mean, I do have the balls to come step in Texas, and I will continue to step foot in Texas as I please. Not that guy. Wait, it was this guy? That's the guy who was talking shit? It's insane how you have some rabid haters that your entire community have little to zero knowledge of, just living rent-free in their heads. It's the dude with the blue gloves.
Glancing low there from
Like, turns out the guy is crazy.
Well, I'm going to be the best fighter in the game. When you try me with a sorry fighter like Josh Howell Gomez, that's what you gonna get. Don't you ever talk about me.
Dude, I fucking love, yo. Yo, what the fuck? Oh my God. Why does he look like Trainwrecks?
This fool start talking about he gonna spank me, get some pizza. Yeah, go get that pizza, boy. Put my jizz all over it, boy.
That's right.
Yo! What's
Oh, he's a Trump supporter? Yeah, I mean.
up? Give me the title next. What's up? I'm here for anybody.
He looks like a crossover between Ice Poseidon and Trainwrecks.
Now, for the first round, it was a little bit hectic, and it looked like you were on the ropes a little bit.
It ain't over till it's over.
But it's not over until it's over, and the second round, you absolutely came in and destroyed it. How are you feeling right now?
Ooh. Anybody else want to fight? I'm right here. Who want another show? Who want another show? I feel great. Let's go again. I'll fight till I die. I don't care. Yeah, follow my IG, Killer Cam UFC. I'm from Houston.
This guy's awesome. Yo.
Texter, H-Town, shout out to everybody from Austin.
I am honored to be hated by some of the most unhinged motherfuckers on the planet. Okay? He has no drywall left in his home. They should let the fighters go through some testing first. You know, the ones where you push shapes in the correct holes. Okay, you would be eliminating a lot of fighters if you did that. He's not in the UFC. Maybe he might make it there one day. Wait, he's shorter than Miz? Yeah, he is.
I love all y'all from Austin, my home. Yeah.
They do test them on these events, though. This can't just be adrenaline win, sus. No, they meant like a different type of test. They're not talking PED. For some reason, people have this delusional thought of physically fighting you. Yeah, especially if you're like an amateur fighter. Why the fuck would I ever fight you, dog? What are you, insane? This is what you trained for. Like, why? It doesn't matter that he's like 5'3", okay? Like, he's still a much better fighter than me immediately. You know what I mean? Check text. Motherfucker said check test, and then what he texted me was bro Lamau. I do think it's funny that he's like, you're not allowed in Austin, Texas, because I'll fight you. Like, I'll kill you if you go to Austin, Texas. Okay, bro. What about all your chair work just clicking? Dude, at some point, height overtakes experience. You literally can just pick them up and throw them. No. I mean, probably not. Okay? That's not how this works. Especially, guys, you keep forgetting that people who fucking train for certain things are obviously going to be better than people who don't train for those things. Okay? That's what it is. Like, for example, if the competition was about being coherent over an extended period of time, I would clear him. You know what I mean? Like, if the competition was like, who has the most amount of CTE, he destroys me. Okay? Like, I'm not going to go band for band on the whose brain is leaking out of his ear competition, because clearly he has a jump start on me, a massive head start on me. If we were to do, he says, I don't even want call to action, whatever you want me to say. Let me see. What should I say back to him? Send it to me and I'll get them to read it out. Hassan creating another lifelong hater in real time. Alphabet in reverse. Do you even know him? Why is he so angry? No, I have no idea who the fuck this person is. I don't know why I occupied to kill a cam. I didn't realize I occupied so much space in your head, especially when it's clear that there's not a lot of thoughts up there to begin with. Get well soon. Free Palestine. You're using too many adjectives and pronouns, brother. You're talking to an aspiring fighter. Okay, that's better, actually. You're right. Phrase it as especially when space in his head is limited. Keep in mind, everyone here is a right-wing fighter in their 30s. Should I not say this then? They're going to all hate me now. Bro wants all the smoke today? No, that's insane, dude. Let's say he tries to fucking fight me. Like, I'm not saying that he wouldn't be able to beat my ass, okay? But like, even if he tried to do that, it's over for him. You know what I mean? Like, what? He's just going to go to jail? Like, what a fucking insane thing. Hurling personal insults at a brain-damaged right-wing lunatic. How are your survival instincts so bad? I'm sorry, but a 5'3" shrimp is not able to beat your ass, put your hand on his forehead? Bro, that's not how this works, okay? He probably would be able to. Tell him Miz is taking you to the UFC and not him. Are you sure he isn't memeing? No.
It says pizza time!
No, he's like talking about how he's going to jizz in someone's pizza.
Wait, where's your...
To Texas, we on top all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? Shout out, this ad sponsored by Marine Corps. Let's go, Trump 2024. Let's.
Bro, use this as an outrage. Don't make more haters even if they deserve it. Okay. Bro, I'm not joking. I think making fun of this guy is ableist. Is bro allowed to live on his own? I don't know.
Let's go. It says pizza.
Why didn't Will stand on business about you? Are you fucking stupid? I would never want Will to like try and defend me physically against an unstable dude like this when he's like hopped up on the most amount of adrenaline. I don't want my best friend to fucking get heated bows, like trade heated bows for no fucking reason. What are you talking about? Why would you ever try to fight a dude who's like literally training to be a fighter? I'm just gonna say, to Killer Cam, I'd like to challenge you to a reading competition. Congrats on your win, Free Palestine. Don't do that. He might want to do that. It's fine. Miz liked that one. It's a win-win. Even if I lose, it's a win-win because that means we got him to read, okay? We're making his brain better. I already did. I already fired it off. How can someone look so Dagestani while being from Houston, Texas? Respect. He's got the build. His last name is Arab. That's, oh my God, that makes it even crazier. Make sure to include Free Palestine in there, okay? He's worried because the Marines are there. He's going to think you're talking about Palestine, Texas, Palestine? No. And also, it's Ohio. Is there a Palestine in Texas? Marines will get mad. Oh, no. No, I don't think Marines would get mad at Free Palestine at all. There's one in fucking Dallas, near Dallas. Yeah, Marines would never get mad at that shit. What are you talking about? Marines get mad at everything, dude? No. Anyway, that was a fun little reroute that we took here. Fun little journey that we went on. Not every Marine is a dumb jock type. No, yes, they are. And also, I don't think you understand. There plenty of dumb jock types love that shit. RIP my sponsors. What if you did anything else but that last part so I don't lose this whole thing? The flag. I don't think he understands. He literally thinks that's like a bad thing to say. I promise you it's not. No, it's not like this is the one event. This is 100% one of the, yeah, UFC fighters say Free Palestine all the time. This is the one place where if you say that, it translates across political boundaries. That's why I put it in there. Yeah. I promise you, Miz thinks it's akin to Sig Heiling. No, fuck no. Pretty sure they kicked the one out from UFC, the carrying flag. Fuck no. No, they didn't. Dana White literally fucking yelled at the fucking press after for claiming that they actually took his Palestinian flag away from him. He was like, no, they didn't. No one told me about any of that shit. Yeah, there are literally, dude, this is the one, trust me, even in the most like right-wing circles, this is the one thing that they will actually like. Yeah. Khabib Nurmagomedov literally fucking told Donald Trump directly to handle it. The thing that they don't like, on the other hand, is if I were to say at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Belal Muhammad is literally the UFC champ. Yeah. Khamzat Chimaev had a great Palestine speech. Yeah. I don't think you guys understand. Fighters, this isn't the UFC. I know, but they all aspire to be in the UFC. The fighting community is very right-wing, except for this one issue. Because of the presence of Muslim fighters, okay? Some of the top fucking fighters are all Dagestani and Muslim, okay? Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. I'm telling you right now, if he says that, that'll play super fucking well. Wait, watch it now. Is he going to say it?
Garza's really leaving his face open now as he's getting a little bit more tired. That's what they always say. The more tired you are, the lower those hands drop. That's most dangerous.
Ooh, that elbow would have been beautiful. He's got the right idea.
Yeah, you know how there's like a lot of liberals? You know how there's like a lot of liberals who are progressive except Palestine? A lot of conservatives are conservative except Palestine. He has to go up to Will in between rounds to relay the message. He's not on the mic. Yeah, people literally hated Conor McGregor for calling one of Khabib's team members an ISIS member. Anyway, they may also be anti-Israel for the wrong reasons, if you catch my drift. Nah, like not even. No, bro, you develop sympathies.
You gotta fire.
Dude, you need to understand something. You develop sympathies for people that you love. You develop sympathies for people that you're surrounded by. Because there is a heavy Muslim presence in the UFC and in the fighting space in general, okay, that actually translates to people developing sympathies and an understanding. Geldi. Benim de var, benim de orada var. Bana yapar mısın şimdi şeyi tavuğu? Niye yıkıldın? Okay, o zaman ben kendim sipariş ederim. Sıkıntı yok. Beklerim. There's a lot of fighters who don't like Israel for that reason. There's definitely fighters who don't like it for that reason, but I'm telling you.
I look at a strawberry and I think, oh, this is a healthy food.
Right.
But in most cases, unless it's organic, certified organic, you are getting something that's actually hurting you.
What can be done at a...
Yeah, Sean Strickland is probably the most mask-off bigot in the UFC. And after Islam, the fighter, told him to stop talking shit about Islam, the religion, he stopped completely. There's a video of him. There's a video of him in on a podcast where he was like, yeah, I used to say a lot of shit about Islam, like the religion, and a lot of shit about Muslims. Comments on r/UFC show exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, see?
Trash. He's also criticized your jab style. What do you want to say to Bilal Muhammad?
Such a fucking little bitch, bro. Every time I see this motherfucker in person, I'm always like, hey, Bilal Muhammad, you fucking Miami, like where the fuck you're from. Let's handle this shit. And he puts his head down and he goes away.
To be honest, if I were Palestinian, I wouldn't go there. Strickland really is that edgy, insecure teenager that never grew up. Sean saying Bilal isn't Palestinian because he grew up in Chicago tells you all you need to know about Sean when it comes to this kind of shit. It's like watching the last two brain cells fighting over a third place. Wonder why a lot of Palestinians don't live there because of Israel. Strickland is quickly becoming one of the most unlikable clowns in the UFC. I'm telling you right now, the fighting community is infinitely more sympathetic to Palestinians than like any other average like interest group or any other average like sport fandom. I'm asking if you can think of something else. If you can think of something else, though, just scared. But I'm trying. You deserve revenge. This was during Bilal's walkout. That's amazing. Like, come on, bro. Like, think about that. That's on Reddit, by the way. Think about how fucking anti-Palestinian Reddit is. Think about how anti-Palestinian Reddit is. And this is like, they're fucking super primed. Most soccer fans internationally are also insanely homophobic and sexist, but pro-Palestine, yeah. Have you watched the Canute clip? No, I have not. Oh, here.
I make fun of everybody, but Muslims are nuts. So there was a guy named Albert Durov. I have a lot of Muslims at the gym. Love these guys. So one day, Albert Durov comes up to me and he was like, hey, Sean, can I talk to you? I thought he was going to show me a move. I'm like, all right, sure. I'll be your wrestling dummy for all these little Muslims come in the cage. What, we didn't guard? What position are we in here, Albert? He's like, no. Sit down, Sean. I'm like, oh, puts his hand on my leg. Muslims, dude, are super touchy.
They're friendly.
Super friendly, guys. So odd, especially because of religion. So he's like, Sean, in my country, I cannot be friends with you. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, you say things about Islam. Pretty much saying, I cannot be friends with you because what you say about Islam. Right. I'd make fun of Jews, Christians, Scientologists, make fun of everybody. So after that, after he caressed my leg and rubbed my head a little bit, I was like, okay, dude, I'm going to lay off Islam. I make fun of everybody, but Muslims are nuts. So there was a guy named Albert Durov. I have a lot of Muslims at the gym. Love these guys. So one day, Albert Durov comes up to me and he was like, hey, Sean, can I talk to you? I thought he was going to show me a move. I'm like, all right, sure. I'll be your wrestling dummy for all these little Muslims come in the cage. What, we didn't guard?
Yeah, there you go. That's when he shut the fuck up about Muslims. All right, let's finish this RFK video. I got to pee.
To stop this and make people get healthy.
Yeah, as president, I'll issue an executive order on day one that anybody who is recommending food products in USDA or FDA at any of those committees, if you are going to be on those committees, you have to have no conflict of interest. We spend 5 times our military budget on chronic disease.
Yeah.
And it's made us the sickest population in the world. And if you wonder why we're the sickest people in the world, why do we have these epidemics of ADHD and depression and all these kind of psychiatric illnesses that have been linked by the science to these kind of foods, to the ingredients of these foods? And why do we have these neurological disorders, all this epidemic of autoimmune disease?
So many of these products are geared towards children, which I think is what's really tragic about it. It's sort of like you're putting them at a very early age on this pathway to chronic disease. And then at the end of that is pharma to sort of cure whatever the food did to you.
The advisors who actually choose the nutrition guidelines are almost all of corrupted. They're conflicted.
Are you willing to take on a position like this in the Trump administration as health czar?
Well, one way or the other, I'm going to be fighting to get this stuff out of our foods. I mean, we're poisoned. We have a generation of kids that are swimming around in a toxic soup right now. And we need to, we're betraying them. We're supposed to be taking care of our kids, and we're letting these industries corrupt our agencies and mass poison them. And, nobody in the world has a chronic disease epidemic of the kind that we have in this country.
Yeah, it's true. I think it's a sleeper issue of this.
Uncommitted voter at MI willing to take the risk of a Trump presidency over war in
More
Gaza.
than 100,000 voters in the critical battleground state of Michigan cast uncommitted ballots in the Democratic primary earlier this year, protesting President Biden's handling of the war in Gaza. So how do they feel about the message Kamala Harris is projecting now that she is at the top of the ticket? NBC's Yasmin Basugian is in Dearborn, Michigan, which is home to the largest Arab American population in the U.S. Also with us, Victoria DeFrancesco Soto, Dean of the Clinton School of Public Service at the University of Arkansas, and an NBC News contributor and analyst. Okay, Yasmin, I know you sat down late to this panel of uncommitted or mostly uncommitted voters. So I wonder what they made of Harris's big speech and her campaign so far.
We were together, Chris, till about 1 a.m. In the morning watching that speech together, I will say, and it was fascinating to watch with them. We had 4 uncommitted voters, folks that voted uncommitted in the Michigan primary, remain uncommitted today. 1 committed voter, the woman that you'll see in the front without the headscarf, she is going to stump for, she is voting for Kamala Harris. She is excited about the vice president running for president of the United States.
Miz is on the mic. Oh, shit. Let's see if he does it.
So much exponentially, and as well as I did, and we showed that tonight. We put on a great show for y'all. Hey, I want to say something. I know we didn't get a finish, but y'all think that deserves a bonus? I mean, fight of the night. What's up? What y'all think?
It could be. That was a great fight.
Is it
What's
me
your
or is
plans
he
going
turning
forward
himself to
now that
Dana
you fought
White?
at
No, he
Melee
got a
pro
hairline
level?
restoration surgery. He's the
I'm not
opposite of
gonna
Dana.
lie. I saw you guys come up from the beginning, and I see you guys continue to grow. And I love it, man, the exposure, the videos. Hey, free is my middle name, man. Y'all got free pictures, free shorts. I love it. I might just come back. And another thing, too, I'm from Texas, so I've been wanting to keep up my fights in Texas, my pro career, so I'm loving it, man. I might just be back.
Hey, congratulations on your win. Let's keep going with the pro fights tonight. Let's give it back to EE.
I thought he was about to say free Palestine.
All right, Miz, thank you so much, and big kudos and congrats to John Garza. Hard-fought victory, and it did not disappoint.
Oh, we're going back to the ring. We're going back to the ring. Hold on.
What to say? Go ahead.
We're more than that.
I just want to say all my teammates, man, I freaking love y'all. Everybody at SFS, I love y'all, man. My friend Pina, Christina, y'all been a great help to me. And I want to give a quick shout out to my sponsors. Big shout out, y'all see the logos right here. Goddamn, Hetty Baker, man. Hey, appreciate you, Frank. I love you, man. Yeah, that's all I had to say. Hey, y'all follow me on Instagram at Mowgli_LL. Let's go, baby.
Try hard. Let's get back to the desk.
Wait,
Yo,
that's
love
it?
that, man. Make sure you plug yourself. Get your name out there. A lot of eyes
That's
on this
it?
event.
I'm following
Come
him
on,
right
Miz, you
now.
fucking
There you
coward.
go, man. And shouts to you. I want to show some love to the mainstream here over on Twitch.tv/MizKip. 76,000 folks tuned in, tapped in, and watching. I know the homie Asmin is doing a little restream as well. So shouts to you guys showing love. Hope everybody is enjoying the event. Always a pleasure to. Oh, what's going on?
Another visitor in the booth.
Oh, this motherfucker right here.
Hey, Forzen, I don't know who you are, but I'm coming for you. You're taking everything I work for, motherfucker.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to take you out. I don't know who you are, but I'm going to take you out.
He's on the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had Hassan Piker called out. Now we've had Forzen called out. I mean, just about every streamer getting challenged into the octagon.
What are these streamers doing to piss these folks off?
I don't know.
Good grief.
Come on, Miz.
We used to be a peaceful brand. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Well, nonetheless, though, a lot of challenges for sure.
Beautiful.
I don't think we're going to see any streamers step into the octagon anytime soon.
You never know. You never know.
I got a feeling, huh? I got a good feeling about this. But you're right. If there's like a creator-only thing, maybe so. But now I don't know if it's going to live up to the hype of what we just saw
I would
here
love
between
you two go. I would love to see that. You're
me and
about the
Will.
same
Will would
weight
kill me, bro. Are you kidding me? I'm old,
Who
bro.
the fuck called you out? That's why we're watching. Some fucking crazy right-wing brain dead fighter was like, bro, free what do you call it? He was like, he was just saying some unhinged ass shit.
No gun-free zones.
Wait, so more guns.
Yep. Can't fight fire with water. You gotta fight fire with fire.
You can't fight fire with water?
Yeah. Depends on what's in the fire.
They specifically do fight fire with water.
Yeah.
Actually, true. Depends on the fire. You do realize, like, the saying is literally can't fight fire with fire. Like, I get it, but he's not technically not wrong, but that's not what he's talking about.
thing, Chris, that really brought them together was Donald Trump's threat to reproductive rights in this country for women. That was something they all agreed on. But it was Gaza. It was the war between Israel and Gaza, in which these uncommitted voters remain in question as to where they were cast their ballot. Let's take a listen to what they have to say, Chris, and then we'll talk on the other side.
She walked the line. She talked about Israel and how October 7th was horrible. Yeah, it was horrible. But I feel like she kind of downplayed what's been going on in the last 10 months.
If she would have called for a permanent ceasefire, saying we do need a permanent ceasefire, I think that, for me, that would have been different.
You're bombing our families with our money, and just one good speech is going to win us over again? I don't think so.
In the Arab and Muslim community, we've been voting for Democrats for a long time. We've hosted Democrats in our homes. We've donated to them. We've fundraised for them, and we've knocked on doors for them. But at this point, our money is going to our families overseas who are dying every single day and who need aid because of direct results from this administration, which she's part of.
They're losing voters, are going to put Trump in the office. That's on them. That's not on us. They're distancing their voters from them. They are not listening to their constituents. It's on them. It's not on us.
Chris, let me be clear. None of our uncommitted voters said that they were going to vote for Donald Trump. If, in fact, they were not going to vote for Kamala Harris, it was going to be a vote for a third-party candidate. But I pressed them on a Donald Trump presidency and what that would mean specifically for the Arab and for the Muslim community, as we saw the first time the former president was, in fact, president. The Trump Muslim ban, for instance, the relationship he has with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Two of them said essentially they're willing to take that risk because of the atrocities they've seen happen in Gaza, and they haven't seen a permanent ceasefire be called for by this administration. Two, though, Chris, and I will say quickly, this was different than the last time I was here in Michigan. Two of them, Lindsey and Adam, they're open to what Kamala Harris has to offer, essentially saying she needs to differentiate herself from President Biden. She needs to call for a permanent ceasefire. She's got 70 days or so to earn their vote. And I will say, Lindsey, at the end of that speech that the vice president made, she said, I will likely pull the lever for Kamala Harris. I may not stump for her, but I will likely pull the lever. So that we're seeing as a differentiation this time around than we saw when we were here during the Michigan primaries, Chris.
Separate reports from Channel 11 and Ynet. High-ranking Israeli officials estimate that Hezbollah is expected to launch an attack soon in response to the Shukr assassination. Ynet said in the coming days, this comes after seeing the current Cairo talks disappoint so badly. I wanted to see what the black men thought about Harris at the NC speech. They also mentioned that Iran is not planning to join in a coordinated offensive. To my Lebanese, Palestinian, Israeli comrades here, stay safe. Why press the uncommitted people on a Trump presidency if Trump wins? Is because Kamala is a demon who's thirsty for the blood of Palestinian children? Not because of the uncommitted vote. I think that press has one speed on this, just like everybody else has one speed on this, which is always the same. It's like, oh well, what about Trump? At the event, they also have the jump.
625 right now.
So what is it? Laser what?
Laser sign, probably.
What is this? Imagine admitting that you ban-evaded to complain to a streamer about their mods. I don't know what you're talking about. I've seen people say Trump will end the Gaza war. Like, what the fuck? Yes, dude, I know. This is a classic example of a big tent party is counterproductive. No, it's entirely a matter of who's in the tent and who's not. What did you know? Everybody likes the guy who mouth screaming about children's genitals at the Lego store. Everybody thinks that should definitely be the fucking national campaign strategy. Oh my God. Bro, they go off of this, Hillary Clinton could fucking become president. I don't want to write that into the fucking, I don't want to put that in writing. I don't want the DNC to hear me say this, okay? You're gonna make Kamala Harris president. That's what you're gonna do. Can't believe I said that out loud. Oh my God. Oh no, now it's gonna fucking happen. What is it? What have you done? Bean, not bean? Yeah, no. Everybody likes the guy who... What? They are? No. What the fuck? No, dude. I've been calling Republicans weird in how they're campaigning. Not they are. What's wrong with you? Some chatters should have been left behind. How they're campaigning on cultural war issues will lead to easier Democratic wins for a minute. It's there? No. What? There's so many fucking... No. Their campaign or their campaigning also works. No, their campaigning on culture war issues works, and their campaign on culture war issues also works, but it's still there. I am correct. Oh my God, what is happening? Wait, what the fuck? Oh my God, the amount of people in this chat. It's there. It'd be they are if you said campaign on culture war issues. What? You played too much of the fighting. Now we are. Bro, it's there. No, it's not. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know if this is like victims of communism in the chat or what's going on. What's happening here? This is making me really reconsider ever listening to chat ever again for the rest of time. Huh. Hassan, there's a valid reading with there and there. No, they are doesn't work here. I've been calling Republicans weird, and how they are campaigning on culture war issues will lead to easier Democratic wins for a minute doesn't work. I've been calling Republicans weird, period. They are campaigning on culture war issues, and this will lead to easier Democratic wins for a minute, period, would work. Okay? Those are two separate ways of writing it. They are only works if you write it in the way that I just said the second time. You're wrong. You can't just swap out there here with they are and expect this to work. It doesn't work at all. Who was like fucking foaming out of the mouth, screaming about children's genitals at the Lego store. Everybody thinks that campaign strategy
definitely be the fucking
grammar-wise either way. I am correct grammar-wise either way, and I'm going to keep going with the way that I wrote it. It's not swapping anything. They simply work both in the way that you have the sentence structured. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. In the way that that current sentence is structured, they are does not work. You're wrong. It literally does not. Oh my God. I'm literally ESL. Why the fuck can I speak English better than monolinguist? This is crazy. This is crazy. Confidently incorrect is what is going on in here. There's so many motherfuckers who are just confidently incorrect. What the hell's going on? Chat was literally joking about me saying that that fighter can't read a whole fucking book. Meanwhile, y'all are also apparently incapable of writing a paragraph. All right, let's keep going.
Voter support for the top of the Democratic ticket has increased over the past month. According to two ABC News Washington Post polls, Harris has 78% of the black male vote versus Joe Biden 72% from July. Trump support has dipped slightly from 19% to 16 percentage points. Now, pundits often talk about these voters, but they don't speak with black male voters often. So this morning, something different, some real talk. I brought together a group of black men, 5 men of different ages, different priorities, different political leanings. We watched Harris's historic speech Thursday night, and then we talked about the big issues.
Give me one word to describe her acceptance speech. Anthony, you first.
I would say presidential.
Omar?
Textbook.
Charles?
Political.
Henry?
I would say safe.
Hakeem?
Inspirational. When she first walked out, she was warm. She was taking it all in, and it felt like she was really enjoying the moment and really having it settle on her with the crowd. I think that the acceptance speech overall, the themes were great. I mean, she talked about the American people, what folks wanted to hear from the middle, about middle class, about anti-Trumpism, and really warning us through fear about what we should expect with the second term of Trump. But she really hit the nail on the head.
I think that she did a great job at galvanizing the American people. Textbook play when it comes to acceptance speech. I think she fell short with speaking about economics. And I do understand that her overall speech has to be for the American people, and it's not the time to kind of get a little direct toward what we may want to hear.
I was very surprised that she did, speak about her father.
At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you."
For me, it's all about values as well. For me, I am a black man with a family. And, Anthony made the point about the connection. When for me, mentioning her father, who is a black man, for me, what makes her black is her father, not an HBCU, not a sorority. And so that's the connection I'm looking for. I was looking to hear more about policy. I think a lot of us were.
Bro, every single person I've listened to from this speech has had the same exact take that I had. She did a great job She did a great job tying fucking her own personal story to her message. Okay. The introduction was solid. And then that they wanted to hear more policies from her, which is what I was saying as well. And in terms of like, obviously, the disagreements that I have, a lot of people also recognize what she did as an extension of Biden. Okay. You did mention you were surprised hearing about her father. Yes. Because her father and her mother divorced when she was like 6, and he famously was not in her life. Her father also actually disowned her publicly in the 2019 primaries when she said, when she went on the Breakfast Club and talked about like how she's Jamaican, and of course she loves smoking the ganja or some shit like that. And her father was very upset. It was her best speech in terms of delivery. Her public speaking was at her best there, but the content of the speech itself was hollow at parts, vague in others, and dangerous and scary with all the war hawk shit and immigration. I agree. Yeah.
And so I didn't hear
his own strong
a lot
word
about policy.
No, he did. He literally fucking said, how dare you equate being Jamaican to like the fucking stereotypes of smoking
I did not
weed,
expect her to
especially as a prosecutor who fucking put people in prison for it.
speak heavy on policy. Very rarely will you ever see a presidential candidate at an acceptance speech or even on a stump speak with details on policies. It's what we do after they get elected and get in office, and holding their feet to the fire is where we as Black men and as a Black community have failed. And this time we cannot fail.
I didn't hear the things from an economical standpoint that I was looking for. My main question here is that if you happen to get back in office for another 4 years, what are you going to do? You're going to rinse and repeat here. We all pay the exact same for gas and for food. You have families living from paycheck to paycheck. Some can't even make it to paycheck to paycheck.
Anthony, do you believe the polls that show that Black men in a substantial way are shifting to former President Trump?
I was in the barbershop today, right? And there's this real kind of resolve that a lot of folks who are younger millennials are having, which is, hey, I make a little bit of money. I want to keep my money, right? And the country has never really worked for Black men, so what do I have to lose? And so Black men are beginning to vote with their pocketbooks. And I think that's not misguided. But I think the Democratic Party has failed to demonstrate what it has to offer the Black man specifically.
I don't want a Black man's policy. I don't want a Black man's policy. I want a policy that's going to be applied across the board. And since I'm Black, I can benefit from it and understand capitalism and understand how to navigate. And we're never going to get a Black man's policy.
Henry, you wanted to hear a message that you said was not through the language of social justice. What does that mean?
There's more to Black men than social justice and these problems with police. I just feel like a lot of politicians, they feel like the only way to talk to Black men is through that language about social justice.
This cycle, they are leaning into her experience as a prosecutor.
I think that is net positive. I mean, there's nothing that anyone can say to make me feel as though I have more in common with Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. But this has become the center because of its relationship to Black men, and this idea that we can sever Black men from Kamala Harris if we just say she puts us in jail. And I feel like that's like a complete fallacy.
What is the relevance of sex here? Sexism is as pervasive in this country as racism is. Do you think it's going to hurt her with voters, men, Black men specifically?
You know, the Black community, for us, we're used to women being in leadership. So for us, I don't think it's going to be a big deal.
I would say that I agree and disagree. I think it may be a problem because a lot of African-American business, particular Black men.
That's not a bad thing. Yeah, it's correct. Also, that's why Trump's racism, questioning whether Kamala Harris is Black or not, talking about how Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, all that shit actually plays really poorly. All that shit plays really poorly to any like Black male voter in the margins, which is already a tiny fraction for the Republican side anyway. But it absolutely plays negatively because every black person at the end of the day, unless they're like completely fucking brain broken, has heard this narrative before, the DEI narrative, affirmative action. Like, you don't deserve your job. You're only there because you're black. That you took your job, that you took that job away from a more deserving white person. Like, they know what that shit is. What? His perspective is black people are not a fucking monolith. Assange chat treats black people like a monolith 50% of the time. What? I hope you're black, because if you aren't, stop saying this shit. Yeah, this is not an appropriate thing to say.
Male business feel a little threatened because there's a huge movement when it comes to black woman business. And so, number one, we shouldn't let them divide us that particular way. But the movement is so great for African-American women, and we support them, and we want that. And sometimes I think African-American men can feel like they're outpacing us when we should be working together at the exact same time.
Why can't chat ever be normal about black people? What do you think? It's a very white community. When have white people been normal? Even when they're trying to be good, even when they're trying to be good allies, when the fuck have white people ever been normal by black people, bro? What do you mean? How is this a unique experience for you right now? I mean, you know how it is. You know how it is everywhere else. Also, chat is not normal about not just black people, but like it's everything. I have to yell at chat all the time about being normal. It's a learning process. This community is significantly more agreeable than any other place on the internet. I'm going to ban you now. Every time I forget you're Canadian and from Toronto, you have to remind me with this dumb shit. Also, black Canadian chatter using lol.
Relevant is her support for a woman's right to make medical decisions about her body.
It's the woman's body, so she should be able to dictate her terms of her body.
The Lord made life. Jesus Christ made life, and you have to value life.
I guess the Thomas Sowell reading seminar didn't fully escape you with your usage of lol. You know, it takes a long time to unlearn, and sometimes it manifests. That anti-blackness sometimes manifests itself in different ways, like being a black chatter that uses lol.
So Kamala wants to take life.
There's so much that we don't know as men that we don't have the privilege to opine on. Like, we will never have a period. We will never go through childbirth. So to even fix our mouths to comment on how, I don't care what God said it, women have the right to govern their bodies. And it's time to shut our mouths.
No, lol. It's a joke, man. I'm joking. I'm fucking joking, chatters. Oh my fucking God. I forget that there's like normies in here. LUL is like, oftentimes in this community, when someone uses LUL over KEKW, okay, it's usually some of the most racist, it's accompanied by some of the most racist screeds you've ever fucking heard. I'm making a joke about a chatter that I know the background of, who I think, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday said he read Thomas Sowell in his early days. I'm using him, making a mistake, telling me information about himself like this against him to make a joke. It's a double joke, okay? It has nothing to do with him being from Canada or from Toronto. I'm doing an inside. I didn't read Thomas Sowell. Wait, it wasn't Fed-haired Shanks. It was someone else. Maybe it was a different chatter. It might have been a different chatter. It might not have been Fed-haired Shanks. We were talking about Thomas Sowell yesterday, and another chatter said that they had read Thomas Sowell when they were younger and almost got duped. The fact that you remember any chatter that said out of the 40K people in here is impressive. I can't remember who it was. All us black chatters look the same? Yes. You seem to mix up your black folk, huh? That is a ridiculous assertion to make in this situation. There's usually 30 to 40,000 fucking chatters in here. The fact that I even remember any kind of distinction while making a fucking joke when I'm parsing through texts and pixels is crazy. Anyway, but yeah, no, there was a joke about using lol anyway. All right, what the fuck were we doing?
You are a registered Republican. You now consider yourself to be an independent, voted for Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020. Going with this, you were leaning Harris, but hadn't ruled out Trump. Did you hear anything in the speech that moved your vote or the likelihood in one direction or another?
Not in this speech specifically, but over the past month and within the last 4 days, absolutely.
And what was that?
One, you have freedom. Days of old, you would never hear a person speak about autocrats or dictators the way Trump speaks of them, and the party allows him to continue to speak on them that way. Ronald Reagan is rolling over in his grave. And so
oh God,
they're so far away from true conservative values. So I'm a fiscal conservative and I am a social liberal.
What did you think of that section in which she said that Trump is strong, or she said that Trump is friendly to autocrats because he wants?
Dude, that's crazy. Okay, that is a oh my God, dude. He said Ronald Reagan would be rolling in his grave. Ronald Reagan literally called black people monkeys. Like, he called African diplomats monkeys, dude. What the fuck do you mean? How are you going to use him as a good example of like a good Republican president? And the only reason why I say that, and not like all of the shit that he actually did that played a significant role in destroying the black community, is because a lot of liberals are only tuned to that kind of optics equation. They don't ever think about the impact of policy.
Wants to be an autocrat himself. What was your reaction to that?
I just think it was just another lie. And, you know, the left has a tendency to do this every time they're in front of a big crowd.
Immigration has been an attack line from Republicans against the vice president. She talked about it in the speech.
I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system.
You have millions of immigrants coming over here, and what are they doing? They're taking black men's jobs.
They're not taking black people jobs or white people jobs. They're taking indigent jobs, low-paying jobs, working in jobs that most people and most Americans do not want to take.
I'm curious to know from the other gentleman, do we feel it's the same Kamala Harris from 2020 that was running for president that we have now? Do we have a different Kamala Harris? Do we feel like she's gained more experience to step in this role?
It's going to be more of the same. And because it's going to be more of the same, I think that we should put more pressure on her.
And what's that look like?
It's no different from the Latin community, who just endorsed her and made headways on some of the things that they was asking for. We as an African-American community, we just never get that. So if we hold out until the last minute and have contingent plans, something concrete in writing that we know that she can champion, I say we hold on to that in order to put pressure on her.
We've seen the Republican National Convention, the Democratic National Convention. They're both over now. If the election were to be held tomorrow, not who you'd vote for, but who do you think would win? Anthony?
I think Kamala Harris takes it.
Omar?
I think Trump would take it if it was tomorrow.
Charles?
I feel strongly Trump would take it if it was tomorrow.
Henry?
If it was tomorrow, hands down, Kamala Harris.
Hakeem?
I'm going to go on a limb. If it was tomorrow, it's going to be a landslide. Kamala Harris.
From America is the American section.
Oh my God. Trots. Oh, I wanted to watch why so many young men are leaving the
2008,
so many young men are leaving the Democrats for Republicans.
58% of young people lean Democratic. 2012, 53%. And in the last two major election years, that percentage held steady at 55%. But in 2023, that number dipped
No,
below
I haven't done the Klepper bit. I'm down to do it though.
50% for the first time since 2005. And you'll notice right here, they've started to lean more Republican. And that's partly because of one specific group, young men. Young men have increased their support of the Republican Party from 35% to 48%, a 13 percentage point increase in just 7 years. And this is a new trend. While 2020 exit polls show that young men backed Biden by 15%.
We are literally the fucking last political space online that is a holdout, that is majority men, that isn't like insanely fucked politically. It's not even a joke. Straight up. All of that fucking red pill content has created this like insane vacuum, dude. Andrew Tate, hustle culture, PUA, all this red pill shit, manosphere. It's really fucked up. Gender wars on TikTok don't help either.
Percentage points. A February 2024 Wall Street Journal poll found they favored Trump by 14 percentage points. And this loss of young male voters is a major issue for the Democratic Party going into November. The question now, can Kamala Harris bring some back? Here's what's driving young men to support Republicans and what it could mean for the presidential election to come.
America great again. When we ask young voters, what issue is most important to you?
I'm not gonna lie, I also think men are getting dumber, and it's genuinely terrifying. Like, men are so fucking young men are so predisposed to like right-wing radicalization. We're getting dumber, bro. We are. Worse educational outcomes overall, like year over year. It's actually getting worse.
You go to
Hassan speaking French. Bro, when I say we, I'm a man, okay? And at a certain point, I was a young man, okay? This isn't how I, like, was born into the planet. I don't know if you know this.
Go to cast a vote. Among young men, it's the economy. Among young women, it's abortion.
17% of men say the economy is the most important issue, followed by democracy and immigration. Whereas for young women, the top issue is abortion, by a lot.
Why is this happening? Well, we put the reasons into two different buckets.
By a lot. Whereas for young women, important issue.
Abortion.
17% of men say the economy is the most important issue, followed by democracy and immigration. Whereas for young women, the top issue is abortion, by a lot.
Why is this happening? Well, we put the reasons into two different buckets. One is the life experiences that young men and young women are having. Those life experiences are diverging.
Young men without a college degree have seen the greatest decline in labor force participation.
Yeah, I see. They're literally saying what I was talking about. Like, this is a major issue, okay? This is a major problem.
Meanwhile, a record 87% of college-educated women are in the workforce. And today, women make up 60% of college graduates.
This division that we're seeing between young men and young women, it goes beyond who they're going to vote for Congress or president. It goes to a range of policy issues. So then let's look at what the government is offering. The Biden administration has moved to forgive federally funded student loans. That affects young women more than young men.
During the 2019-2020 school year, 49% of female undergraduate students took out loans, compared to only 42% of male undergraduates. And 66% of all student debt is carried by women.
The young women favored forgiving.
Yeah, that's because they're going to school at higher rates. Like, that's it. Like, you just showed the previous graph that literally tells you why 66% women taking the fucking student loans. Because they're the ones who are actually going and pursuing higher education when men are not. This, like, the party differences have basically become firm on rural versus urban divide in terms of where people are. And the other divide is college education versus high school education, except for white people. White people do buck, white men specifically do buck that trend a little bit.
Student loans by 45 percentage points. The young men were about equally divided. I mean, that's a big difference.
Meanwhile, young men support extending Trump's tax cuts by 23 percentage points, which cut the corporate tax rate and reduced some individual income tax.
Dude, there's nothing funnier than being under the age of 35. There's nothing funnier than being under the age of 35, being like, I worry about the economy, and then advocating for tax cuts for corporations at the top marginal tax rate. It's like, dude, you are so fucking stupid, dude. You are like, what are you? You are the biggest, most gullible moron on the planet. They are running your pockets, dumbass. They are running your fucking pockets. What are you saying? Like, you think that shit helps you, dude? You think that that touches you? The only capital you own is a busted ass Honda Civic that your older brother handed down to you. You can't even avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. You ain't got $6 in your pocket to subscribe. Use your parents' Twitch Prime. By connecting your parents' Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you'll get one free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Thank you, Daniel Art, allowing 20 young men to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad right now. I sent the Clipper link.
And now, because of our tax cuts, you can keep more of your hard-earned money.
But women oppose the proposed extension by 20 percentage points, a full 43-point difference.
That's data that goes.
Like, extending Trump's tax cuts is so funny. You get $5 in your pocket, and all of the tax cuts that were made permanent are for corporations at the top marginal tax rate, you know? I mean, motherfuckers are, like, advocating for their own demise.
Like this, young men headed in one direction and young women in the other. That's a big difference. Data does not usually segment young voters that remarkably. This is something new.
Which brings us back to this chart. 22% of young female voters say abortion is their #1 issue in this election, a key aspect of Harris's campaign.
We trust women to make decisions about their own body.
Only 3% of young male voters said the same. And young men and women stacked up differently on other issues as well. With immigration, Trump's policies are much more likely to be supported by men than women. Men support deploying troops at the border by 10 percentage points, whereas women oppose this policy by 15 points.
Bro, who do you think is going to get deployed? Oh my God, these people are so... This is what I mean, dog. This is what I mean. 18 to 29, net share in support is 10% for deploying troops in support of Trump's border policies. Like, build the wall, by the way, is unpopular among young men. Detain and deport is unpopular among young men, but they want to deploy troops. By the way, build the wall is so fucking unpopular that, like, again, like, detain and deport is unpopular, build the wall is unpopular. This goes back to the point that I was making. You just have to remember that. Like, across the board, for everyone under the age of 18 and 29, both building the wall and detaining and deporting are unpopular. Much more unpopular for women, but still unpopular for men as well. Just remember that. Real cool that the Democratic Party is going on at least one of those with the right-wing border wall bill that they're presenting as though it's bipartisan.
And when it comes to building the wall, one of Trump's key immigration policies.
Look at Israelis, bro. There are some sick, violent young people just waiting for the state approval to do violence. Bro, come on. Israel's different. Like, America's pretty fucking fascist too, but, like, Israel is mainlining fascism in, like, Nazi Germany style ways. Yes, you're right. A lot of the most right-wing Israelis are literally young people, but that's because the Haredi population is basically very young because they keep fucking popping babies out. Like, a lot of the Orthodox youth are those who comprise this incredibly reactionary base of support for the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir and shit.
Men are only slightly leaning towards opposition, but women overwhelmingly oppose it. These gaps are hard to explain just by differences in lived experience, which brings us to the second thing that explains the gap between young men and women.
What are the candidates and what are the parties saying to young voters? Donald Trump and the Republican Party are putting out a lot of messages expressly intended to appeal to young men. Donald Trump has gone to Ultimate Fighting Championship matches. He recently appeared on the podcast of Logan Paul. He went to a sneaker convention to sell his own brand of sneakers.
We got to get young people out to vote.
These are audiences that are overwhelmingly male and overwhelmingly filled with young men. And it's a way that Donald Trump and his campaign have been saying, hey, young men, I'm with you. I'm on the same page as you. I understand you.
Meanwhile,
a lot of the messaging from the Democratic Party has been towards issues that are more salient for women.
When I am President of the United States, I will sign into law the protections for reproductive freedom.
So what does this mean for November? Young women historically vote at higher rates than young men. But experts say that with a tight election, the Democratic Party will need to draw in as many votes as possible. The next challenge for the Republican Party will be figuring out how to turn these young male supporters.
Kids are into Trump because of streamers and podcasts, not fucking sneakers. No, I think kids are into Trump because they're not even directly into Trump, but they're getting beamed an unlimited amount of right-wing sentiment from all the podcasters and streamers, PUA space, all this fucking stupid shit. I think that's what it is. They're coming of age under the Biden administration. Understandably, the culture war dictates that there is going to be a pendulum swing in the other direction, just like there was one under the Trump administration, where a lot of the youth, many of you, when you were young, were super fucking libbed up, okay? And radicalizing during COVID. Now, many of you are no longer young. You grew up in that 4, 5, 6, 8 year time frame. Okay, a lot of young men are developing this kind of sentiment. A lot of young men are just developing this kind of sentiment in the fucking insane algorithms that they have, where every outlet, like whether it be financial advice, whether it be dating advice, whether it be fucking fitness advice, every single one of those is primed. Like every single fucking thing, every single type of like interest that young people have, young men have specifically, is like overtly and unimaginably right wing. It's like dominated by right wing forces. The irony, of course, is that like I'm interested in a lot of those things as well. And I present myself in the way that I do, but you know, I get belittled by a lot of like super insecure men on the red pill side who say I'm gay as though it's like a bad thing to be gay. But automatically, if you're like an insecure teenager, insecure about your own sexuality, you do think it's a bad thing. You know what I mean? It's just like, there's not really much you could do. Barstool conservatism. Yeah. I do legitimately think, though, that the reason for why this is happening is because of Andrew Tate style content creators in general. Half of my male cousins in the 7th and 9th grade are very right-wing incels who watch Tate is so fucking awful, and they're transphobic and racist, and their parents have no idea about what they do on the internet. Yeah. It's crazy. Like every fucking aspect of Gen Z existence for men specifically is dominated by right-wing charlatans. Do we see a right-wing pendulum swing like this? Yeah, Gamergate. Yeah, that's precisely what happened. Gamergate.
Into actual voters.
Gen Z said the 60-year-old, man, my 15-year-old nephew fucks with Andrew Tate hard. Please, I need advice on how to deal with him with the uncle-nephew bond. I think you just got to belittle those people. Like, not your nephew. I'm saying, like, the Andrew Tates and whatnot. Like, you just got to make fun of them for the clowns that they are, for the weirdos that they are. Because the biggest problem is those guys are obviously very insecure, right? And fixing this problem requires long-term commitment, which you can have as the uncle-nephew bond is irreplaceable, as you know. So it's not even about taking him away from the Andrew Tate style commentary channels or whatever. It's about actually getting him to develop confidence in himself, in and of itself. That's how you fix this issue. Because a lot of men, a lot of young men, myself included, like when I was young, I was fucking insecure, you know? A lot of young men are genuinely insecure. They're also hormone-addled fucking weirdos in general. And I think that in that space, when there's so much anxiety about your future prospects and you're like getting beamed gender war shit on TikTok nonstop, and that's your only form of content that you're enjoying, and every minute interest that you might have, from anime to working out to, you know, fashion, like or music, every single thing is like inundated with right-wing propaganda. You're inevitably going to start having those opinions. These guys prey on the vulnerable insecurity that a lot of young men have. I think this tweet shows a very old meme about how conservative culture is just woman hatred and insecurity. You can learn more about modern conservatism from this video than every op-ed conservative intellectual in the New York Times, Washington Post, National Review, and Atlantic combined. Illuminati bot, dark reality of modern marriage, disrupt the family unit to easily control the next generation. This has 2.9 million likes, bro, on TikTok. The romance is gone and doesn't give me enough attention. Yeah, girl, you deserve better. Facebook, you're so beautiful, I can't stop thinking about you. Is a black man. It's like, this is like, of course, a white man has been here, okay? This is a white man's meme. How do you know? Cuck porn, okay? Classic. People in the comments said this is from 2012 and that it actually ends with suicide. Come on, let me come over for coffee while he's at work. Okay, but just for coffee and chat. How could you do this to me? He made me feel special. Divorce. She gets all the money. He's having sex with her. Shit, the kids are gonna hate me. We miss daddy. Your daddy is living a new life. He doesn't have time for you. It's your father's fault because he mistreated me and ignored me for years. Thank you, everyone, for your support. What an asshole. It's what? That you had to go through all that? I'll always be there for you. These are the white male feminists. Your dad is probably out there with a new girlfriend while I take care of you kids. Woof, woof. Time for bed, kids. And then she's fucking white male feminist. I'm depressed and lonely. I don't know what to do. Try online dating. Don't even bother if you're shorter than 6'2" and don't have a hot body. Must have a lot of money and treat me like a princess. My kids always come first. Plenty of fish. this part is always so funny to me because like you're doing the same thing. Okay. You're saying she's fat and ugly and how dare she have preferences. But like inside of that meme, you're demonstrating that you have preferences. Okay. It's like everyone has preferences, dude. What do you mean? It's not like a one-sided equation. You are literally doing the preference thing in the meme by pointing to her and being like, she's fat and ugly. How dare she have preferences? This happened to me. I'm the stick figure infographic guy. Well, he kills himself in the end of this meme. So remember, kids, daddy loves you a lot. Whatever, dad. We know that you have a new girlfriend and don't have time for us. Why did you tell the kids that I have a new girlfriend and I didn't have time for them? Because it's probably true. And don't try to talk shit about me to them or you'll never get to see them again. Divorce court strikes again. What is this? Dudes out here crying about beauty standards like it's hard looking good as a dude. Thinking women care about height and muscles is so male gaze brained. Thank you everyone for your support on Facebook. What an asshole. It sucks that you had to go through that. I'll always be there for you. He's mad. He breaks his computer. No more. Oh, I guess he doesn't kill himself in the end of this meme. This is literally how Elon Musk formed his political opinions. Yeah, so this meme is obviously a very old meme, but that's why this attitude is precisely the reason why so many that the largest signifier that you are a likely Trump supporter or a likely Republican voter among every fucking unique demographic group is if you are a divorced dad, okay? It's not even a fucking joke. They are literally like, yeah, their divorce court is a +9 Republican swing for men. Divorced men being 9 points higher in their support for Trump when compared to all other men is hilarious. All voters have a +7 swing. Divorce voters have a +56 swing. I mean, not +56, 56%. 9 points higher than like the average man. It is the highest likelihood that you will be. It is the highest likelihood that you will be a Trump voter. Not much higher than married voters. Still 6 points higher than married voters. Across all voters, 47% of all men say they are supporting Donald Trump. Across married voters is 50% of married men that say they're supporting Donald Trump. 56% of divorced men are saying they're supporting Donald Trump. That is a larger difference than anything else, okay?
Paw Patrol? Hell no. The polycule will not be watching Paw Patrol. One of the dogs is a police officer. And as a result, that show is not allowed in this house, kitten. This is a bluey polycule, okay? Obviously, somebody didn't come to the daily stand-up today.
I think Northern Lion, out of all the streamer communities, is the only streamer whose jokes are nearly identical to mine that I never actually fucking interact with on camera. I try to collab with him. He don't want to do it. Our jokes are funny. I'm funny like him. Our jokes are the same. I hate you guys so much. Bro, I've made fucking Paw Patrol ACAB memes so many goddamn times. I've made Polycule memes so many goddamn times. I've never put them together in the expertise that Northern Lion demonstrated. None of you motherfuckers clip my funny moments like that. Okay? Give me a goddamn break. He's meticulously curated his chat to not be toxic over however many years. I can see why. Hilarious. Hello, ma'am. Excuse me. What is happening right now? You can't get down there. What is happening? Kaya, place. You already know what's going on. Place. That's crazy. Thanks for putting me on the Crash Dummies podcast. I left the stream earlier to watch and they're fucking hilarious. Also, would he put on a chicken for you to want to eat it every day? My dad changes it up a little bit, but usually it's just like the same shit.
Democratic National Convention. The energy is all about joy, change, joy, and some sweet dance moves.
There's a lot of joy. It's electric. It's palpable. You can feel it. Electric. And we are excited to be here.
You got quite the outfit here. Well, walk me through it. Give me a little spin.
Well, you know, I'm from Florida, and our governor doesn't like you to say gay. So I'm going to say gay a lot.
Let me say, oh.
Gay, 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 gay.
I can tell from your outfit you're a one-issue voter. You're all
right.
about the economy. It's all positivity.
We need it.
We've had this Trump world for quite some time, right? The MAGA world.
Yeah, I have to get a stank face when you say that. My face goes automatically.
When I say Donald Trump, your face does. Okay, just naturally.
Yeah, naturally.
Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Donald Trump?
Oh.
Trump?
Oh.
Trump Steaks? Trump University?
Trump what?
Yeah, okay, wow. It's in there.
It's visceral.
How will you feel if Donald Trump goes to jail?
Oh, face did a whole nother thing there.
Is that the joy we're talking about?
That's the joy we're talking about.
Okay. It feels like there's a little dark side to that joy. One thing that's clear, this campaign has
Joy! Joy!
but something they're a little light on.
I'm not gonna lie. That is my least favorite Tim Walz move. So this is the Joy campaign shit. I love his framing. I call him the frame. He is the great framer. Joy, I think, is like my least favorite framing.
Are the specifics.
The Kamala Harris website remains vague. There's bios for her and her running mate Tim Walz, but there are noticeably no policy stances.
Maybe the party faithful could help fill those details in. Do you have faith in Kamala Harris?
Of course.
What do you hope Kamala Harris gets done on day one?
She's going to change something.
Something.
She's going to change something.
There haven't been a lot of details.
Yeah.
So when it comes to specifics, you're excited on day one, she's going to get something done.
Something done, yeah.
That's inspiring. Any specifics on the policies that you're excited about with Kamala Harris?
Like I said yesterday and before, it's not even their fault because the campaign is not releasing policies. This is an issue. Even the dumbest Trump supporter, crazy how we keep seeing libs say exactly the same thing you do. Yes, but they're liberals and they're in the in-group and they're funny and I like watching their program, so I'm not going to chirp about them. I'm going to chirp about Hassan saying the exact same shit because when Hassan says it, he actually says it in a mean-spirited way.
Prospects. The potential for policy. It's exciting. The prospects of potential policy is a very exciting thing.
There are positive policies coming.
There's more coming.
There's more coming.
It'll be a slow drip, you know? You're not going to be like Drake and just drop all the policies at once. It's going to be like Kendrick. It's like, ooh, that's a hot policy. Oh, that's another one. Another one, okay? Give it time.
It's going to happen.
Can you name a policy of hers you're excited about?
So she can get ready to take over.
So Donald Trump wants to be dictator day one. Kamala Harris.
Wow, dude. Classic Jordan Klepper. He was just trying to make the Democrats look bad. I guess he wants Trump to win. He's a white guy after all, a rich white guy.
Big nap?
Yes.
Okay, so Kamala's got some work to do. But Trump has articulated his vision very clearly.
I'm a better looking person than Kamala.
Donald Trump recently said that he was prettier than Kamala Harris. I mean, should the presidency be a beauty contest?
No, it should be a contest of intelligence. I'm sorry, Kamala Harris hasn't beat.
But if it were a beauty contest?
Kamala Harris hasn't beat.
It's just superficial. I mean, it's all about what's in your brain, what's in your heart.
But if it were a beauty contest, I mean, what would you judge this?
He looks like a melted caramel.
Good. But we're above that.
Yeah. I don't think Donald Trump is prettier than anybody or anything.
Right. We shouldn't talk about looks.
It's about joy.
Should that kind of
There are people like this on both sides. If you ask a Trump supporter, depending on because of Trump's messaging discipline, if you ask a Trump supporter in 2016 or in 2020, they would literally tell you what they want. They want to build the border wall, shit like that. Now, they have the fucking policies. Mass deportation. I mean, it's terrifying and it's awful and it's fucked up. And you should ask them every single day, like, how do you plan on doing that? Doesn't that come across as a little Hitlerian to you? But like, they do have fucking policies. They're bad, but there are policies. Do you understand?
Discourse, be a part of politics, commenting on.
Kamala said she will sign the bipartisan immigration bill. What other policies you want? Please stop. I want to die.
Each other's lips?
No.
Democrats are above that.
Yes.
He's about the ugliest man I've ever seen.
I was, though, excited to come here to the DNC and to get away with Trump from a little bit, and I run into a Trump.
Well, you don't have to suppress any feelings when you're around me.
Okay.
Because I am channeling this joy.
Your uncle recently said that he was prettier than Kamala Harris. Is that what he does? Does he do that at like Thanksgiving? He has to be prettier than everybody there?
Oh, forever.
Is that right?
He's prettier, he's smarter, he's better, he's faster, he's stronger, he's richer, obviously, because that matters more.
Is that a thing that just happens even when the cameras are off?
No, he is exactly the same person in all settings. It's deeply disturbing.
He would also walk into a middle school play and be like, I'm prettier than the girl who's playing Mirabelle from Encanto.
Well, he'd also probably kick her off the stage.
As you can see, these Kamala groupies are loving every minute of this joyful election. And they'll be damned if the media keeps referring to this as a honeymoon.
This is not a honeymoon. This is a movement, and this is the way it's going to be until we win this election.
This isn't a honeymoon because I've been on honeymoons before, and they are short, and suddenly they end, and you get back, and you're not this beautiful Adonis. They're like, no, you should do some sit-ups and stop eating all those burgers.
It's only 77 days.
I know your family comes from a lot of money, but that's That's a long ass honeymoon.
We can do 77 days.
If you've seen what I've seen, and I think you have.
I grew up with what you've seen. So yeah.
It's crazy, but they're like, I mean, they are literally running on this. Like, no, don't worry. Vibes will carry us across the finish line is crazy.
Guys. Hi. What you got?
Right here. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's almost done. I mean, there's some little tweaks, and I'm gonna, work on it.
Oh my God. Me when I haven't finished my homework. Oh my God. She's literally doing the when you haven't finished your homework line. Oh, I'm just doing some tweaks. It'll be ready very soon. Just some little tweaks here and there.
Probably starting tomorrow for next month. But it's coming along. I feel good about it. I mean, essentially, it's much of what you've probably heard me talk about before in terms of just what I believe to be the promise of America and the fact that we're all in this. And there's obviously a lot at stake, but there's also a lot to feel good about in terms of the future of our country. So there will be a lot that is about what I believe is a way forward, a new way forward, and bringing everyone along in that.
You unveiled some economic policies last week.
Yeah.
Can you explain how you're going to pay for those, and can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC.
Bro, these policies pay for themselves. That's it. That's all you need to fucking say. Oh my God. This is from 5 days ago. She didn't end up fucking releasing those policies. And I know she's trying to say that. No, chat, wait, let me finish. I know she's trying to say that. The problem is, I guess the reason why Bernie is good at this sort of thing is because, much like me, consistently fucking repeating the same damn point over and over again, he's like honed in on it. Okay? Like she has good policies on this front. This is like right when they were unveiling some of the shit like feeding children and whatnot. And it's like, until everyone is constantly fucking yelling at you over and over and over and over and over again, or, for the 700 years that you've been in politics, you're not going to be honed in on quickly fucking responding to this shit.
And extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it.
Okay, stuck the landing.
First year of our administration, we reduced child poverty by over 50%. So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on that investment. And when we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to fund schools, again, return on investment. I think it's a mistake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment. When you are strengthening neighborhoods, strengthening communities, and in particular...
Okay, stop saying return on investment, please. Okay, you said it too much. Do you think there's a strategic reason they haven't put in concrete policies? Yes. I think she should. I think the reason why is because they worry that it will open up an avenue of attack. They want to run on vibes, and they think the vibes will carry them across the finish line. Here, this is the...
I am obsessed. They got Voldemort, Skip Bayless, and Dracula all inflated. What do you think about Kamala Harris?
It's all right. Generic Democrat. Seemingly more progressive, so we'll see.
Yeah. Do you think the fact that, she was involved in a menage a trois, is that a positive or a negative for you?
I don't give a shit.
I think it's great.
Try to get out of debt.
Oh, he cut it. Oh, no, he didn't. Okay, never mind.
Will you always protest?
You mean like have an excuse to get drunk and let the rage out? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? Bro, what? Awesome. Dude, this is a free format, man. This isn't just come here and fucking talk. I mean, yeah, the war is fucked up, but there's a billion other problems, bro. Yeah. I mean,
it's just a good opportunity, I feel like, just to vent in general. You know what I mean? Like, it's a safe space to...
Expensive. Yeah, therapy's $110 an hour. I do have a half bottle of vodka in my backpack.
Okay, word. You want to take a swig, bro?
You want one? You look like you need to loosen up.
I'm working. You want to take a swig for fucking Palestine,
but for
bro?
real, bro. For real. What are you pissed off about? Come on. You're fucking
I'm
pissed.
single, bro. I'm single.
Well,
How many menage a trois have you been in?
I had one orgy, but it was just 5 people. I don't know if that's an orgy, but the problem. It's an orgy, yeah, but everyone was really drunk and I was dead sober. So it was kind of like, I feel like a lot of sex for me that I like is about the intimacy aspect of it, which someone interpreted as being vanilla. But I did go to Dominatrix convention and I was spanked and I did enjoy that, but I don't like the idea of any kind of money being involved and any kind of gratification in that way.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds like you're voting for Kamala Harris.
All journalists have some type of bias.
Yeah, I mean,
What went through your mind here? I was like, this guy's a fucking right-wing charlatan. I made fun of him a lot, and he cut out most of it, which is crazy. You guys, I think the camera effed while he was like interviewing me, so you didn't get to hear my side of it, like the full-blown version of the conversation. But yeah, he lowered third you is all right. Yeah, I don't really care. I thought he was kidding. No, bro, come on. He's got the seersucker on. I guess smelled the fucking weirdness off of him. He had very weird vibes. Women really let their guard down when they think they're talking to a gay man. What the fuck? He just acts as gay and they accept him like he's one of them. No, I could fucking tell. I could tell that he was like a right-wing charlatan, which is why I was like, what? I literally was like, why do you care? Like,
Baltimore, Skip Bayless, and Dracula all inflated. What do you think about Kamala Harris?
It's all right. Generic Democrat, seemingly more progressive. So we'll see.
Yeah. Do you think the fact that she was involved in a menage a trois, is that a positive or a negative for you?
I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Why he called you all right? Probably because I correctly clocked him. And I don't come across like I'm a gray name idiot. Click me. is probably an attempt to meme. Yeah, this channel is crazy. How they get access to so many famous people? He went to the RNC and was kissing on MILFs as a bit. I think he's just a troll. I mean, he looked like he gave off. You know how that one guy that I watched that I like on TikTok who's also a troll, equal opportunity troll. Like, I think that he gives off right-wing vibes. That other troll that I watch does not give off...
He's not Hitler. He's
right-wing vibes.
a great man, and I think he showed great bravery.
What do you think about this moron over here going against our president?
I think he's very low T. He's got low testosterone. That's why he's against the
Why?
president.
Because I think killing unborn children is wrong. Is that why I have low T? Donald Trump supports 90% of abortions, including the abortion pill, which has killed 28 women.
I was initially against moon boofing, right? But then I realized that if you actually do it, moon boofing, he was talking about testosterone, if you actually front your moon up and get...
He seems groped up. He's got that evil autism vibe. I agree. I mean, this is like a race to the bottom. Like, literally everyone here is just awful. Like, literally everyone here is just like, it's a sequence of like, who's worse.
What?
Also, yeah, he went to the RNC and then he fucking talked to like a lot of the anti-RNC people. What do you mean? It's like obvious that he's a fucking right-wing troll. Fuck is wrong with you guys? Look at him, bro. He looks like a fucking evil kid and like he looks like an evil child in a 90s comedy that grew up. Okay? Fuck you mean? That phenotype is always bad news, okay? Speaking of phenotypes, let's talk about the Trotskyite. Okay? Because goddamn, this is 8 minutes of pure like left book memeing right here, okay?
Of the Revolutionary Congress.
May I take some literature?
Of course, a trot is selling a newspaper. Of course.
But it is for sale. That's for free now.
It's for sale.
Pamphlets and newspapers.
I know. In a capitalist country.
Capitalism.
It's just beautiful because like it'll only take maybe maximum one more election cycle for most of those guys to openly be voting for whoever the right-wing candidate is anyway.
How much is it?
Depends. So that's all under $5. Paper's $5.
I think we can afford that. I would say so. Let's got my wallet somewhere we can get.
You got Venmo, Cash App, you got the link?
I like this. See, the communists have Venmo. They've got all the digital infrastructure. I like that. Well, we can do cash. What's your best book?
Oh, best book? Well, let's see. I don't want to give you one you might use.
Here, how about if you want to know what we're about, brother?
That's good. Absolutely. What's this one about?
This is our paper. We write this and we produce it monthly.
How much is this?
Also $5.
All right. We'll give you.
Dude, every fucking communist group has this guy, okay? The most intense ginger you've ever fucking seen in your entire life, dude. With Trots, of course, there's fucking selling $5 newspapers. I mean, it's perfect. This is incredible.
Thank you.
This is like a left book meme come to life, dude.
Cool. Thank you. So, let me ask you. Here's my issue. This is one of my issues with Kamala Harris. I want your perspective on it. I think she has two issues. She has not stated her actual policies, and the reason I respect somebody like Bernie Sanders more than I respect Kamala, and I've said this numerous occasions, I'm not saying it just right now, is if you have convictions, at least stand by them. If you believe in single-payer health care, if you believe in an effective national health care system for all, then stand by it. But why adopt those positions 4 years ago only to back off of them today? I could disagree with you, but at least have the position and stick to it. That's sort of what my criticism is. And my suspicion is there might be some counterintuitive alliances between the so-called far left and actually segments of the so-called far right that want to stay out of foreign wars, that want to end crony.
I mean, he knows his audience. He's going to the Tross, dude. He's like, yeah. Think about how wonderful it would be if there was this allegiance, you know, a permanent international revolution, if you will, with like right wingers and also left wingers, you know.
Capitalism and lobbying and government capture, to say that, you know what, there might be ways where you may not agree with 100% of what I say or what Donald Trump says, but you don't have to agree with 100% of what somebody says to think outside the box and vote a little bit differently. What do you think? I actually, you said I am here to listen a little bit, so I'd love to hear your guys' perspectives on why you're here and why you have your own disappointments with the current direction of the...
This is going to be able to represent us. They can't be pressured into representing us because we don't pay their bills, we don't pay Kamala's, Trump's, we don't pay yours, because they all have financial backers. That's why we need a workers' party to take down the two ruling class parties, one that doesn't have funding from these big businesses.
This is what so many of y'all fucking sound like in the chat all the time.
And is instead funded by its membership.
Yeah, I mean, you realize the convention here, I don't need to preach to you then.
My friends at the Trotsky guy call, and everyone is forced to give 10% of their wage to the org, and is spearheaded by a man convicted of sexual assault and accused of rape. I mean,
who buys the sweets, right? Talking about populist talk from the floor of the convention, stand up for the workers and break up the very companies that are sponsoring the whole event, right? So there's a bit of a paradox there. But, all I would say is...
A paradox in what exactly?
Of controlled rhetoric, right? You have a lot of corporate interests controlling the way in which they actually assail those very corporate interests, which is kind of interesting. It is. I think we might be saying something similar. It's all a bit of a charade.
Yeah, I would say one thing that is definitely we're not similar on is you were talking about unification of like the far right and the far left. There is no...
Yeah, this isn't Baba Vakian. This is RCA. This is Revolutionary Communists of America, not the Revolutionary Communist Party. Revcoms are a different type of cult. Revcoms are way worse than these guys. Like the Revcoms are the dudes that are the crustiest at every protest. Anytime you fucking go to a protest and you see crust, like you see an aura of crust, like a dust bowl in the center, and you see a dude wearing like a newsboy hat or like some steampunk getup, and like the outfit is just all black, and they have like these printed out they have these pamphlets as well, okay, and they don't even know what the protest is about. It could literally be like March for Our Lives. It could be fucking an anti-gun rally, but they're there and they're like, hey, you should come to this other rally tomorrow that we're having. Those are the Revcoms, okay? There is every protest, they are there, okay? Steampunk looking, crusty motherfuckers, constantly trying to get you to go to another fucking rally, okay? It's like, bro, we're here for this rally. Why the fuck are you trying to get me to go to another rally? What do you mean? That's because they love co-opting shit, okay? They don't personally give a fuck about anything other than pushing Chairman Baba Vakian, okay? The Revolutionary Communists of America is the rebranded international Marxist tendency. There is a lot of history of SA allegations with them. Trots, on the other hand, will always set up a fucking booth, no matter where you are. And in that booth, they will be selling newspapers. They love writing newspapers, okay? They are the pamphlet. They are the pamphlet party, okay? PSL moment? No, I would never consider PSL to be in line with any of these guys. Obviously, all of these groups have similar issues, whatever. But overall, I would not consider PSL to be anywhere near as bad as like fucking revolutionary communists. Like Baba Vakian said the word bitch is worse than the N-word. My goated feminist. There's another breed of them too. They're like 65-year-olds with fedoras and cargo shorts. Yes. Do not go to a second location with a RevCom. Yes.
I'm asking, I don't know about unification, but there may be some common threads.
Well, we would say this: there is no perfect American communism, American socialism like this. These other little parties popping up. It has to be international. We aren't here for the success of American working class, because the only way we can be there for the success of the American working class is the international working class in Canada and in Mexico. If you had some, and now we don't believe in this, but let's say there was some perfect, socialist America, it would immediately get pushed out by China, by Russia, by Europe. So we need an international socialist revolution in order to secure a true victory for the working class. Woo!
Vivek, what are your thoughts on reparations for Black Americans?
So here's my perspective. I was asked about this when I came to the south side of Chicago a year ago, and my position on this has not changed.
Vivek does not give a shit, okay? My man said we need an international workers union because any other kind of like socialist momentum happening in any individual country is going to be immediately squashed.
Socialist America, it would immediately get pushed.
Like, I feel like you just skipped a couple steps there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, there's a bunch of steps that you just skipped to arrive at this magical place that you arrived at.
By China, by Russia, by Europe. So we need an international socialist revolution in order.
Like, I like that he's saying that, like, wait, hold on, we got to run this again. Hold on.
Popping up. It has to be international. We aren't here for the success of American working class, because the only way we can be there for the success of the American working class is the international working class in Canada and in Mexico. If you had some, and now we don't believe in this, but let's say there was some perfect, socialist America, it would immediately get pushed out by China, by Russia, by Europe. So we need an international socialist revolution in order to secure a true victory for the working class. Woo!
Vivek, what are your thoughts on reparations for Black Americans?
So here's my perspective. I was asked about this when I came to the south side of Chicago a year ago, and my position on this has not changed. I'm against race-based reparations because I think it will create more division.
What about race-based discrimination?
Wait, what does that have to do with anything my man just said? What the? He just skipped it. He was like, this is confusing. I don't care. What about race-based reparations?
That occurred in this country for...
Yes, I think it changed.
No,
I was asked about this when I came to the
socialist revolution in order to secure a true victory for the working class.
Woo! Vivek, what are your thoughts on reparations for Black Americans?
Like, she jumped in. He was like, thank God. Okay. He was like, okay, we're moving on from what you just said, which I have no input in whatsoever. I'm going to dial in on this other question.
So here's my perspective. I was asked about this when I came to the south side of Chicago a year ago, and my position on this has not changed. I'm against race-based reparations because I think it will create more division.
What about race-based discrimination that occurred in this country for?
Yeah. So let me just clarify one aspect. I think there was a time and place for it in the Reconstruction era, but today, when we actually bring back racial reparations, it actually causes greater discrimination, not more. I think we're seeing a rise in anti-Black and I think other forms of racism in the country. But part of the reason I think we're seeing it is there's no better way to foster racial animus than to take something away from someone based on their skin color.
So don't give Black people justice because it'll make other people upset.
Well, because it's going to create more division and be self-defeating. I think it's actually going to set Black Americans back because it will cause.
But Black Americans continue to live in that.
Yeah, I want to move out of the middle of this, just because I feel like this. So let me say this: you're not going to be able to solve. You are not going to be able to solve this problem under capitalism. You're always going to be coming up with these little band-aid issues. That is why the only way to truly get reparations for the indigenous people, for the Black Americans in this country, is a socialist revolution. Is by seizing the means of production and letting that community give themselves reparations. We don't need to be asking for, oh, please, God.
I'm curious. it's a great entry point for a lot of people who are just like exploring socialist material. One, because virtually everything that you search online that is a Marxist webpage with things written on it will almost always be operated by a trot. Okay? These are in the socialist movement. These guys are like the archivists. Okay? Every fucking website that you go to, Marxist.org, communism.org, whatever the fuck, they are the scribes. They literally own all of those websites. Okay? That's why so many people also then get heated and have these kinds of perspectives, and it's like entry level excitement for a movement, which I think then, I don't know, I think that it inevitably turns into nihilism, and then I don't know, you just somehow become deluded and you become Republican. Overall, I don't have an issue with anyone that is an anti-capitalist. It's great. It's just, you know, I'm more of a vibes-based man myself, because Stalin has never become Republicans. Did I fucking say that? Everyone has the capacity to become reactionary.
As to what you're doing here, are you a supporter of the genocide against the Palestinian people?
I am an American who is actually here to listen to the views of people who disagree with me. Now, one of the reasons I'm supporting a candidate in this election.
Of Israel?
I support the United States, and because of that, I support Israel and our relationship with it.
You support a genocide that has killed 40,000 Palestinians in the last 10 months.
So look, I think that the truth is there was an attack that precipitated it.
No, the truth
and we can't
is,
ignore
listen,
that.
Dude,
I
don't play those kinds of games. I'm an organizer. I'm not one of your.
I'm also pragmatist.
I'm not one of these people.
You're not a party.
I'm not an acolyte of yours.
You're not a partisan.
I'm not an acolyte of yours, and I'm not a hack for you or for the Democrats or for the Republicans or nobody else.
I got you.
I'm asking you that you have no right to be here if you're not in support of the Palestinian people.
Well, I think
and if you're not going to call for an end to a genocide.
You have the right to be here.
If you're not going to call
so do
for
we in
an
return.
end to the genocide and an end to the killing.
Trot just fucking hates Stalin. Everything bad in communism is Stalin. Trotsky was the heir of communism, and Stalin was just a meanie bad boy. I think, like, look, I joke about not reading, and I'm not anti-intellectualist by any means, but I do think that ultimately, maybe historically, some of these guys have had a tendency to be in academia and have maybe pushed their resentment against Stalin and as a resentment against the USSR as a whole, and played a formative work in creating a lot of the things that you regurgitate right now, old school tendencies and old school leanings, like the word tanky, you know, like a lot of the critiques of communism in action, even if it ultimately becomes a failure, right? And the lack of interest in trying to examine the lack of interest in examining like previous socialist projects in general oftentimes stems from academic sentiment that comes from intellectual leftists who more often than not are trots. A lot of former trots became vigorously anti-communist and founded the neoconservative movement. See Bill Kristol's father.
And to end in support of Israel, then you should take off. We don't want you here. You're not welcome here.
Well, the good news is we're America, and so we actually get to all express ourselves peacefully.
You get to express being a racist?
You get to express...
Hassan, look at what Western Marxist academics produce. Their children become neolibs, a.k.a. Kamala Harris and Pete. Yes. Same concepts as the Western Maoists, talking about how the PRC must be destroyed by the West because they're revisionists or some shit. Yeah, ultimately, I think a lot of, I'll just say it like this, a lot of anti-capitalist movements, I guess because they're like completely outside of the confines of like normal politics in the Western world, especially in the aftermath of the Cold War, with no one to like steer them in a direction, oftentimes end up fractioning off into a million different pieces over unique differences, like minor differences in agreement. And there are plenty of people that are in this community as well who come from those different tendencies, But there is a reason why I regularly either shit on every different aspect of every different kind of anti-capitalists under that umbrella. But I also routinely will tell everyone that ultimately it doesn't matter as long as you are anti-capitalist. Okay? Like, so basically when the Splinter Discord splinters into a different Discord, yes.
To express being a racist Zionist pig? Is that what you get to express?
I'm pro-American, but
This guy's cooking. Hold on. I want to run him back. He's doing a great job.
What you're doing here? Are you a supporter of the genocide against the Palestinian people?
You shit on every tendency except your own. What's my tendency? Also, you said expect. I have a tendency to serve the top of the hour ad break. Okay. Are you a DSA member? I am not. I also make fun of the DSA from time to time, too. I mean, I support them. I make fun of the PSL from time to time, but I support them. Yes, I'm a Hojaist. I do have a tendency to serve you 3-minute ad breaks. Everyone's calling me Unk on Twitter because I asked if Monkas was a slur. Yeah. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Chatters, you can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime if you no longer want to see those ads. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
I am an American who is actually here to listen to the views of people who disagree with me. Now, one of the reasons I'm supporting a candidate in this election.
Of Israel?
I support the United States, and because of that, I support Israel and our relationship with it.
You support a genocide that has killed 40,000 Palestinians in the last 10 months.
So look, I think that the truth is there was an attack that precipitated it.
No, the
and we
truth
can't
is,
ignore
listen,
that.
dude,
I
don't play those kinds of games. I'm an organizer. I'm not one of your.
I'm also pragmatist.
I'm not one of these people.
You're not a party.
This guy's fucking sick. He's this. I assume Freedom News is not like this. I thought this entire video was just about him like talking to Trotz about, I don't know, like permanent international revolution or whatever. But it turns out this guy is not, right? I don't think so. This is a totally different person.
Yeah,
I'm not an acolyte of yours.
You're not a partisan
I'm
hack
not an
for the
acolyte
Democrats
of
or
yours,
otherwise.
and I'm not a hack for you or for the Democrats or for the Republicans or nobody else.
I got you.
I'm asking you that you have no right to be here if you're not in support of the Palestinian people.
Hatem Abudaya, our national chair and leading member of the Coalition to March on DNC 2024, kicks off today's press conference. Oh my God, I don't want to ask Grok anything, ever. I never want to ask Grok anything. Fuck! God, I hate Twitter so much. I hate Twitter so much. Oh my God, I hate every fucking website. I hate every website. They're so bad. Like Instagram is also doing this shit where it's like, oh, it's not a search bar anymore. It's Ask AI. It's like, no, I don't want to fucking ask Meta AI. I just want to know the username. I'm typing in the username. I want you to fucking find which username I'm looking for. Everything is worse. Everything is worse. Everything is getting shittier and shittier and shittier and worse.
Well, I think
and if you're not going to call for an end to a genocide,
you have the right to be here.
If you're not going to call
so do
for
we in
an
return.
end to the genocide and an end to the killing and an end to support of Israel, then you should take off. We don't want you here. You're not welcome.
I gotta pee.
Well, the good news is we're America, and so we actually get to all express ourselves
Really?
peacefully.
You get to express being a racist?
You get to
express being a racist Zionist pig? Is that what you get to express?
I'm pro-American, but I believe in your right to speak. I believe in your right to speak your mind.
Racists go home! 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 America first! America first! How about that?
I'll be over there. Stop being going to hell? Talk to me from that. Why be a genocide and warmonger? People are angry here. It's a riot.
So much of being a fucking Republican is just about being annoying in different places. Hold on, what did... They start yelling Yankee go home? Oh, Crackhead Barney was there.
Stop being a jerk. We're going to hell. We're going. Talk to me from that. Why being a jerk? People are angry here.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of do like Crackhead Barney or Crackhead Barbie, whatever her name is, when she's like, you know, annoying people like Vivek, who's already like profoundly unserious as a person. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, she's annoying. I don't really like it, but like, if she's gonna be annoying to a person like Vivek, then yeah, it's great. Luke, yeah. No, someone said she's like a sovereign citizen and like a First Amendment auditor, and you're so fucking right, dude. You're so goddamn right. That's exactly what she is. All right, let's watch this. The online leftist cook video from FD Signifier that you guys have been wanting
We're not
me to
gonna have
watch.
fun with this one. We're not gonna have fun. All right, so we're not gonna have fun with this one. We're not gonna have fun with this one. It is what it is, but can't have fun all the time. I wrote a script for this. I'm looking right at it, but it feels inadequate. It feels like something that's going to require a longer follow-up video, but it also feels like something I've talked about so many times. It's just frustrating, but here we are. So everybody knows that Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race.
Wait, what?
And that Kamala Harris took his place. And
Wait,
we've
what?
seen a very surprising shift in attitudes toward electoral politics from a lot of online left-leaning, starting at just general liberals, going further left attitudes since Kamala came to the forefront. And that's created an interesting and concerning and very volatile conversation around what leftists should be doing in this American election. If you ask me, the gap between what to expect in a Kamala Harris presidency and what to expect in a Joe Biden presidency is not all that big. And if you were resigned to not voting for Joe Biden on the basis of certain principles, history tells us you probably should feel the same way about Kamala Harris. However, Kamala is not Joe Biden. In 2020, she ran left of Joe Biden on pretty much every issue. And if we take into account her time as a senator, she'd overall have one of the most progressive records for an incoming president in American history. Now, let's be clear, the bar is in hell. We're not talking about anything radical, world-changing, or even status quo changing from her record, but she at least seems to be flashing signs that she might be amenable to being pressured from the left, which Biden showed himself to be pretty much immune to. So for those of you who feel like the removal of Biden from the top of the ticket is something to respond to, like, that is a reasonable way to look at things. That said, these two demonstrably true statements of non-committal that I just gave will be enough to get certain people very mad in the comment section at me. It's just the nature of online political discourse, especially right now, as so many of us are far too invested in what voting means here in the States. It is a dumpster fire right now. To be specific, I'm speaking to the real significant animosity toward Black liberals who have gotten energized by the sudden emergence.
I missed it.
Just the nature of online political discourse, especially right now, as so many of us are far too flashing in hell. We're not talking about anything radical, world-changing, or even status quo changing from her record, but she at least seems to be flashing signs that she might be amenable to being pressured from the left, which Biden showed himself to be pretty much immune to. So for those of you who feel
everyone's annoying, they love me rewinding
like
shit.
the removal of Biden from the top of the ticket is something to respond to, like, that is a reasonable way to look at things. That said, these two demonstrably true statements of non-committal that I just gave will be enough to get certain people very mad in the comment section at me.
Wait, he's not saying I will get mad at him. He's saying that chatters are so dumb. He's just using me as a meme to demonstrate rage. That's it.
It's just the nature of online political discourse, especially right now, as so many of us are far too invested in what voting means here in the States. It is a dumpster fire right now. To be specific, I'm speaking to the real significant animosity toward black liberals who have gotten energized by the sudden emergence of Kamala Harris and the corresponding criticism from white leftists and now folks from the Middle East who see this as a portrayal of various causes. And the CIA and just counterintelligence, counterinsurgents forces, woo, they have got us cooked right now. We are.
I don't even know if it's the CIA, honestly. I think it's on autopilot. We're just doing it to ourselves now. It's just, that's how successful this Cold War and subsequent Red Scare propaganda was.
Down bad. So I want to be clear, while I tend to agree with the overt leftists in this conversation, it's also very true that you're not about to talk to black folks any type of way online and think that that's going to go over well. I've noticed how many black folks my age and younger have gotten charged up for Kamala Harris. It's starting to remind me of Obama in 2008, which is wild because this is not how we were feeling about Kamala in 2020, or to be honest, the last 4 years. The fact that she's been able to suddenly emerge as this superstar for the Democratic Party and admittedly has been running an effective campaign, it is mind blowing. It's kind of scary because Kamala Harris was the first person to quit the campaign in 2020. But somehow she's effectively running the exact same playbook that Obama did in 2008 and is working as if we don't know what Obama was by 2016. And this is not good. It's not good for a lot of reasons that I don't want to get into on the B-Sides video. But the reality is the not goodness of it is going to be very hard to explain to liberals and black liberals alike, period. Especially, and let's be honest, if you are not having real conversations with black people and have not been doing that at any point in time up until this point. As a person who was a hardcore Obama fan in 2008, I can tell you there was nothing you could have told me in that moment that would have changed my mind about Obama at that time. At best, you'd have been ignored. At worst, you'd have been cursed out, which is, I think, what's happening to a lot of white leftists online. But beyond the white leftists, who I'll get back to in a second, this is also happening between black folks, black liberals in America, along with some black folks in places like the Congo and Middle Eastern folks in Palestine, Lebanon, that have been perpetual but invisible victims of American imperialism for generations, places that Obama himself bombed and drone struck relentlessly while he was president. From a purely political standpoint, I stand with the victims of American imperialism and have no real allegiance to America's behavior overseas. And although I completely recognize that a Trump presidency will be worse for everyone, I also completely understand the fear and frustration that some folks outside of the US have at seeing us start stand accounts for a presidential candidate who we can rest assured will only continue the American imperialistic agenda. And much like Obama, will be able to hide these atrocities behind black excellence and black success and black faces in high places and a lot of things that will get black liberals charged up to defend when it's really indefensible. When you're hearing some of these folks in the Middle East talk about how black people have a role in colonization, they're not wrong. That's what they're talking about. But from the perspective of a lot of black folks, liberal and otherwise, this really feels out of pocket and extra aggressive, which it has been. Because on the flip side, it's always us and our image that is constantly evoked and used to push left-leaning agendas of all sorts, both here in America, but worldwide. And most times this can look amazing. It looks like these global moments of solidarity where we can rejoice in the fact that other people in the world are standing with us. But in other times, it looks like white girls painting themselves black for poorly thought out art pieces. History has taught black people in America from any political standpoint that at the end of the day, we will probably be on our own and cannot count on anyone but each other. And even then, I mean, if you look at like the Black Lives Matter organization and what that did, you can't even count on black folks sometimes. And that's really frustrating because it's a reminder of how virulent and ever-present anti-blackness is and how it comes out so quickly and reflexively. As soon as any given person that considers himself an ally has a problem with something a black person said or did, the anti-blackness is just like, it's like Tourette's syndrome. Like it just comes right out. And it makes you feel like none of these people are actually allies, even when they are acting in a allyship role, because why is that so easy for you to fall back into? Coming back to the CIA role in this, why are black folks getting the attention for the newfound support for Kamala Harris? We are not the driving force behind American politics. We are 13% of the population, maybe 5% of the electorate.
I think a part of the reason is because the liberal Democratic Party oftentimes will so cynically weaponize black bodies as like a shield in a way that is a little bit different than the Republican Party, but still kind of similar in that regard, where there's like this monolithic force of blackness. Like the greatest example of this happened with Joe Biden, where I felt like I was losing my fucking mind. Polling data showed majority of black voters wanted Joe Biden out. Okay. And also beyond that, that Joe Biden isn't black. Like, and yet people kept saying, oh, well, black people like Joe Biden. So if you don't like Joe Biden, it's because you're anti-black. And it's like people, myself included, were saying Kamala Harris would be a better substitute than Joe Biden. Kamala Harris is black. And people were still trying to make that argument. Okay. People were still trying to make that argument. They made that argument against Bernie Sanders, and it was effective. They made that argument against Bernie Sanders during the primaries, and it was fucking effective. They were like, well, black people voted for Joe Biden, obviously, and the Congressional Black Caucus likes Joe Biden. Jim Clyburn likes Joe Biden. He's black. So if you don't like Joe Biden, you don't like black people. You're racist. Okay? Which is crazy. It's a crazy thing to say. It is a crazy thing to say, and yet people say it all the time.
Like the fact that black people and Congolese people and Palestinian people are fighting each other online right now is the most ass backwards and heartbreaking thing I've seen online in a while. And it shows
I felt this way about you until I started watching the stream, that I was like an anti-black person. Yeah, I know that people say that about me all the time too, cynically. And I honestly, I mean, sometimes black people say that too, like Black Twitter, sometimes Barbs specifically.
Flaws in the medium of social media as a tool for seeking liberation or even just educating on certain topics. But it's not just the medium, like it's us, it's y'all. Like the way y'all act and think when it comes to these platforms, it don't work. It's not working, and something needs to change.
Your comments about Sprite are kind of anti-black. Why? Because I said it's spicy. I said I like it. It's just not my favorite because it's a little too spicy. It's like too close to fucking tonic water for my taste. Come on. It's true. It's true. Sprite is straight up like too close to a fucking tonic water for my taste. Is spicy. And I love spice, by the way. Come on now. Don't say that's white as fuck. Dog, I literally eat, like, I eat hot peppers on a daily basis. I'm Turkish. Like, come on. I am white, but, like, you know, I am spicy white. Okay? I fucking love spice. Get the fuck out of here. You can't come for me on that. I'm just saying that, like, Sprite is not actually spicy. I'm saying that it's like, it's got a kick. I'm using spice as a substitute for fucking kick. Okay? Yeah.
I've said in so many videos that these platforms are designed explicitly to minimize informed and useful discourse and maximize hot takes and abrasiveness. A lot of good education and communication is possible, but it constantly has to fight for space with the most ridiculous and misguided messages ever. The type of nuance and care and insight that this conversation needs, it's not going to happen in a 60-second TikTok video, or even a, hour-long YouTube video is only going to scratch the surface. And don't get me started on fucking Twitter. Like, when I think about the dude, Nacho Supremo, I don't know this dude's name. You know who I'm talking about. That's getting drugged. He was probably the first person of a significant size to get drugged for his response to Kamala Harris.
But it wasn't even about Kamala Harris. This wasn't about Kamala Harris. I think some people were criticizing him about Kamala Harris, but I totally understood why people were upset, because it completely minimizes the human being that he is supposedly on the side of in this circumstance, the victim. You know what I mean? It's like belittling the victim and also somewhat belittling black people in general. Like memifying a horrific extrajudicial killing of a black woman in her own home in this way is obviously going to draw a lot of anger from a lot of people. That's what it is.
You're not voting for the cop. You need to vote for the cop, because it's the cop's turn to be president.
I imagine that had he not been content brained, that he'd have responded differently up.
I also remember, I forget who it was, but like it might have been a TikTok video I watched or something, but like the complex nature in which like how black people talk about black people in the police force, and obviously it's not monolithic in its understanding at all, of course, but like there was someone talking about during the Black Lives Matter protests in not Ferguson, but I think in Minnesota, actually, like in the immediate aftermath of George Floyd's execution, there were white guys who were yelling at black cops. Like there was a black cop there, and I think like I think the black people in the crowd were saying like, think about your children, right? Like think about your children. Like what would you know that like if your kid was on the other side and you know the rest of your force, like you know the rest of the cops, like you know how they would treat your kid, right? Whereas the white guys were like, fuck you, pig, and like calling the cops like Uncle Toms or whatever. Is it Josh Johnson, the comedian? It might have been Christian. Like the white guys were like way more aggro and tackling it in like a very different way, in a way that almost, it was Christian. Okay, I think it was Christian. It was really good. It was a really good video. It was Christian Divine.
Front, and then when he was brought to the table to say, hey, this wasn't cool. I think in a situation where people get a chance to have actual conversations that don't have to be consumed through this medium, people tend to come off way better. But when you have to have pithy, like soundbite content that also somehow is supposed to speak to these complex and big brain political ideologies, you have to squeeze and flatten them into, you know, fucking Burger King sandwiches. Like it's, and then we respond to these flattened, you know, commodified, optimized for content consumption, like, share, and subscribe messages around these politics as if it's the real message, as if it's the massive text that the messaging was developed from, or the years-long study and like organizing work and community work that all this stuff really is supposed to lead to. We make it just this, and this doesn't do much of anything except for create the environment for what's happening right now. And because the hot take version of these politics is what it's shared, is what builds platforms, people are incentivized to behave in the most non-productive ways. And we gotta stop. We gotta stop. I really want folks to just step away from the keyboard and go to your own tangible communities, IRL if possible, but online in smaller pockets if necessary, and focus on work and education and communication.
Yes. And be normal when you do that. Don't be fucking weird. Don't be sweaty. Don't be gross. Don't be a weirdo. Identify the things, identify the pain points, the pressure points in your community, and figure out a good way to communicate how to fix those problems. Okay? For the chatters who don't understand why that video was bad, the Machino Dorito video is a weird form of dehumanization that distilled a real-life black woman down to a simple talking point to be weaponized. It was out of pocket, even if the idea was correct. Yeah. Also, he does have like he gives off very arrogant vibes. Like he has a very sanctimonious, smug attitude, which I'm sure plays a big role.
That could be done there, because this situation happening right now has PSYOP written all over it. And part of me feels this because unironically, this again all started with white leftists, as these things tend to do. And that's a bugaboo that I've had forever, because it feels like so many white leftists barely know how to effectively communicate with each other in like useful and effective ways. And I don't know what in the world made them think that some of these statements and videos were going to go over well with black people, especially black liberals, like who we have to do work to communicate with effectively. Like, way back in the Ally video, my homegirl, Dr. Candace Hargins, made a comment about like, do you want to have progress or do you want to be correct? You know what I'm saying? Like, folks are really caught up on being technically correct as opposed to building coalition and community and coming up with strong responses to conflicts and issues. Folks are more interested in style points and pithy comebacks and aren't considering how they sound and come off and whether or not they've actually done
This is dodging the issue of Islamophobia within the black community. What are you talking about? The black community is literally Muslim. Like, what the fuck? There's hella black Muslims, bro. What do you mean? If you look at like every other demographic in the United States of America and their Islamophobic sentiment, black people across the board are infinitely more understanding of Muslims. Don't be silly. You are insane. Like, I get mad when people hyper focus on black people and talk about like homophobia and other forms of bigotry. Like, where people will be like, oh, dude, black people are really homophobic. Black people are really misogynistic. It's like a very liberal way of like trying to play into the same like stereotyping of the angry, violent black man, but from like a way that gives liberals permission to speak on black people like that, especially when it's like, the fuck are you talking about? Literally, no community is monolithic. The black community is not monolithic at all. But beyond that, like, white people across the board are just as fucking homophobic and just as misogynistic as black people are, except we don't look at white people as a monolith because we understand that that is the in group, that is the dominant group. So we don't analyze it from the same fucking framework. But overall, when you look at black people in the black community in the United States of America, Islamophobia is not a huge issue at all. As a matter of fact, I would say that they are like out of every fucking group, out of every subgroup, out of every like racial category in the United States of America, if you were to look at who's like more Islamophobic, black people would be in the bottom of that list. They would be the least Islamophobic group of people, dead last. They also happen to have a significant number of Muslims. Like, their support for Palestine has been scary. Wait, what? Less than Arab people? Okay, that doesn't count, man. What the fuck? Yes, black people as a group of as a population subgroup that isn't predominantly Muslim is less Islamophobic than all the other groups, with the exception of Arabs.
Anything to help the situation. We live in an online world where everyone is trying to have a monologue written by Aaron Sorkin. If you don't know who Aaron Sorkin is, he's a TV writer who's written some great films and TV shows over the years, like Social Network and A Few Good Men. And he's really...
Actually, Arab people are surprisingly chill about Islam. It's crazy, I know.
really good at something that I think has like brainwormed so many people on the left. The grandstanding, put them in their place, owned by facts and logic monologue moment. You know, that's why so many of these videos are such and such destroys conservative over abortion bill. Like, that term, that word, destroy, that's an Aaron Sorkin thing.
No, I'm going to hold you to an answer on that. What makes America the greatest country in the world? What about the people? Why is America
not the greatest country in the world, Professor? That's my answer.
Let's talk about... Fine. Sharon, the NEA is a loser. Yeah, it accounts for a penny out of our paycheck, but he gets to hit you with it anytime he wants. It doesn't cost money. It costs votes. It costs airtime and column inches. You know why people don't like liberals? Because they lose. Sorority girl, just in case you accidentally wander into a voting booth one day, there's some things you should know, and one of them is there is absolutely no evidence to support the statement.
Bro, the fucking misogyny jumped out. Aaron Sorkin hates women. I will never let this go. Dude, he's the number one hater of women. Yo, remember when Aaron Sorkin wrote an op-ed for the New York Times where he literally was like, anyone but Kamala, I think Mitt Romney. I think Joe Biden should endorse Mitt Romney. He fucking hates women so much, which is why it's hilarious that liberals love him so much. Okay? He just, dude, even in that brief moment, he's like, hey, sorority girl, if you happen to find yourself accidentally in a voting booth, like, come on, dude. Come on. I love Aaron Sorkin.
A penny out of our paycheck, but he gets to hit you with it anytime he wants. It doesn't cost money. It costs votes. It costs airtime and column inches. You know why people don't like liberals? Because they lose. Sorority girl, just in case you accidentally wander into a voting booth one day, there's some things you should know, and one of them is There is absolutely no evidence to support the statement that we're the greatest country in the world. We're 7th in literacy, 27th in math, 22nd in science, 49th in life expectancy, 178th in infant mortality, 3rd in median household.
Despite being acontextual, like Assam mentioned, the idea of black Islamophobia is another example of sampling hyperfixating on a crosstab of a stat, like how you people focus on black male Trump supporters, but male Trump supporters high across the race. Also, Black Panthers, Malcolm X. No, that is. Wait, what do you mean? That's what I always talk about with respect to black male Trump supporters. Oh shit. Oh shit. What's on screen? I just realized.
Income, number 4 in labor force, and number.
Like specifically, not definitely him, right? Because I think that's just the nature of some of these conversations. But the goal of having your Aaron Sorkin moment has made people stop being empathetic and effective and clear. And
Tacoma Wept is Aaron Sorkin-esque when you think about it. It is quite Sorkin-esque. It is his penmanship. Like that Tacoma Wept, and also, oh my God, I'm realizing Tacoma Wept and the fucking, excuse me for knowing the intricacies of goblin porn. They do live in my mind. Like I never think about Vosh, except those are some of the high notes of his career, in my opinion. It's like the exact same cadence. A lot of things just clicked at the same time in my mind after seeing this brief Aaron Sorkin moment with paired up with our favorite debate lords.
And concise with the issues and things we're trying to communicate. And we don't know how to talk to each other, but we do know what it feels like to get a standing.
The other one is the tactical N-word usage. Yeah, that's another good one. God, Bosch has so many good moments. It's like short stack goblin. At the 5th minute mark, I use an N-word, a big one. And I used it because I wanted to show my interlocutors that I'm not afraid of this word. And you could see it was successful because it got them to be shocked. I don't know any of the references, and I'm so comfortable with that. I'm 2 hours away from being inside someone. It's so good. He is a poet. That word has no power over me. In this video, I drop an N-bomb, big one, hard R. I did this to show my interlocutors that their language doesn't impress me, that their slurs don't frighten me or disarm me. You can see from their reactions that it worked. They were clearly taken aback. It was a power over which I am entirely unashamed of, but I understand how that language might have upset some of you. It's so good. It's so fucking good. How do you write that? How do you think that?
Ovation for having the best, strongest, most conservative, destroyed, got wrecked comeback that you can muster. Moments like that make for excellent TV, and they're cathartic. When an issue or topic is bothering you and someone who...
Wait, who is that copy pasta of Destiny or Vosh? Vosh, duh. Destiny would never have to fear his audience. His audience yells at him when he doesn't say the N-word. His audience is like, hey, Destiny, you haven't said the N-word in a while. What the fuck's going on? I can't remember if you're racist or not. Like that fucking stream sniper who was like, I'm shaking. Oh my God. I think Hassan is here. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. And then he came up and he was like, Destiny made you. And then we found out he was like calling black people monkeys on the timeline. The least shocking event of all time.
You see as intelligent and witty and well-learned can like nail the issue and nail exactly what you're feeling. That's cathartic. You want to hear someone you trust break something like that down.
Yeah, this is the best Vosh clip forever.
Wait, is this guy seriously saying that I can't get laid? Incredible. I'll give you 5,000 if you can get Poontang before January 1st. Do you have any idea who the fuck you're talking to? When I got off Tinder because of the fucking quarantine, Tacoma wept. Even like ignoring the fact that I have a girlfriend, even if we're just talking like randos, I'm 2 hours away right now from being inside somebody else. This is one. I have 2 skills, and it's non-monogamy and speaking publicly. Okay, do some fucking research.
Do some fucking research. Oh, so fucking good, dude. Listen. That's the difference. The difference is, okay, like, I wouldn't even say Vosh hates me all that much. And, you know, I'm not his biggest fan, even though he has talked a lot of shit over the years. But like, I do appreciate the art, the artistry here. Okay, I can separate the art from the artist, and I can appreciate this. Okay, whereas I feel like my haters fucking do not like me and want me to die, especially Destiny. Is this a Como Wept clip? Yes. Is FD actually calling you out in this video? I feel like you go through the pains to not do what he's saying. No, he's not calling me out in this. He just used me as a meme. That's why people thought he was calling me out.
I get it. I'm good at this job for a reason. But you forget, people are forgetting that after you finish clapping at the awesome way that I or some other talking head broke down the issue is still there. And it's quite possible that what I said or someone else said hasn't brought us any closer.
To be fair, when I watched V, unironically, he made me dislike you. Yeah, he did play a lot into that, like a lot. There is definitely, I think like my biggest disagreement isn't even like him leaning on the fucking Hassan is a Russian asset memes or whatever, but more so the way he handles a lot of the stuff. The tactical N-word one is like a great demonstration of how a lot of white left adjacent or leftist kids online operate. In terms of not trying to be more understanding of marginalized communities and their background and have this attitude of like talking over people. I dislike all three of you. Congratulations. You are so sick. Like you're the coolest, man. Okay.
So to addressing that issue, especially if I spend more time being glib than being an effective communicator. I've said so many times, and I'll say it again, the forces behind these mediums do not care about anything but engagement. And if you do not resist the urge to engage and share rage bait, you are doing harm. You're doing harm. You're making things worse, possibly spreading that, in fact. The concept of leftist infighting is somewhat silly.
Yeah, like the comparing black nationalism to Nazism is like exactly.
And it's a meme because we should always be like having conversations that'll sometimes lead to conflict. I get where we disagree. And I know more than a few leftists that I wouldn't trust to do much of anything in any situation in my personal or like community life space. But I've learned that making content around that is just as bad. And so like, here's the final nugget, maybe something to help folks recognize the difference between conflict and disagreement versus like world defining battles that some find themselves in online. Listen closely.
I went to high school with that stream sniper. He was bragging about it on his IG story afterwards too. God damn, dude. That's crazy. Hopefully he'll, I don't know, get out of that weird mindset that he's currently captive to.
To this. Being a leftist is not a marginalized identity. It is not who.
Yeah, lucky you survived high school with that guy around. I know. Thank God for Illinois gun control. You know what I'm saying? Holy shit, dude. Oh my God. Republicans constantly talk about like, oh, Chicago gun violence. It's like, God damn, dude. If it wasn't for like the actual restrictions of purchasing weapons in the state of Illinois, you wouldn't be in the chat right now. God damn.
Who you are.
Yeah, literally dodged a bullet there.
It's what you believe, it's what you're trying to bring to the world.
I'm shaking.
But that is not you. When people say I'm a leftist, it shouldn't be describing the whole of your personality and like humanity. And for some of y'all who I see as the biggest perpetrators of some of these problems, being a leftist doesn't make you.
We went to high school together in Texas. There is no gun control, just luck. Oh my God. That's crazy.
You stop being white. The aggrieved energy that some of y'all move with is within this space, and the way y'all operate, the way y'all talk to people, the defensiveness when you're called out or even called in, the absence of just self-awareness and critical thinking, and the things y'all say to motherfuckers in the comment section. Y'all need to chill the fuck out and shut the fuck up. It's not good. It's stop. Let me and other people who are connected to this black liberal space handle that. You all do not, unless you know them folks for real, unless you're going to have a conversation for real, you might want to avoid making content about it or expect to just throw oil on the fire. What I'm trying to get at is that some of y'all argue and respond to disagreement and criticism with the same level of tact and decorum as like the Barbs or like NBA Twitter
Oh my goodness, Valentine!
or weebs arguing about anime. And this shit's way deeper than that. And I just need people to have more self-control so that we don't have black liberals and Palestinians being the face of this conflict for a week. That is a tragedy. Black youth are dying in the streets. Black women are dying during childbirth. Americans everywhere cannot afford housing, healthcare. Trans kids are dying through stigma and marginalization. Congolese children are dying from pestilence and having to be ousted from their homes. And Palestinian children are being bombed as I speak. And there is nothing you can immediately do to stop any of those things from happening. Most of you, there's not anything you could do right now when this video is over. And any work you actually do, which you should, will only produce results in maybe weeks, more likely months, or even years. That's the reality of how deep the problems are. And I get it that you can get a feeling of catharsis by leaving a mean comment or a response video on someone's TikTok. And as good as that might make you feel in the moment, it really only makes things worse. Very few things change from that type of interaction. It's just harmful in the end. And that goes for everyone involved, whether I mostly agree with you or not. We have to have more discipline and focus on these platforms when it comes to serious shit, because otherwise, from my perspective, this is all my opinion, this shit is a waste of time. You're better off, for those left-leaning people, just making content about anime or something, because the politics are getting perverted through these mediums. Today's video is sponsored by Ground News.
By the way, apparently Ground News is the one that uses the media bias chart, which literally has me under fucking has me locked up as Alex Jones. Did Miz ever say the thing? No, he's a fucking coward who didn't say the thing that he was supposed to say. Anyway, quick Beyblade break. You didn't see it, but I sent a banger rebuttal for you. Okay, let's watch Theo Vaughn finally. A lib friend of mine sent me the bias chart and said I shouldn't rely on you for news because I cite your talking points a lot, and I couldn't get through to him that the bias chart is biased. So angering. Really? Just make him look at the fucking liberal. The bias chart is so broken because it literally has like Breitbart above a bunch of mainstream liberal outlets. So obviously the chart is kind of busted, even for liberals, dude. The fuck do you mean? Just literally go back to that chart and point to Breitbart on the chart and be like, look at all the other side. Look at all the other like things on the left side on the bias chart. Yes. Just the glory of putting some respect on the name of chairman, dude. What's wrong with Breitbart as a reputable source? Their black crime tab keeps me really informed. Well, they don't have it anymore because it was too racist. What is this? It's at 30K likes now? Okay, bro, stop. Stop linking me this, okay? God damn it. Real voice leaked. So I need to get one of those metal cutout diesel shirts. This is that one, dude. What are you talking about? I just have an undershirt underneath it. That idiot you just quoted literally posted that meme bias chart to own you. Lamau, dude saw D and his dick riders sharing that chart and posted it to dunk on you without even looking at it. Breitbart is somehow more reliable than MSNBC on that chart. Who did? Hutch? Dude, listen, for all of those like liberal commentators, all those liberal commentators have to be currently coping with the reality that like I went to the DNC and they did not get invited. Okay, they're mad. Let them fucking keep posting into oblivion. Okay, especially when they're the motherfuckers who are like, they're the motherfuckers who have kept talking.
Which is?
They're the motherfuckers who kept talking about how like I'm the reason why they couldn't go to the White House or something, because like it wasn't their talk about horse porn or ethical CP or whatever, but it was me saying, me reiterating that American foreign policy considers Taiwan to be a part of China officially. Like that's what I said, and that's what they thought was the reason why they couldn't go to the White House.
In high school, we had these, and I was always terrible at it.
In this recurring dream, I'm back in high school, and I have missed an entire semester of a class that I didn't write down. And I go into the last day, and I've failed that class.
I have the same recurring dream.
What?
Really?
That was so
Yeah.
cute. Will they?
And then I like almost don't graduate, and it's like really fucking stressful. Yes. Doing
Tastes
packets
worse.
like the day before to try to graduate, and then I wake up.
Sometimes it's so boyfriend coded, tastes worse. Yeah, Austin, you were just drinking straight creamer. So will they, won't they? I love how they're just continuing their conversation while Austin and Hassan have their moment. Hassan is just his top. Starbucks is on the BDS list. This is not Starbucks, dude. Bro saw coffee and was like, that must be Starbucks. Famously, Starbucks, the inventor of the latte. Click the Shushy Noobs tweet. What the fuck is that? When your house got put on blast.
What's your first impression of this house when you walked in?
I liked it, but
Yeah.
well, I don't want to actually say too much. I don't
Not
want.
as nice as you thought it was going to be.
Yes.
That's what everyone says.
It's
It was
very
like-
basic, right?
It wasn't crazy.
It's crazy to get canceled for this.
Yeah,
Did you
I-
get canceled for this? I'm just being
Yeah, I
mean for
did.
fun.
People don't realize is the housing prices in LA. Like, have you seen $1 million house in
That's
LA?
why I won't move here.
It's like insane.
I want to live like Cutie.
Yeah.
If I
You want a
moved to-
rich boyfriend?
No.
Is Lord Rich, isn't his credit score like really, really bad? Love the pod, but how about Hassan stops being tired and talking about himself the entire episode every time? Damn, we got haters. Let's go. I got some haters on the pod. That makes me happy. Let's be real. That's just your podcast house. Every single person that has come into my house has had the exact same motherfucking reaction where they're like, wait, didn't people like yell
My
at you?
type is nerdy guy.
Oh yeah, I already like this clip. I saw this.
Really?
Yes. I'm like,
How nerdy
there's
is Agent?
No, he's not nerdy at all. He like again. That's why I say him and I are friends.
Uh-huh.
You're a shipper.
You are
Oh
a
my God.
shipper. Why would you do this?
He likes
You're a
his-
shipper. He's a fan. He's a fan.
No, it's because
Are
I'm-
you watching TikTok fan cams?
Yes.
Oh my fucking
am.
god! Oh my god!
I am. I keep getting TikTok fan cams, and also including the one where like Sin is dancing, and then the agent looks at her, and then the fan cam is like, this is the moment where agent knew. It's fucking funny. I'm sorry. It's just-
Because I don't really care about the shipping aspect of it. I'm just a clip farmer. I'm learning from the greats, the goats.
Yeah.
Phase Ronaldo.
He's got that
Yeah.
Scottish beer in him too.
I'm the clip. I am the
You
clip.
should keep drinking.
and yet you don't like getting shipped. Can we ship you, dude? When have I not been shipped? I get shipped with every single person, men, women, literally everyone. Who is Asian? Agent. Cinna is great, but one of her mods hates you for some reason. They delete your emotes and mentions of you. I don't know what's up with that. That's funny. I mean, I like Cinna, so I don't think it matters that one of her mods hates me or some shit. M HUD. Wait, what? Why did he make him Dominican? It's the filter that makes you Dominican, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, he got hit with the ray that makes you Dominican. That's sick. So stupid.
Fine. I feel like
Okay. All right. I forgot to mention this to prove that people like me aren't weird ones. I, a 62-year-old woman, am going to bully a 17-year-old for crying out of love for his father. So this is something I missed. But it's crazy that it's something I missed. But it's crazy that like so many Republicans apparently were just like making fun of Tim Walz's son for crying at the convention speech that his dad was giving. And it's fucking crazy. We never finished the speech. Yeah, you are mocking a child with a learning disability. Like, it's nuts, dude. These people are crazy. Like, they're so fucking evil, dude. It's crazy. Would you cry if Cenk was up there? Yes. They also claim Tim Walz was an abusive father because he yanked his son's arm while he nearly ran into the teleprompter. I think, personally, they just don't understand like a child, like one of their kids actually loving them a lot. You know what I mean? Like they just simply cannot comprehend human emotion, especially of a child that you gave life to, you know? Like they literally have never experienced that. And a lot of like conservative grievance unironically stems from their family members being like, you're kind of gross and no longer associating. Like their children don't associate with them because they're just objectively bad parents and objectively bad people usually. And I think that that's where this stems from. What is this?
Oh man, you guys see that Tim Walz speech last night? Then they cut over to his son crying saying, I love you, Dad. I mean, gay. What'd he do? Come over after him and say, I love you too, son. I'm so happy you could be here at this moment. I'm like, damn. What's he doing? Going up to his son going, I love you. I think you're such a special person, and I love you for just who you are. I mean, gay. What's he do? Go to his baseball games and go, hey, that's okay that you didn't play today, son. Still my star player. Just some gay, man.
They just don't know, bro. They don't know what that's like. They've never felt it. They've never felt affection from their parents, and they've never shown affection to their children, and their children fucking hate them now. So that's what it is. It's so over for my country. What? Georgia goes North Korea with bombshell plan to ban main opposition parties. EU ambitions face new blow as analysts warn the government's move would be the end of Georgia's democracy. Prime Minister Irakli Kobakhidze said the government would seek to ban more than half a dozen parties following October's critical nationwide vote. Bro, they're just making democracy easy for you guys. What do you mean? Dude, I have no idea what the fuck's going on in Georgia. I really don't know. I thought this was Atlanta, Georgia. No, like, game time. Would you be playing the nuts game, the crazy game you were talking about? The only game you're playing is at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break and you don't have a subscription. Okay? That's it. You shouldn't be playing that game. Okay? You should subscribe instead. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. They're fully aligned with Russia now, basically going full-blown anti-LGBT2. Are we going crazy tonight? Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. A lot of people want me to play some video games, okay? Which sounds like a great idea. And I did also say that I was going to do it. Except I have this Theo Von Trump video that I haven't watched yet, and it's been like 4 fucking days. And last but not least, I also have some guests coming over, okay, in a little bit. I don't want to start playing a video game for 20 minutes when my guests are here and have them come to a 10K audience in the midst of me playing a video game that I will quit in 20 minutes when they're here, and then the 10K goes down to fucking 5K. You know what I mean? So that's why we're going to be watching this Donald Trump Theo Von video
I
instead.
have some tour dates to tell you about. I'll be in Las Vegas, on Portland, North Carolina. To know that one of her students is getting to sit down with a press. Today's current club for long.
The guest is the Crash Dummies pod, Mike and Pat. They're coming over. Die? Okay, that's a bit aggressive. Gamers in the stream are the uncommitted to the DNC. Bro, you're gonna get accidentally fucking banned, okay? I don't want you to, but like, oh man.
But your thing is going really great. My son's a big fan of yours, Barron.
Really, Barron is?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
yeah,
He
Barron.
just graduated high school, right?
That's right. He just did. He knows you very well. He said, Dad, he's big.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's with Trump and like constantly relying on his sons for media appearances?
Big one.
That's cool.
So that's good.
What,
Well, that's where it is nowadays, right?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. You know, yeah, I can't believe that we're able to get platforms. And I started in my kitchen, and then...
Bro really needs to be monitoring his son's fucking intake, dude. Yo quiere que yo case. Yo te oigo.
Yeah, just evolved out of there.
That's fantastic.
I mean, it's pretty unbelievable. What does Barron play?
Do you want to start?
What? Did you hear Barron slapping the shit out of his nanny? No, that's all fake, dude. Come on, bro. Come on.
You go ahead.
Yeah, we're good. Are we rolling?
Yeah, sure.
We're good. Yeah, that's yeah. Does Barron play sports or anything?
He does. He plays golf and different sports.
Ew, bro. Let him play ball. He's like 6'8", dog. He's 6'8" and Slovenian. What the fuck is wrong with you? He's gonna turn into Osama bin Laden, bro. This is what happens when you're 6'8" and your fucking dad doesn't let you play ball. You literally become Osama bin Laden. Okay? Let him fucking hoop, dog. He's gonna do 9/11 if you don't let him hoop.
Soccer. Loves soccer. Very good at soccer. He's a good athlete, Barron.
Yeah. Is he going to go? Has he already picked a college or no?
He has, and he's getting set to go in the fall. Good college, a very good one. And he was always a very good student. He's smart guy.
Which one of your kids, what's something you admire about each one of your sons?
Well, Don is a hunter. He's a great, great hunter and knows everything about that world and guns and all. He was the first one that said, Dad, boy, you got lucky, because I didn't realize that 130 yards is actually very close in that parlance. And he said, you got lucky. He knew immediately when he saw that. He said, it's incredible, because that's considered.
I love Theo Vaughn. I love Theo Vaughn baking this in, like in the post, in the edits. Like his editor's like, this is this is good stuff to put in there.
Pretty close distance.
From how far the shooter was?
Yeah.
Oh,
And the guy wasn't a bad shooter, supposedly. He was a very disturbed guy, but he wasn't a bad shooter. And Eric, likewise, he loves the business. He loves real estate. Also very much of a hunter. And
Bro, he can't find anything. Like there is not an ounce of like genuine good feelings that he has for either of his fucking dipshit fail sons. Like, what are you doing? Don't come in here wagging. Okay, god damn it. It's hard not to fucking give you a pet. Do you see the bit from Michael Cohen's book about Trump calling Don Jr. a fucking idiot for shooting an elephant and posting the pig online? I did not, but it makes sense. I mean, he's right. He's literally just describing them, not saying what he admires about them. Yeah, he's like, well, you know, Don Jr., he's a hunter. He likes diet sodas. Anyway, let's continue.
understands a lot of things about that. They were sort of, as young guys, they were with their grandfather, and he would take them hunting in Czechoslovakia. And somehow they developed very well. And
Czechoslovakia,
yeah,
damn.
can you imagine?
It's a lot of letters even.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
That's a name you don't hear too much anymore, but it was...
I'd need a scope just to get through the spell.
That's a name you don't hear too much anymore. That's hilarious.
That's right. A lot of people.
Yeah.
But so he'd go, they'd spend time in Europe and they'd do that. That's where he learned a lot about both of them, really good.
With your dad, they would go?
No, grandfather. Actually, they had a grandfather who was a wonderful outdoorsman and athlete. And during the summer, he'd take them out into the woods and they'd go hunting and lots of things. And they loved it. They got to love it. And that's Don and that's Eric.
Yeah, they're funny.
Oh, yeah.
They have a good sense of humor, too. Like, whenever I see them at UFC, it's like...
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I just, like... The first time I was nervous, I think. And then after that, when I've seen them, it's like, it's fun to kind of cut up with them a little bit.
Yeah, well, they're good. They're good guys. And they really they get along great with the rest of the family. We all get along great. We have a good family. But I love UFC. You talk about a great guy. How about Dana White?
Yeah.
The job he does, right?
Yeah, I want to thank Dana too for helping get us set up together. Yeah, he makes it happen. I like Dana. He doesn't waste words. He doesn't waste time. He likes to, I think, be efficient, and he has seems like a strong sense of integrity for himself.
Yeah, nobody like him actually. It's there's an expression that everybody is replaceable. Not Dana.
Yeah.
Nobody could do what he does, and he's made that sport into a big monster.
Yeah, dude, no one. Like, absolutely zero people beat the shit out of their wives in the same way.
It's their sport.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, and we go there and we enjoy it, go with him. Sometimes we do walk-ons with Dana, and place sort of likes it.
Oh, yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, but
there's
Dana,
a video
yeah,
of us. I was behind you in one video. I'm sure the dogs here will pull it up. But yeah, those are some of my favorite things ever. UFC became my favorite sport during the pandemic because Dana was brave enough to stay open. He was
the whole ball game. He was the only sport, and he'd open up in arenas with nothing other than very good fighters.
Yeah.
And they would be fighting. He had some of the best fights during the pandemic.
Yeah.
But it
was exceptional. There it is right there. See, look, there you are, and I'm right behind you there.
Oh,
clapping with that hat on. I'm the white guy in the hat.
That's great. That's right. The white guy in the hat is right. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of us there, but I was one of them for sure.
That's right.
Yeah, see, that's me right there.
Good sport, isn't it, huh?
Yeah, I'm a Dustin Poirier fan. So.
Oh, he's great. He was, boy, I tell you, he's a warrior. That last fight he had, whether you like it or not, he is a warrior.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do think that, Trump's strategy of going to like right wing, or not even right wing necessarily, but like Trump's strategy as a telegenic person that is like capable of holding a conversation with people who are not immediately at odds with him actually does end up humanizing him a lot to people who are prone to his kind of politics. I think, like, I don't even know if the Democrats could actually like recreate this with Kamala, especially. You know what I mean? Humanizing a horrible racist monster, great. No, I'm thinking specifically tactics, okay? Like, because this is a question that comes up a lot, you know? This is the type of question that comes up all the fucking time. In the media specifically, like, I have had to answer this question like 100 times, both at the DNC and even before the DNC, and I'm sure that this is something that, like, in the future journalists will be asking me about as well, given my position as a prominent content creator who is a political commentator on a platform like Twitch. People ask me this all the fucking time. It's like, oh, well, you know, the Democrats want to try to adopt the same strategy as Trump. Problem is, I just don't think that a person like Kamala Harris is capable of, like, going on, like, what would be the equivalent? You know what I mean? I just don't see Kamala Harris, like, doing this with, like, an equivalent. Kamala Harris on I've Had It is, like, not a good example, though, because no disrespect to the I've Had It ladies, they're great, but this is not like, I mean, look at the numbers even. Like, this has 100,000 views before she actually ran, before she became the obviously the presidential candidate, but, like, that's not the equivalent. You know what I mean? Maybe, like, Hot Ones potentially, but even then you would have to do it repeatedly. Like, Trump doesn't do this as a one-off. This is like a whole personality that he's cultivated over many, many years as a content creator himself originally, right? So, like, if Trump just did like 1 or 2 fucking media hits, it would be like Joe Biden going on that what was the podcast with, like, Speedy, that guy, the fucking Complex podcast. Like, it would look like that. She would have to, like, do this a bunch of times, but ultimately it would still look stale and manufactured because she appears, like, very manicured. You know what I mean?
Felt like he didn't get the victory, but it didn't feel like he lost.
No, he didn't lose that fight. He really, the man he was fighting was tough. He was tough and didn't expect that same fight. But he oftentimes will, he makes people suffer. There's no question about it. No, he's a pro. He's a professional.
Yeah, he's all heart. He's from Louisiana. That's where I'm from.
As that fight went along, he just got stronger and stronger, and he was getting pounded, and he was going to be choked out about 4 different times, and he just wouldn't let it happen. No, you say hello to him. He's good.
Yeah, I'll make sure to.
He's a really great fighter.
And he cooks Thanksgiving dinner every year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to go sometime.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
he must do good food.
He does, yeah. He does some good stuff over there. Yeah, what was the first? Do you remember, like, the first fight that you ever went to, whether it was UFC or boxing or anything?
Yeah, I do. It was Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali in Madison Square Garden many, many years ago, and I think that was the first fight I went to. I always liked the boxing.
How old were you? Remember?
Oh boy, I don't know. You can deduct it from what I am now, but it was a long time ago. But they were 2 undefeated fighters. They were both undefeated. Muhammad became a friend of mine. So did Joe, Jolton Joe. They were 2 great fighters. That fight was incredible. I think they had, like, many heart attacks that night, literally heart attacks in Madison Square Garden. I think it was Madison Square Garden.
What is Theo politically? Just everything. Just the median voter, the perfect median voter.
And the fight was so unbelievable. 2 undefeated heavyweight champions of the world. There was no UFC and there was no competition, really. It was it.
Yeah.
And
Trump played golf with a golfing YouTuber, for example. He's in it for the content. Yeah, and it got 11 million views. Like, he's kind of cooking on his social media strategy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, but it's not something that Kamala Harris, I don't think, can genuinely recreate anyway. You know what I mean? Golfing YouTuber, that guy's a fucking pro. Yeah, man, I don't fucking know, nor do I care. Come on, dog. Like, yeah, okay, he's a golfer. Who cares, bro? Fuck, Jesus Christ. There ain't no way there's this many motherfuckers in this chat that love golf that much. It is the most, like, 50-plus-year-old white man sport of all time. That's crazy. Even Dr. Phil, 16 mil. Dude, yeah. A Trump interview is, like, literally immediate lock that you're going to get you're gonna get like 10 million plus views. I mean, look at this one. This one got 10 million in fucking 4
So you
days.
had two guys. Remember that Muhammad wasn't allowed to fight because of lots of different things, and he was a terrific.
Do you think this will reflect? How do you think this will reflect an actual vote? So many 16-year-olds watching Theo can't vote. Maybe I'm wrong. I think like if you want to activate a base of voters that are non-voters that maybe were too young to vote or too young to care during your horrific presidential run, this is the best way to do it. This is what I said with the Aiden Ross stuff too, right? Like he's very clearly going after, like his team understands that there are a group of voters out there, young men specifically, that have shown in polling results that they are more interested in Republican politics in general, that don't really look at traditional media all that much, and might have been too young to have made up their minds about Donald Trump under the Trump administration, under the Trump presidency. Even if they're like Joe Rogan watchers in general, because like Theo Vaughn probably has a similar audience. Theo Vaughn has a similar audience to Joe Rogan, so I assume it's like a lot of like older men, older than you would think, but men that aren't necessarily tapped in to mainstream interest, mainstream media in general. And the interesting part of that equation is that they don't show up in polls either, especially if they're like non-voters originally. They're not going to show up in polls. What the fuck's going on with my chat? My chat's bricked. Am I still live? What's happening? Did my internet go? Am I still here? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? Oh, okay. Well, chat was broken for a little bit. I don't know what happened. I think there was a mini F or something. No F. That was odd. I experienced the F on my stream. That was weird. Anyway, let's continue.
Terrific guy. Both terrific guys. Very
And they
different.
finally made it happen. They finally
And
made
they
that
made
bout
it happen. So you had two undefeated heavyweight champions fighting.
And who took you to the fight? You remember?
I went with my father and my brother Robert.
Yeah, my chatterino is brick. Look, see that? It doesn't even show like subscriber buttons and shit.
And it was just, I don't know, I must have been very young. It was a long time ago, but you would never forget it. That was one of those moments.
Oh, yeah.
But no, literally, there were like many heart attacks in the arena.
Just people having too much fun, or what
No,
do
they
you
were
think? It was
just
drugs?
having heart attacks because it was such a crazy event.
Oh, yeah.
It was so, the people were just, I know a friend of mine, the father, he had a bad heart attack. Literally, they took him out. They were taking people out.
What is going
It was,
on?
and I don't hear that anymore. I mean, there were others.
What is he talking about? Like, why do we care? Come on, move on.
Like, you think it was that?
But
It's like,
But we had an exciting event the other night with Elon Musk
yeah.
and me.
I listened.
We had a pretty big audience for that one, I can tell you.
Yeah, I listened for probably about like 20 minutes. I thought it was cool. It was. I think the tough part was just like just like it would have been neat if you guys could have been in the same spot, you know. But I still thought it was exceptional.
I heard the audio was great, and actually they put out a clear tape of it because they had clear tape.
Oh, nice.
Oh, the audio was great. He's talking about the list.
Had so many millions and millions of people watching, like record numbers of people. And I'm trying to figure out, we're on a cell phone, or I was, and, you know, that's a lot of people coming into a cell phone one way or the other.
Yeah.
But I heard some people had a problem with the audio. I don't know. I don't do that thing. You know, that was done. And we had a great conversation. It was for 2 hours and 15 minutes. They just put out a clear tape of it, a perfect tape of it. But
I'll have to go back and
I
listen to
sounded, I think I sounded, somebody said your voice was distorted or something. And you know, I guess
It's so funny. He hates the way he's perceived, and it's obvious. He hates the way he's perceived. It's obvious that he heard the lisp shit and it pisses him off, but he doesn't want to draw too much attention to the lisp. So he's just trying to say it without saying it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I heard the audio, there was some issues or something.
that happens. Look, it was such a big thing, such a big audio, but I would have loved to have seen the clear tape originally. They put it out right after the show, so now it's a clear tape where a perfect tape done there.
Yeah.
But when it goes through different phone systems and everything else, you think if we were together, that doesn't happen then? Because I think his voice was more clear than
Yeah, maybe
mine.
because he was the one who was like initiating the call. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about how all that works. But yeah, I know that in post, a lot of times they can tighten things up and make it better. You know, it's amazing how Elon, like, the cost to really have your own voice in the world is $44 billion, basically.
Well,
if you
but
want to have
he's-
your voice, like, you know what I'm saying? He has his own channel.
And he does what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And he's a fantastic guy. And he's a brilliant person. And the country should be very proud of him, actually. I have Truth, which has been very successful.
True Social,
It's-
you mean?
True Social, yeah. And that's been very successful in getting my voice out. I needed a voice because, you know, I was on Twitter and I was on Instagram. I was on all of it. And I was on Facebook. And when you added it up, I was told by Zuckerberg and others, it was like record-setting type of numbers. And then one day I didn't have anything because they canceled. I mean, they canceled.
There's such a collusion there, right?
Yeah, it was a pretty bad thing. And so I had nothing. So after about a month, you know, I have a lot of things to say. And after about a month, I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just go out and put out an old public relations statement. You remember that? And although you're a little young to see it, but in the old days, you'd put out a statement. And I did, and it was just gobbled up. It was really gobbled up. And I opened Truth, and Truth has become terrific, actually, for
Good
me.
platform.
I really want just as a platform. I mean, it's more important than anything else. And
Well, at least
and
you have
that's
your
been-
voice then. You can say
well,
what you
it
want to
gave me
say.
my voice back, yeah. I had hundreds of millions of people. Even now, I haven't been too active on X, but I have, I guess, 90 some odd million people on it. But I was much higher than that when I was
It's like
actually
almost all
on
the
it.
people. I don't even know how many people there are.
Yeah, it's been, but I love the job he's done, and he's brought a certain voice back into play.
Yeah.
The previous people were terrible.
Yeah.
Every time you do a thing, you'd be red flagged. They'd put up a red
there's
flag. Every
yeah.
statement you made, you'd be red flagged.
Yeah, it's almost like, it's like when you have a babysitter and they don't want to have any fun or whatever.
Yeah, right.
That's kind of the vibe I got. When you, because I see you at the fights. I see you, sometimes you'll sit right by Dana, and sometimes I'll sit, like me, I'll go with like David Spade sometimes as a close
that's
friend of
good.
mine.
Good.
And, I'll see you coming with Kid Rock, and, and you don't drink at the fights. You
By the
don't,
way, Kid Rock is he's terrific. He came to the convention. He knocked everybody out. He was fantastic. He's a great guy. He's just a great guy. He's popular, very popular.
Oh, he's definitely he's a real dirt
my guests are
surfer
here.
too, dude. He's a freaking legend, you know.
He's
a legend.
He is a legend, I
Yeah.
guess, in a true sense.
Oh, 100%. People love him, dude. Look at him. I went to his show not long ago somewhere, and people, I think some guy had a heart attack there too, but it was like it was more funnel cake related, I think, type of vibes.
He draws big crowds, actually. It's amazing. I saw one. He was out someplace recently at 80,000 people. He's big stuff, but he's really, forget about that. I call him Bob, you know, his name Bob, right? It's Bob, Kid Rock, but it's Bob. But he's a really good guy. And
I've been over to his house
he's a
a
cool
bunch.
cat, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I live in Nashville. Right when I got into town, he hit me up one night and was like, "Hey man, I'm having a birthday party this week, and you should come." And I didn't even know him, you know, and it was
Right.
nice of him. And since then, we've done a lot of fun stuff together. His
good.
brother's missing a leg too,
Yeah,
which
his
is crazy.
brother's-
He looks
he's
like the lamp. Have you ever seen that movie, The Lamp, like from like a Christmas Story or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But he's fantastic. The family, the father, I knew very well. He just passed away. And it was tough.
Oh, you
one
knew
for-
his dad?
For the brother. I did. And he was fantastic. I
Yeah.
got to know him through knowing Bob. And I tell you what, it's just a fantastic family, the whole family.
No, I love Bob. He and I joke around together a lot. We've spent a lot of time together. Look at his brother right there.
That's right.
The dude hits
And you know what? He
dingers,
plays
too.
golf and he plays well.
We're watching
interview yet.
Yeah, we're watching the Trump interview. Go back? Wait, go back to what? What's happening? All right, we got guests in the building.
Hello.
Crash Dummies Pod. Rewind that shit. Oh my god. Wait, why? What did he say? All right. Welcome to Twitch. You guys don't stream, right?
We did for a little bit. Very short career. Very 3 month Twitch career.
Yeah, they're dripped out. This is a very white community overall.
I know. Is this your first
so I
black
wanted
people on the stream?
No, but yeah, we'll just say yes. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, this is the first time I've had black people in my house in general.
We're like the Jackie Robinsons of Twitch, right?
Yeah,
now.
you guys are. Oh, I mean, there's definitely black people on
No,
Twitch.
your Twitch.
Oh, my Twitch. Okay, yeah.
We're here from the Negro League. How are you doing?
We're gonna be doing a podcast in a little bit, but I wanted to introduce you guys to my community a little bit because like we're gonna collaborate. Oh yeah, actually, I did have Christian Walker. You guys know who Christian Walker is? Herschel Walker's son.
I don't know who Herschel Walker is.
Yeah, he's gay, and he's like he's like a gay commentator.
Isn't Herschel Walker in politics?
Herschel, well, he tried to be in politics, but he failed.
Okay.
He got owned by Raphael Warnock. Guys, stop naming black people that I've had on the stream. That's
I love this.
That's how you know this is a white ass community.
this like,
immediately.
This is like name your black friends, and they're just going crazy.
Literally. That's like I people will do this to me sometimes. Will be like, why don't you have more black people on? And then it's like, and then Chad will immediately start listing off all the black people that have been on the stream, and it's like, dude, you can't. Like that's a losing. That is just you can't win in that situation.
At least 10.
Yeah, a strong 10 too.
Yeah,
and not just that one guy in the blue shirt.
Which guy in the blue?
That's what I usually say.
Oh, okay. I thought you were. Yeah,
that's how I refer to people I don't remember. You know that guy in the blue shirt.
So, Pat, you have no idea what I do, or do you?
Yes.
Oh, you do.
Yes.
Because I know Mike was saying he's like seen older videos of mine back in the day when I first reached out to you guys. He was like, "No, I know." Like I'm familiar with what you do.
I get very jealous of your style because I call it a style of comedy. I get very jealous because it's like you also have to think how they think and also think how we think and then combine them and still, be able to talk about that stuff and kind of.
I mean, I guess.
Comedy.
Yeah. That's like, I mean, to me that's tough because everything I say on our podcast is not correct. I don't fact check anything I say, and I'm so happy that nobody that listens to our podcast ever asked me to.
No,
but your stuff has to be fact checked.
But I wish I could get. Yeah, my stuff's not fact checked either. I lie all the time. Don't worry about it. That's what I do as well. I just make stuff up on the spot. But thank you for saying that. What I do is comedy. That's nice. Okay, well, in any case, you guys, Mike had a really good idea of for those of you in the chat that don't know, they have a really funny podcast. They're huge on TikTok. They show up on my For You page all the time. And one of the things that you guys do usually is you have callers call in.
Yeah.
And my podcast is very white. Like my co-host is a former Mormon lady by the name of Cutie Cinderella. She's awesome. She's incredible, and a gay white guy, and the only funny person on the pod is not here right now. So I thought it'd be funny if your callers, like if we responded to some of your callers.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That was his idea actually.
Yeah.
I didn't suggest it.
I think it'd be
I want
funny.
to say, yeah.
We're trying to ask a question today that's more. I want you to argue with some people today. That's the goal.
How can we get people to tell us their deepest thoughts about what's going on in the presidential race right now? Because the deep thoughts are like the ones that people shouldn't be putting out
Yeah, but
there.
I don't want people from my community like.
Oh no, it'll be
polluting.
but it's gonna be there's gonna be very uneducated opinions from ours. So
Yeah, no, that's why. No, that's why it's funny. That's why it's like way funnier. Like, if they do it, if they respond, it's gonna be boring and annoying. It's gonna be no different than like what I do in general.
The average education.
What is your relationship with your audience? Because sometimes I see your stream. Sometimes it's like you troll them and you call them idiots. Sometimes, but then it's almost like a family in the sense where nobody else outside can kind of make fun of them, but you.
It is like that. It is like that for sure. Sometimes it does get abusive because it's like I have a policy of just like letting anybody talk in the stream, and that can be really fucking stupid at times, especially when there's like a lot of chirpers who come in and then like they repeat the same points over and over again. You know what I mean? And then
say he hits us.
Yeah, exactly. Well, sometimes they need it. You know what I mean?
What would you say what do you think the education range is of like your listeners?
I think they're decently well, like in comparison to like the Theo Vaughn audience, I would say, because we were just watching, like they're probably more educated. They're more interested in politics. They're nerds, you know?
Yeah. Ours is like,
who the fuck would be interested in politics?
Yeah, I feel like ours is like everybody went to DeVry and they graduated. They're like the class of March and like
It's a solid institution.
Yeah, they got 1 month scholarship, and they're just like, actually, did you know we got a bunch of know-it-alls in ours that like write paragraphs?
Oh,
under
we got
our
a bunch
stuff.
of I think that's just like common across the board on the internet. Like there's always know-it-alls.
Yes.
In general.
Yes.
Let me say they got a PhD.
Let me get an understanding of what your guys' interest in politics is. Do you want to talk about that?
Oh shit.
Oh man.
Very uneducated.
Yes. I will say. Let's start off with that. Like, make that statement again.
Very uneducated.
Yes. Before you hear anything coming
we
from
read the
me.
headline and we go with the headline.
Yes. I like when politics talk about everything that doesn't have to do with actual politics. Like, we're in the middle of talking with other countries. The tension is very high, and we're accusing one of our people that's running for president of their dad not being black. So it's just like, when we talk about that stuff like that, that's very interesting to me to see where we are as a country.
Very vibe based.
Donald Sterling is black. He is a black man, for the record.
Very vibe based. I think though, it definitely. I think we talk more about the stuff that has nothing to do with any policies. More about like something like this. We would probably talk about like something he said that's like, when Trump and Biden were arguing about golf. Like we would talk about the golf aspect rather than.
There is one aspect of this where Trump was like talking to Theo Vaughn in this interview. I only saw one moment of it from the interview, but Theo Vaughn is like describing to him what doing coke is like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I thought that was sick. Do you guys have the clip of that?
I think I saw that. Because then Trump's, was it his brother was
Trump's brother, I think he was an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Trump's son is a cokehead. Have you guys ever seen Don Jr.? Like, he is 100%.
Like legit a cokehead?
I mean, he's 100%
Allegedly.
on coke. Like, absolutely. Trump is straight edge, though. He doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I believe that he don't do nothing.
Which is kind of wild. This part. This is incredible. I love this, though, because, like, he's definitely been around people who have done a shit ton of coke. Like, he was in New York.
Yeah.
In like the 80s and 90s, and he's been in the peak coke era.
No, I would just do cocaine. That was really, yeah. So not just
wow.
Yeah.
That's sick.
That's
And it was-
that's down and dirty, right?
Yeah, and this is I mean, it was
But you don't anymore?
No, I don't do it anymore, man, and I'm not doing
Is
it.
it too much? Too much to handle?
And some of the stuff started to get a real rattle in it too. I don't know where we were even getting it from in this country, but yeah, it started to make me feel like I was a mechanic or
So
something.
the thing you go back to then is alcohol for the most part.
Right, yeah, but what I want probably is cocaine, but I know that if I have a drink, then it'll be like, okay, well, I had a drink, then I can do this.
Is cocaine a stronger
Oh yeah,
up?
Yeah. Cocaine
So,
will make
you're way up with cocaine.
God, I love
stronger up is a very good
I
way
love
to be.
America so much, bro. There is no other there's no other place on the planet where like a former president is gonna sit down with a dude who calls himself a dumbass objectively and just talk about doing coke.
I think American
It's
politics
insane.
too, like we were talking about this earlier, it's like very much like sports teams.
Yeah.
Like I've never seen me, I'm Nigerian, so it's like very different. I feel like
Does he say that a lot?
Yes.
He flexes that a lot.
Yeah, I'm Nigerian.
He dropped,
It's just like a
he
thing
dropped-
to
he
like,
dropped
I'm
that.
not young, we're not like us type of
Yeah,
shit.
he dropped that in our earlier conversation. Like I was like, okay.
I didn't know he was Turkish.
Yeah.
How often do you say that?
Not really, but
How long did he say he's Turkish?
I don't say I'm Turkish often. I say the opposite. I say I'm white all the time, and then people get mad at me, and they're like, "You're not white, you're Turkish." And I can't tell if it's like a brown person saying that to be like, "Come on, bro, you're not like." Or if it's like a white person who's being racist. You know what I mean?
True.
But no, my dad came downstairs because we were working out, and I got him a breakfast burrito, and my dad came downstairs, and I just started talking Turkish to him. And I think you were like, what the fuck?
I was like,
You're
start
like,
speaking a
that's
different
weird.
language. I looked at his bio, and I was like,
Not immediately checking the bio after.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
he checked the Instagram and was like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, they say you say you're Turkey all the time, man.
Yeah. Well, they're just gonna.
I say you're Turkey.
Yeah. They're doing that because they don't want to impress the guests. Like they're awful usually. Like I was hold on, let me fix this so you can see the emotes. I was literally talking to fucking journalists at the DNC. I'm in front of all these, like I have a handler, like a Democrat Party handler sitting next to me, and they just kept chirping over and over again, saying the naughtiest shit, hoping that some journalist reads it and then writes about it in the article. They're like this. They act out. You know, it is what it is. Wait, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, you say you're Nigerian all the time.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like he only says it like as a slight towards me. It's just like because I'm like, you know, the African Americans, like what we deal with is like we're probably like 15 villages combined. Obviously, you can do a history check of why that's like why that happened. But
yeah, what's that about? No, that by the way, what you just said, it like I don't know if you've seen this on TikTok, but there's this black dude from America that goes to England and he talks to black people in England. And they're like always shocked. They're like, "What do you mean you don't know like where you're from? Like what country you're from? Like they have no idea." Like because they'll always be like, "Oh, I'm from Jamaica. I'm from I'm from this country, that country," and then they're like always shocked. I don't know what it. Let me see if someone in the chat can find it.
I do feel like that. Like
you don't even know where you're from.
I do kind of know.
No, where are you from?
Why did you do 23andMe?
I feel like I feel like at this point I just have to accept one country, and if I do that. I'm just going to go with Ghana. I made my decision.
I act like a recruit.
Yeah. No, that's
coming to you, Ghana. 4 more years.
That's shit. What was I? There's
where I signed with Ghana. Oh yeah.
I didn't realize we were gonna get into like ADOS discourse. You know what I mean? Goddamn. This is like.
But yeah, he says he's Nigerian all the time. I feel like it's a slight towards me because I don't have anything to say that I am. From. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he also flexed his like bona fides where he was like, "Yeah, I went back to Nigeria. Like, I studied there. It's different.
Yeah,
it's different."
I just went to school. Now you exaggerate.
They beat you when you were there too.
I think I got whoopings at school.
Wait, really?
In boarding school? Yeah.
Oh, dude, me too.
You got spankings?
Well. There is different techniques.
Yeah.
One was like the ear bending, like you just pull the ear.
Yeah,
which I think is crazy. Like, what if they just rip it off? You know what I mean? The fuck do you do then? Which it never happened. They were professionals. The other one was when they'd make you do this with your hand, and they'd smack it with a fucking like a steel ruler.
What is it affecting? The fingertips?
Like the fingertips, yeah.
Oh,
you just like smack it.
How evil? Who made up that? Like
I
that's
don't
really evil.
They have like the really flexible like wooden sticks, like the wooden ones.
The bamboo, right?
The bamboo.
Yeah.
So it's like your hand, your back is real. It was real intense. I'm not gonna lie.
I went to Catholic school. Like I got like pulled into an office. No, like seriously.
That's it.
And like they had a paddle. They didn't end up using it because I like talked myself out of it. I was just like.
Did they use it on kids or did it just like
they used it on kids? But the key, it was Omaha, Nebraska. The best thing that ever happened, I was like one of the only black dudes that went to that school, so they had to make a decision there. Like, are you gonna beat me or not? You know.
This is.
Hey, I don't know how it's gonna look for you when you're done.
Yeah. This is about to be a news story.
I did something really, really bad though. I like at the end of we like prayed before every meal before we went to like the cafeteria, and I forgot we did Our Father, but I forgot Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So like I went to say let's eat at the end of the prayer to make everybody laugh. It's 3rd grade. Like, so I said let's eat, and they're like Father, Son, Holy. They're like.
Wait, that's what they got mad at you over?
They everybody was like panicking, and they'd be like every person they told like looked like I just like did something crazy. They'd be like, he said something. He said, let's eat right after the prayer. No way. And I kept just going into office to finally there was just like the oldest woman, like Sister Mary. She just sat there and she had like a paddle.
Sister Mary.
I swear that's her name. Holy name, Omaha, Nebraska. Look it up, man. Not a good place.
That's wild. Hassan, you did not just ask if they used it on the kids or not? No, I don't know. I thought in America they were like against that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like there's like some laws, I think, right?
I feel like it just changed though.
Yeah,
hitting people, kids?
Woke culture ruined it. You used to be able to beat the shit out of kids.
You really did. Like I would never even like these kids like get pushed by their mom and they're able to like make a case and like their mom is scared. You get your kids taken away. Like I'm not even gonna discuss what used to happen when I was younger, but I don't think I would have ever made it to a phone. Shout out to mom though.
Yeah,
a real one.
That they stopped in the 90s. Yeah, woke culture ruined it again. These goddamn Democrats, ruining the joy of beating the shit out of your children.
Can't beat your kids, and now they can transfer anywhere, like to any
Yeah,
college.
it's fucked up. It's fucked up.
No transfer portal.
Yeah.
These kids opened up the transfer portal with their parents, man. Hey,
So when it just says, Mike, did your parents ever make you pick pin? What the fuck does that mean?
Pick pin?
I don't know.
Nah,
what
they
that
used to
is.
make us do like weird ones. Like this
What?
would be like.
Wait, what's
Can we
pick pin?
But they used to be like this. Like you would have to like stay like this.
Like a RDL? They made
Yeah,
you do
like
Romanian deadlift?
Or this.
Is that why you're so fucking jacked?
like that. Like positions like that. You'd
Dude,
have to
I
do.
took him. It was a big mistake. I took him to the gym, and my trainers was just glazing him the entire time.
That's
They're
crazy.
like, no, literally, they were like, "Oh, so what are you? You're like at least 230, right?" Like they were just, and he's strong too, and I'm a big boy. He just made me feel small. It fucked me up a little bit. I had to flex when we were taking a photo this morning. I was like.
Hassan was just like at one point he was chatting a little too much, so I had to like laugh him. I was like, all right, bro.
Okay, at the end. Yeah. He said you guys are hoopers.
Yeah, we're hooping.
Yeah. We'll hoop tomorrow.
Oh,
we're
yeah,
not gonna be able
down.
to do it. We're not gonna be able to do it with like the 2 Hype crew because apparently the gym is locked. Like the gym is locked down. So we're not gonna be able to do that, but we'll hoop off camera in the morning so I can lie about it.
Yes.
So I can be like, yeah, I beat him so bad. It was crazy. He said he's like way better than Cash Nasty.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What? The thing about
He was asking like my level, how good I am. I said I'm definitely better than Cash Nasty.
this was always my like biggest fear of like starting to be on a level to where we can even have a like conversation with other content creators that we've obviously like 2 years ago we didn't have anything. So we've watched content creators that we're now going to be in front of. And my biggest fear was like the sports part of that and his arrogance, like him thinking we used to watch
Football,
stuff like
boxing,
like Duke
and
Dennis
basketball.
would go off in like a flag football game. Mike's just like he would never do that on me. It's just like whoa, like just
It's all
chill.
friendly though, but definitely not. Never.
Okay, I first of all I respect that because the Duke Dennis glaze must end. So so I'm on board with that. Plus you you guys play football.
Yeah.
So that's different. Well, I guess maybe did he play any sports in college?
I don't know.
I think he went to Army or military.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Not sure what branch it was.
But hopefully this year we get more invited to more creator sports.
Yeah, I would love to play. I would love to guard Keith Lee. Please.
I don't think he balls. Does he?
I've seen him.
I saw him
Like,
at Celebrity
yeah, I've
Game.
seen him. I've seen.
Oh,
him.
he has played.
Yeah.
Is he good?
I think.
He'll beat your ass though.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
he's like-
Sometimes
he's-
I forget about that. He's
Yeah.
a dude. He's a dude that I would get knocked out by because his like demeanor is just like,
Yeah,
man,
he's so nice.
Shut up, Keith. Like, shut up. And then you like forget. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean.
You like got a
It's-
knot on your head and you're watching his highlights. You're like, ah.
Yeah. It's his brother. Wait, who? His brother's
Kevin
like
Lee.
still. Yeah.
Yeah.
His brother still fights, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I remember. I think he lost his last.
I think
fight, though.
he just opened up a restaurant. I'm pretty sure his brother did.
Oh, his brother did.
Yeah.
Did Keith Lee?
Yeah, and Keith Lee like did.
Oh,
a
yeah,
review.
Oh, he did. He
Yeah,
reviewed
yeah,
it. He's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
this is ass.
Yes. You see the useless information I have in my brain.
Yeah. No,
That was random.
It's so hey,
I remember it though.
Social Security out. Keith Lee brother has a restaurant. Yeah. Yes.
Hey, what's good, March? March Zero is my producer.
How's
He's
it
gonna
going?
help you guys with the. He's gonna help you guys with the pod. There was some drama with Keith Lee because when he reviewed like Mr. Beast chocolates or something, and then like he didn't like it, and I only heard about it, but I never actually saw the drama after
I got
it.
all the Feastable chocolates. Let's try them and rank them 1 to 6.
I'm going to be completely honest. Totally not biased because if it sells more, I make more money.
I'm gonna be honest, and I hope Jimmy is sitting next to me and not getting his feelings hurt.
Let's do it. We'll start with milk chocolate. It's just a milk chocolate bar. Compare it to Hershey's.
I feel like he's got the presence of a dude who could drone strike you. like Mr. Beast. You know what I mean? like you know
Where
what
did
I'm
that
talking.
come from?
Am I wrong? Like I feel like
I would be very scared to beef with Mr. Beast.
Yeah,
Like,
you don't want to slide him. Like, like you never know. Like all of a sudden you got like private security knocking on your door.
Yes, I'll be very terrified. Him and LeBron are up there. Like
I definitely would have lied about this.
black
this
SUVs
feasible
out
thing.
there. I've never said a bad thing about LeBron. Never will.
You better not. What the fuck? Wait.
I definitely would have lied though.
Wait,
whether it
are
was
you?
good or bad.
Do you not like LeBron?
No, I love LeBron.
LeBron would never do anything wrong.
What?
LeBron-
Exactly. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like I'm glad I like LeBron because I feel like the people.
You're kind of giving the vibes that you're just saying that.
No, man.
Speak your mind, man.
LeBron's better, man.
I am a LeBron Glazer. Like I'm a open LeBron Glazer.
It's tough for me, like, not to like when people root against LeBron with like no other person like to say that they're better. That bothers me so much. Just be like, oh, LeBron sucks. I'd be like, oh, who's your favorite player? I don't know. It's like, whoa.
Well, I feel like people say Steph Curry, right? Like that's the counter. That's the effective counter. No one says MJ. We're not talking to people who are 55 years old. Okay, like
I honestly believe that the reason why MJ is considered the GOAT is the same way why he's not considered the GOAT in other people's eyes. Is because of the generation. He's like the first person to do that.
Plumbers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some of those guys, yeah. Some of those guys, some of them look really bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Some people also say Kevin Durant as well. I mean, Kevin Durant is like
He's a
overall,
bucket.
he's overall best.
Yes.
Like he's incredible too.
Yes.
Anyway, oh yeah, here, let's watch this. I forgot.
I know you probably never eat Hershey's because they're terrible. Never met anyone that likes Hershey's. And how would you compare that to one?
You guys want sodas? I got
It's a little too sweet. I live with that. It's not
bad.
bad. They did a lot.
It's all
sweeter than
diet.
what I like.
Oh, nice.
7 out of 10.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Zero
We're still
Diamond
figuring
Blue.
it out. That's a good
I'll take
start.
Diamond
Good
Blue.
start spot.
Wait, he gave it a 7 out of 10? Wait, let me see Mr. Beast's face when he said that.
Terrible.
ratings
Never
over
met
7.
anyone
They're
that
the
likes
same.
Hershey's. And how would you compare that to one? It's a little too sweet. I live with that. It's not bad. They did a lot sweeter than what 7 out of 10. I'll take it. Yeah. We're still figuring it out. That's a good start. It's a good start.
He throws it out. Oh no.
That's a lot of
All right,
shit.
you know what? Let's
So I've never seen this before, but what I realize some people do when they get someone to judge their stuff, they'll get them to judge like a couple things like brutally honest. Like
Yeah.
this is a 6 out of 10, but there's gonna be one thing that's a 10 out of 10.
I would never
Or-
be that honest though.
or
You
not.
could have a product right now, Hassan. I swear to God, if it was bad, I would lie on stream and say it was
Yeah,
good.
it's
There's
just-
no way I'm gonna say it's bad. And what is these?
That's the whole point. Is it Zins?
The nicotine pouches?
Yeah.
You should try one.
You don't know
Hell
what a Zin-
no.
Why
you
not?
won't?
What's the? I don't get it.
You put them like in your
You put them in your upper lip, like,
upper lip. I didn't know that.
or I mean, some people put it in the lower
Why
lip.
do people
but-
take nicotine like these so much now? Like when did these become popular again?
Gives you a buzz, right?
A buzz?
Yeah, I used to smoke cigarettes,
Ah.
and then I started chewing nicotine gum, and I quit. I quit cigarettes, but I didn't stop chewing nicotine gum. It was years ago.
Upper deckies. Ah, these are what people call upper deckies. Got it.
Yeah, lip pillows.
Lip pillows. I've heard that.
I feel like these.
Yeah.
I feel like just doing these with them all day.
I'm giving you guys so much white culture right
yes, I love it.
now. Here, there's an open one here if you want to open it and
Just pop one in, bro.
you
this
pop
is-
one in.
No,
pop
this is
one
a
in.
6er. You'll fucking throw up if you don't.
I'd rather do a Molly than pop one of those. I'm not gonna lie. Like, no joke. If you had like a Molly,
I don't have a mom.
okay, just asking.
Unfortunately.
Boo.
Yeah, my bad, dude. I'm sorry.
Imagine.
Dude just suddenly asked for a Molly. He changed the subject. What if that was a Molly, though?
You're kind of, you kind of feels like you want a Molly.
No, not really.
No,
I don't know if
no.
I've seen a Molly in person.
Yes, I wonder if I would take it.
Because you have to think about where you would be where the company has Molly, right?
Like a party.
So is it like
Yeah.
a what did
Rave.
Rome do as the Romans?
Where?
Like at a rave.
We want to
Yes,
be at a rave.
but
Yeah.
like the beginning of the party rave. Like you can't.
Bro, you guys are not doing fucking Molly in Milwaukee.
No, no.
Okay.
There's people that do Molly.
There
more.
ain't no, what do you, there people just doing, but you're in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee has like Milwaukee has like this section that's very. Yeah, I feel like Unfinished Legacy, their brand is kind of like that group of people likes Unfinished Legacy. Also, I see them
The
sometimes.
people that do Molly?
Yes. I know who they are. They know who they are too.
Why is he calling her your clothing brand like that? What the fuck?
But they bring out all of Milwaukee, so it's fun to like see the different groups that come out.
I don't think Molly's where's Molly a choice of drug? Is that like a map for this?
Can somebody explain?
Like
Bro,
the most used drugs per state?
March is the guy to ask for all of that. When my producer just walked in.
Okay,
he's the guy who knows. I feel like people don't even do Molly anymore. They do ketamine.
Right? Isn't that like a jail drug?
No, it's a horse tranquilizer. People love that.
See,
shit.
I always get my stuff confused. I thought that was Tylenol or something.
Yeah. So you got you guys are. I mean,
People are doing those whippets now.
Oh my god! Yeah, we gotta talk about that.
I saw a whippet party.
Bro, whippet party. Oh, all those guys with their whippets
or whatever the fuck. What isn't it called? Galaxy. I saw Adam 22 like posting about it, and I was like, this is awful.
Okay, I'm confused.
This is awful for the next generation.
What? Can someone explain to me? Is the whippet purposely a drug, or is it like supposed to be used for something else, and people are grabbing it and using it as a drug? That's what I'm confused about.
No, it's just nitrous oxide, and it's supposed to be used for like whipping cream and stuff. Like it's used for whipped cream, not whipping cream. And I think people use it for like food, but people just like kind of,
because now they have the actual like things though, like it's branded.
Yeah, like
that's what I was confused about.
This is. Let's see.
Oh, it's a commercial.
Bro, they have commercials.
Why does Galaxy Gas sell the most pure and affordable nitrous on the market?
No way.
Because we are not assholes.
No.
Yeah, bro.
Galaxy Gas, the purest culinary nitrous in the galaxy.
It's not.
Yeah.
It can't be FDA approved.
No, dude, they sell it like with boxes. Like they sell boxes of the shit. They have like massive ones too.
Now we running out of drugs, bro.
Yeah.
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 Take it back to the day where people were licking toes, man.
Dentists use nitrous too. Yeah, like Kanye. Like Kanye's dentist. That's crazy.
I just don't like the
I've seen people using it. I've been at a party where people were using the
You've been at a lot of parties.
Yeah. I've been at a BDSM party.
Maybe he's right. What was the Unfinished Legacy party?
That's what I'm saying.
What the fuck?
No, Unfinished Legacy was there though.
Some of us were there.
Yes.
Yes.
But there were no other members.
But we were
there.
at a BDS party, but I had a bright orange vest on though.
Yes. Yeah, I heard you guys
it was like that was you being like, no.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna do BDSM to the guy in the bright orange vest.
Yes. Mike said they were playing
Mike Ecstasy.
They were playing. How did they know that?
Somebody from our community is probably here.
How did they even find out?
That's definitely what they call.
You put it
me
on our
for-
story?
No.
Oh,
No, I mean you guys have a big fucking audience, man. I'm sure there's like some crossover. Like Blake, big Floppa 505, 8-month subscriber of mine, knows your shit. Said, bro, it's Ecstasy Mike. What does that mean?
Crazy.
What is
It's
that mean?
a weird running joke that Pat
No,
started.
it's not a joke.
You
This
call me
is
Mike
true.
Cosby for no reason.
Yes. You want to know? No, that's Mike Kelly, Mike Cosby. But listen, this is why. So sometimes when we go out and drink, people buy us shots. They're like, oh, you guys here buy us shots. And Mike doesn't take his shots, but he doesn't tell me. And I assume that people have bought me 3 or 4 shots.
Oh.
So I'm like, oh, dang, thank you again. When really he keeps sliding me his shots. So in turn, I call him Mike Cosby.
Okay, that makes a little
and
bit
then
more
we
sense.
could use the Cosby, and then we transition to Mike Ecstasy, and I feel like it's a really good fit.
That's a better fit than Mike Cosby for sure. This is a Galaxy Gas party, studio vibes, another Galaxy Gas video. Dude, I swear to God, TikTok is gonna kill. TikTok is killing the youth. Do you feel old sometimes?
No, this makes me feel old for sure.
Like when I see stuff like this, or like I think another time when I thought, like when I remembered how old I am was when I saw Speed jump over the car, and my immediate reaction was like other kids are gonna try this. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like other kids are gonna try to do this with their fucking Honda Civic.
Yeah, I wonder
What is that's real?
What gets me is the abbreviations. Like when NGL first dropped, I was like, I tried to ignore it.
MGL?
NGL.
Not gonna lie?
Yeah. Not gonna lie.
Okay, yeah.
So it's just like when stuff like that starts to drop, that's when I start to feel there's another one that I don't like.
On God?
Yeah.
Oh
like,
God, yeah.
He's like, why are you abbreviating?
On God is abbreviated?
Yeah, ONG.
Wait, what? Ijbal? IJBOL? What the fuck does that even mean? What does that even mean?
No, what does that mean?
Bro, that sounds like that literally. What does that mean? I don't even know that. And I'm online all the time. I just burst out laughing. No! Oh my God. I'm so glad you guys are old like me.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Christ.
I just bust out laughing. Who even uses that in a normal sentence?
I thought Ijbal, like, I didn't want to say anything.
What happened to LOL?
You know when you sometimes see, like, something and then you just, like, don't want to show that you're just uninitiated?
Yeah.
So you're just like, huh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I read through the
Yeah.
sentence like, yeah.
Yeah.
IBJOL too, bro.
Yeah. Wait, that's crazy.
That's insane.
Lamau is millennial coded the Zoomers. Oh my God, people don't even say Lamau no more. The fuck?
Y'all don't?
I guess they don't. I say Lamau all the time. Fuck.
I wonder if that like affects like a tweet. Like if you have a viral tweet and you say something like quote a tweet really funny and you use LMAO, do people like skip past
They're
it?
like, oh, this is Unk. Unk is posting. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, Unk. Go to bed. It's bedtime.
Getting called Unk was like, that shit kind of hurt my soul. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie.
My Unk moment when I realized I was Unk was when I was playing basketball with this dude, and he like looked kind of old, and he was playing with his son, and his son was like 14. You know what I mean? And I was like, in my mind, I was thinking like, because my entire life I've been like the young guy on the court playing against the Unks, and I was playing basketball with them, and at one point I asked him like, how old are you? And he said he's 33, and I'm 33. And I was like, oh my God. Like that was the moment where I realized like, holy shit, I'm playing with this dude and his son. And like, you know, we're the same fucking age.
Yeah.
I started feeling Unk when I started seeing like NBA players' kids make it to the NBA.
Oh yeah.
I was like, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely Unk status is like having to prove that you can play defense within the first 2 possessions of playing with young kids.
Yeah,
because that's the first thing they do. It's like, well, I got it right here. They're like, oh, you're talking about me? Like, you're about to ISO me.
That's why as you get older, you gotta start working on those like your old head moves.
Yeah.
Sky
Oh,
hooks.
yeah.
You know, back down.
Always in the backboard.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what range you're shooting from.
Yes.
That's Unk status.
Yes.
Yeah.
You definitely got to get a jumper as an older person. You got to develop
because
that.
you realize the injuries of going to the hole are just not worth it anymore. Like, I don't want to live my day to day with a sprained ankle just because you don't want me to get a free layup. Like I'm okay.
One of my friends tore his ACL like the other day, not even playing basketball, just regular, like fell down some stairs. And I'm like, tearing your ACL from non-sports related stuff?
Bro,
Like, come on now.
that's not even Unk at that point. That's
Non-sports
like,
related ACL tear in your 30s?
I'd rather like my thing not work for 2 months than tear my ACL. I think that's a fair trade. Like your thing doesn't work for 2 months and then you get your ACL back. Would you take that every time?
yeah, you would be able to lock in too.
Yeah,
You'd be able to
exactly.
You'd be so much more
I would risk not
productive.
getting erect than...
No, not erect. It just doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't work?
Colostomy bag, everything.
You can still pee.
What?
Yes.
You don't even piss?
No, you don't even pee, right? Like it's done for 2 months.
Okay, I don't know. That's too much. I love
what
pissing.
bag?
Colostomy bag.
What is that?
Like when they just like straight pipe it.
Oh,
It
wow.
goes straight to the bag.
Yeah. Then you're just going into the bag.
ACL tear.
Really?
Actually, you can save time with that though.
That's what I'm saying. 2 months.
Yeah.
Stay in the house.
You're just locked in. Again,
Keep
you're
your
locked
shit
in.
to yourself.
No.
I don't know how we got here. You see this brain rot, bro?
Yeah, that's a problem with these new kids, man.
Man. Straight crash out situation. Random gang signs in the air. I love it. Ski mask inside, no shirt.
But see, what happens is like
dangerous.
Drugs obviously affect what music comes out. Because I remember the first time I used to not be a Young Thug fan when I was younger. Like I didn't get it. I didn't know what he was rapping about. And the first time I ever smoked weed, I understood every word he said. And I said, "This is the greatest rapper alive."
So in the fucking galaxy, in the galaxy age now, like when they're doing nitrous, I guess like that makes sense for like Hollis or whatever. Have you guys ever heard that?
Hollis? Is this
Two Hollis?
Let's go.
First it says two Hollis allegations.
Yeah, that's just TikTok, of course. That's TikTok. He opens for Ken Carson, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
And mean, you can't even tell. You can't tell the music on this, but hold on.
What's the real song sound like?
I'm gonna show you right now. And no one in my chat also knows this either, probably. But
this is also on status when you look up somebody and you've never heard of them and they're like have a lot of followers. You're like, yeah.
No, this is like a deep cut.
Yeah, it's definitely whipping music.
Yes, I feel like
I'll do whippets to this shit.
Yes, this I would like if this song was like playing like all night and people just kept walking past me with Whip It. Eventually,
You'd get it.
Yeah,
It would click after the fourth whip it. You'd be like, oh, I get it now.
It has to like the rappers that rap with a lot of lyricism. You just got to take a back seat for a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's like this is now. This is like it gives you a seizure.
Yes.
Now, you don't even need to watch the music video to get the seizure. You just hear it and you get a seizure.
Like J. Cole could not rap to these kids.
No. It's like it's basically like do you guys know what hyperpop is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like hyperpop but hyperpop rap, if that makes sense.
Yes. Come on.
Yeah. Hyperpop is kind of like Ken Carson, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, not this is Ken Carson's opener, but like Ken Carson is still like in the same playing field as I would say like the rest of like Playboi Carti and whatnot. Whereas this is like one step above that in terms of like being even closer to hyperpop overall. Like
there's a big like hyper pop scene in Milwaukee actually.
Wait, really?
Yeah, you got people like
bro, you stay repping Milwaukee.
Like Kill Don. We have Eli Stones.
Yes.
They do hyper
Shout
pop.
out Eli.
Wait, I'll show you
Stones with the money sign.
This is my
You can drive.
This is my hyperpop jam. Xavier So Bass.
You should drive drunk, you should drive. You should drunk drive, you should drunk drive, you'll be fine. You see what I'm saying? I say. You should drive drunk, you should drunk drive, you'll be alright. You can drive, you'll be alright, you can make it home. Yeah, it's a crime, but it's fine.
I'm so confused.
Drive better this way, cause you're more careful. Is that a dog or a child? I don't even wanna know. I just wanna go home, family, just wanna go.
I think that's why I like
I
it.
really rock with this song.
Yeah.
This is like by myself in the car, and I need like a different genre, like on my way to. It's a 5-hour trip. This is what I need right here.
You showed Unks this, and they look like you showed them the Medusa. They froze.
I think it was just like the stark difference of everything, like the puppets. With a crazy message,
yes,
but actually the beat kind of rocks too.
This has like Indianapolis written all over it. If you party in downtown Indianapolis, this is what you'll hear.
Yeah, if anybody's from Indianapolis, that city is, man.
Wait, not
Props
the
to
city,
you.
not the city, the nightlife.
The nightlife. Props to you, man.
Because
that's tough.
As
these are places I've never been to.
Tough. You don't have
good.
to.
You're fine.
I almost came to Milwaukee, but the RNC would not have me, which was fucked up.
You really thought they were going to let you there?
I did, because they're usually open to that sort of thing. Like they don't give a fuck. They're just like, yeah, as long as someone.
I think especially when the assassination attempt happened, though, it was like, all right, we're
So they stopped him.
no funny business. I mean, just like
no ops.
Yeah, we're keeping everybody like.
I think this year they're being more careful with influencers. Like influencers are kind of running this election a little bit.
I know.
So like you could definitely have a negative impact on a presidential campaign with maybe 4 years
But I don't
ago.
even think half of these people can even vote. Like Aiden Ross community, I don't think like legit like 70% of
That's
them
a
can't vote.
crazy accusation.
I don't think so. It's a
he
younger-
doesn't even mean that they're young. He just means that they're like clinically brain dead.
They
I think
can't
young,
vote.
and
They
then
just don't
also-
know how to.
They
that
go on the
also
poll and just pick
is
up the
laziness
paper.
to actually go out and actually do it too. I don't think some of them are going to take that initiative to actually go do it.
You just motivated them. Good job.
Maybe.
They're not in here though.
I think everybody should vote. I'm Nigerian, so I can't vote.
You can't vote.
No, I can't.
You're Nigerian?
You dropped it again.
Nah,
Yeah, he's
I definitely can
so
vote.
casual.
Yes.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna. I'm already thinking about the things that we're gonna talk about on the pod, on your pod.
Yes.
I got some stuff.
He drops the Nigerian thing because he has a white guy's cock. I'm pretty sure. So he tries to throw it off.
That's a crazy accusation.
Nigerian.
What is this? He is very Nigerian. They found your football roster.
What the hell?
What? Yeah, dude, this community is crazy.
No, you're definitely Nigerian in that picture.
I'm definitely Nigerian. I'm not 6'2" either. I lied about my height.
Are you not 6'2"? How tall are you?
Like 6. They told me so when I tried out for the NFL, they literally. I'm not gonna lie, it's a weird thing because you get on stage and it almost feel like a little auction because it's like weight.
Isn't that what Colin Kaepernick said?
Yeah, he said that.
And then people got mad at him.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it just kind of feel weird because it's like they'll say your height is like 6 foot. I thought I was 6'2", and then just people taking notes.
Wait,
hand size.
You pulled a Bronny.
Yeah, they took. Yeah, I did. I definitely. I was 6'2".
You said you're 6'2",
but nobody was on the same.
And then they measured you. They're like, "This."
See the high school I went to, Honeyland in Nigeria. Weird names in Nigeria.
But you didn't graduate from Honeyland.
I did.
Where's the Chicago school at?
I never went. I only went there for a year.
Yeah, that's the one that taught you how to play football, though. So it's a little disrespectful.
I definitely did play football there.
That's the one that taught you, man. Gotta give
Ultimate
respect.
Jason Tatum hater on Crash Dummies Pod.
What's the celebrity you have beef with and why?
Can't hate Jason Tatum so much, bro. Like I get angry. I'm sweating now, right now, currently. Thinking about this.
You talking about champion Jason Tatum?
Yeah, what's up, bro? You good? Wait, why you had to specify? I watch sports. I know what happened.
Why do you hate Jason Tatum?
Bro, I hate Jason Tatum one because, like I said, I'm from Philly, so I'm a Sixers fan. Not only is he always beating my team, he won the chip. And my celebrity crush since I was like 16 was LMA. That been LMA for like 8 years. I'm the only nigga who knew it though. Like it's crazy. Now he got her pregnant, and I feel like everybody just found out they was in a relationship. Whole time I was in Reddit back in like 2019 trying to find out who she dated because for whatever reason I thought I had a chance. I'm looking at her story like, okay, she in St. Bart this date.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at his. Oh wait, he on the beach. I don't know what beach this is, but why does she met? I see a little light skinned elbow
That's
and maybe
crazy.
a story or something from her. I'm like that elbow a little tatted. I'm.
I thought this level of stalking was just like only exclusive to white guys in high school.
He's so serious too.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
his, bro, I'm telling you, I'm really, yeah, man. And he a handsome. Automatically hate on all handsome. I'm gonna keep it a like, you feel me? Like, cause I'm a little bit, but I don't fuck with niggas that's a.
This is like incel behavior. Oh man,
I would be the hate that Jason Tatum gets is definitely uncalled for.
Oh my,
like
I don't.
Whoa, what? You think he deserves this much hate?
I think he's just corny. That's what it is. Like it's fine. I mean,
but oh man, what does he do that's corny? Outside of like I don't feel like the Kobe. I feel like some people really think that he's still texting Kobe, but that's not him. That's like other people doing that. Like, bruh. But I don't know. I guess the quotes at the end of the championship where he was just like, I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know was crazy.
That was
I couldn't defend that one. But there's others. I feel like there's like he is definitely undeserved hate. Like there was more people wishing he didn't get Finals MVP than wishing Jaylen Brown did it to me, which I thought was weird. But nobody likes the Celtics, so.
I was sad when I heard that Jaylen Brown, a dude who fucking went to Berkeley, was talking about doing one of those like, you guys know the kick streams that they do where this guy Vitali, he'll like go catch like a pedophile or whatever, but it's like I think it's scripted. It looks ridiculous sometimes.
Yeah, it does look ridiculous.
French Montana will pop up out of nowhere.
Saw the game on one.
Yeah, which is
What's the one we saw?
They had
where,
Game and Akon on in one episode, and I was like, dude, don't they have allegations themselves?
Damn.
They're making those guys feel like, obviously I don't feel sorry for the guys that they're getting, but they're making those guys feel like they're in a fever dream.
Yeah,
because it's like a celebrity. I think
it was Akon. I imagine
Akon,
he's playing his song.
I'm locked up. They won't let me out. And like, dude is like, he started singing with Akon, like bobbing his head, like I'm locked up. Like he probably thinks he's like in a fucking fever dream. It's like, bro, this is crazy. Akon's here, and they're like, he forgot he texted a 12-year-old boy. Like, it's like,
but yeah, there's But anyway, he was saying that he wanted to be a part of that. Like he wanted to do one of those streams. I was like, come on, man. And he followed. I think he followed Sneeko too. Was it?
Didn't Jaylen Brown just come out with a song?
yes, he just dropped the.
He did?
With ASAP Ferg.
With ASAP Ferg.
He
I
said,
didn't listen to it yet.
Is it
I think
good?
it was Just Do It or something like that.
Is it good? I will not answer that. But what I will say is it sounds like an NBA player on a track.
Dude, they should have put him on the Olympics team, dude. What is he doing? He's spiraling out of control.
Wait, is this a diss track?
It's a diss track on the Olympics.
No, I think it's a diss track. Why does it say Just Do It?
That's the name of the song.
But
he's dissing Nike.
I think he has to be dissing Nike.
We haven't even heard the song yet.
But he's been beefing with Nike
Yeah,
from the
that's true.
Olympics thing. Hello, Jaylen Brown.
Fans across the globe are reacting to the unexpected absence of Jaylen Brown in the Olympics.
Oh my God, it is a diss.
Just can't seem to shake the feeling that Brown's been blacklisted due to his ongoing conflict with Nike.
Open your mind, let the words flow. Baby, you was mine, I let the world know. She rocking my jersey, all up in the stands. I learned how to touch her without using my hands. Problems too deep for any therapist. If we could run it back, would you cherish it? Like I cherish you.
Thank God for that person at the door. Thanks, Ferg.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun, bro. Everybody looking for you. You got mad food in the hallway. You smell like a piece of shit. I know to me.
When you see normal people next to NBA players, it's so funny. All of a sudden, yeah, this like he lost a couple aura points off of that, like just by looking up like this. Like how tall is Ferg? Like I don't think he's
probably a regular size guy.
Yeah, I don't think he's like a short guy by any means.
I don't know if he can't be anywhere around 6 feet.
You still don't got you tripping, and you ain't even come to Malcolm's birthday, yo, bro. You got me.
Oh,
hot.
that difference, that height difference is.
Oh, he's short.
Bruh, broski, don't worry, my G. I got something for you. Guaranteed to shift your energy. Guaranteed to shift your energy.
No, bro, what is this?
This is that shit right here.
Where'd you get this from?
Guaranteed to shift your energy.
Why is it glowing?
You asking way too much questions. Guaranteed to shift your energy. You singing along with me? Guaranteed to shift your energy. Guaranteed.
His whippets.
You ever like made a video
Yeah,
and then you go back to the partner and it's like, this is too long, let me cut this down.
Yeah.
I feel like this is where
This is
like,
that, yeah.
like, hey, let's
Yeah,
cut
it's-
some of this down.
Bro,
right
it's
now.
6 minutes long. Like it didn't have to be this way.
I'm rocking with it so far though.
Oh, that's his thing, bro. That's the thing that he wears around his neck. Oh, dude, this is like weird. This is another weird thing. I don't know why. I mean, I like Jaylen Brown, but like, there's a couple weird things that he has. He puts this thing on his neck that like I think it blasts like oxygen or something, like different scents.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like I don't know. It's supposed to like change your vibes or something. It's very weird.
Is it?
To shift your energy.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's.
But now you get replaced like a pair of shoes. We drowning and I'm wasting my breath. Trying to keep these who don't want to be kept. We hiding our feelings, but our eyes are speaking. When she leave, I fall like it's autumn season. But I'm not for monogamy. My heart is out of space. I'm talking astronomy. Weight up on our chest, but you're not as strong as me. If all we do is argue, maybe you're not the one for me. Take one to see. But enough with all this sap shit. Good, make a nigga do a backflip. My chick bad, she out here committing felonies. But do I give her longevity? Or I'll probably give her that long. When she go to sleep, she make me wrap her in her arm. Before she wake up for his.
Okay, tell me one bar you retained this whole time. One bar.
Longevity.
My chick is bad. She has a felony.
Oh.
I like that he's wearing the NBA champions hat in the video.
See, I like the what I get about it is like to bring attention to the Nike situation. Also, like whatever that thing is around his neck.
Yeah, he's trying to do promo for it.
Yes, promo.
I think he's he might be like a investor in it or something.
Yes, but what throws me off, it sounds like he wrote these lyrics during the timeouts of the NBA Finals. Like, hurry up, Jaylen, we got a timeout. Okay, my chick bad, she a felony. Write that down.
Oh no.
Gone, I'll be gone, and she think I'm about to.
Was it? It's like a SNL parody.
It definitely
Probably
is.
smoking the strong. Listen, me and my niggas more gifted than Christmas. Every time
He has not talked about Nike once in this, or like even alluded to it. except for the name of the song. The title is like, okay, that's Nike related, but
yes,
And
I
just
don't.
just the commercial at the beginning too. The
Yeah, like why isn't he in the? Yeah,
The
why isn't he in
Olympics.
the Olympics?
With the team, we taking they. Every time I'm on the scene, we taking them pictures. Every time we getting cream, we baking them swishes. Yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game. She'll tell you me and you just ain't the same. And I don't do this for the fame, boy. Studio, the PlayStation, this is not a game, boy. I'm the only one they wanna fuck with now, but they be hating on the low. But I done took the game and flipped it upside down. Ballin' ain't the only thing I know. I'm the only one they wanna fuck with now, but they be hating on the low. But I done took the game and flipped it upside down. Ballin' ain't the only thing I know.
Just landed in Beantown, start my feet down. Head to encore, like the sweet down. Life is sweet now. Bad Brazilian ass with the bounce. I caught the rebound. We the champions, confetti still up in the.
It's like one of those moments where, like, when you hear Ferg right after, and the juxtaposition is so clear. You know what I mean? In terms of like someone who can rap versus someone who's just kind of doing it.
Yeah. I feel like
it's
you
like
can't
it's like
rap-
when
yeah.
new Kanye comes on the fucking song and you're like, oh, like it was all right.
Yeah, he's
up
like-
until this moment.
It's like you're rapping in different pockets that I didn't know that existed. Like, what beat are you hearing right now? It's the flutes he's going off of. He is.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like playing 2-on-2 versus two 12-year-olds, and you have Michael Jordan as your partner. Like you just like Jaylen Brown's just like waiting for Ferg to score here. Like, let's do it.
Streets now, ballin'. Ain't the only thing we know. I think it's kinda obvious. Jalen up in the studio. I hit the big
This
lotto.
sounds like some whack rap song. You need to make an NBA 2K My Career side quest. Jesus.
In the late
Oh,
2000s
this is it. The scam that tricked millions of athletes. I guess they're trying to bring it back. That's what it is.
Oh,
that's fucked up.
Remember the balance
Got an
bracelets?
experimental ankle.
Which one's
Did you have those?
Is this it? This is it. I think this is the balance bracelet, maybe.
Yeah, remember like Mario Chalmers used to wear them. LeBron used to wear them. They used to be like those
LeBron wore 'em?
bracelets. Yeah, they used to be like those bracelets that were like
now I
supposed
feel
to
like
help
maybe
you
it
with your
helps.
balance.
Now I feel like it might help. If LeBron wore it.
Man, that's what I'm telling you. LeBron could literally. If LeBron started a crypto, I would buy it.
I would be devastated. I would buy it too, though.
Yeah.
Just out of sheer principle.
Name it
just to pump it.
Name it 2018 LeBron. And I know it's very reliable.
Come on, son. Every athlete wore them. I didn't know. I wasn't. Was I even? I might not have been in America when this shit was
They might
popping.
have been called balance bands. What was the official name for it?
Someone's saying power
When
balance.
I'm calling my rubies rolls, getting big models, walking out of them Louis shows. We getting paid, selling hope in these verses. Build a fan wealth while breaking the family curses. Ballin' ain't shit if you don't know what your worth is. We divine design, everything been perfect.
Promise you deep for any therapist. If we could run it back, would you cherish it? Like I cherish you. But now you get replaced like a pair of shoes. Cause I'm the only one they wanna fuck with now.
Can we rap James in the last bar? What did he say?
What?
Like replace you like a parachute?
A pair of
like
shoes.
A pair of shoes.
Pair of shoes.
Oh, he said replace you like a pair of shoes.
Yeah. No, he didn't.
Not
say
a parachute.
He did not.
Now, parachute would have made sense though.
How?
If I replace you as a parachute, meaning I'm the one that's keeping you safe. Like when you're falling,
and you can't.
and I'm your parachute now.
And I don't think you can like replace a parachute. You die if you try to replace a parachute. Maybe that's what it would be. It's not even that. That's not the lyric. He said parachutes.
You know, like it's weird because he's rapping so simple. I don't know if he's rapping like
He is very smart. That's
the thing.
He went to Berkeley.
That's what I'm saying. You know, it was like a thing. Like, is he too smart for the NBA? Like some GMs were worried about like during this draft process.
Wait, really?
Yeah, that was a thing.
That's got to be racist.
Yes,
That's got to be. That's it. That is a racially motivated way to.
What do you mean his mom's not a stripper?
That's like. That's like I've never heard them say that about a white player.
Do you remember the NFL draft used to do that? They'd be like, and with the second pick of the draft, they're going with Javante Horn, whose both parents died in a murder-suicide. He was right there. Like, what?
Bro, they literally named the worst thing that ever happened to you, your best moment. Like, bro, what?
Are you wondering why he's surrounded by all white people? Because he's adopted. And nobody wanted him until the Raiders.
Wait, this is it. This is the Hat B. Why I chose Hat? Oh, that's a terrible.
NBA champion. He's got the juice. Jaylen Brown.
He's got the juice.
I'm wearing on my neck is called a happy wearable. Those who know me, I'm always looking for ways to grow mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically. Through technology, this device has helped me, in my opinion, increase my performance. And I think it can do the same for others. Through sleep, rest, recovery, low frequency, vibrations around.
Vibrations, the vibes, I
I
told
take substances, and I'm always conscious about what I put into my body. And like, you know, if you have trouble sleeping, you have
This is crystal mommy shit, 100%. It's just like, oh
The vibes,
but do
man.
I'm
buying it, bro.
Those things, like, I feel like those things actually work in a sense of the people that buy it have to have some belief that it's going to
placebo.
work. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Their anxiety goes down and now they can balance better. Like,
yeah.
I feel like I can guard that guy from the gym now. I have this thing around my neck. It's like, no, you just stopped him from finally going left. Like, good job. Read the scouting report.
Oh my God.
and all these type of things. So being able to use technology to advance that is something that
Jaylen talking to the GM
On
comment.
his Wikipedia, who is responsible for this information? But we'll get into that another time. He was criticized by some as too smart to play in the NBA. With some scouts worrying he would grow tired of playing basketball, instead opt to pursue other career paths. This criticism was taken by some as racial bias against African Americans. I mean, that's what it was, I guess. I remember it was actually a GM that said it. Funny story, I was on the phone, they didn't know I was on the phone, so I was listening to them talk about me while I was on the phone, so I was getting all the information. That was one of the things that I remember the GM say, well, we're worried that he is just too smart, he asks too many questions, and his love for the game, is it there? And luckily the Celtics seen my talent, seen my character, and thought that it would be a great fit for the organization.
Yeah, they saw him with the happy and they were like, nah, we were, no worries.
It's weird because like he like really went through a lot. People don't remember like when Kevin Durant was like about to be traded and the Celtics basically just like, we'll give you Jaylen Brown. Like, we'll give you Jaylen Brown and all these picks. And he had to like sit through that whole thing and just like, he thought that he was gone for Kevin Durant and then like had to go back to that team after they couldn't trade him. So
we showed them.
Yeah. Champions. No.
That's why I'm buying it, man.
Huh?
Buy the necklace.
You gonna buy the necklace because he's a champion?
Isn't that why most people buy things?
You think so?
You see like Jaylen Brown have it, you're like, I could ball like that. All right, well, let's wrap this up because we're gonna go shoot the pod now. But I just wanted to introduce you guys
Let me
to
take
the
a picture of the
to the community.
I'm gonna do some unk stuff right now.
This is
just unk stuff.
This is unk stuff.
Y'all stay still now. Everybody smile.
Say, I'll say cheese.
I'll say cheese.
Come on,
throwing
big
up
smiles,
hostels.
big smiles, big smiles.
Get a different angle for me, son.
Big smiles, big smiles. All right, big smiles. There you go.
There you go. Say cheese now.
Cheese. There you go. What do y'all kids do with your hands these days?
They're throwing up hostels. It's like a heart emote. That's, all right. We're out. And they're going to be on the Fear End podcast as well. I'm actually very excited about that. Having you guys like talk to my co-host. I think it'll be funny. But anyway, everybody, love you all. See you tomorrow. I know that fucking Israel started preemptive strikes against Lebanon. I saw the chats. I'm obviously not going to talk about that when I have guests over, okay? But I'll cover it tomorrow, okay? It's not going anywhere. All right. Peace, everybody. Thank you so much for coming on, guys. Crash Dummies Pod. They have the Pat and Mike of Crash Dummies Podcast. They have all the links in the chat. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Just begun. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny bird. LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many